in the checks, that'd be. All right, good morning and welcome to Durban from myself, Kyle Linda, and Emma Smith Deal. And as you can see, some lovely waves for finals day at the eThekwini Surf Pro presented by Durban and, of course, the eThekwini municipality. And it's been a while since we've had live WSL QS surfing in the city of Durban. There's been 2 days of action leading into this finals day with some absolutely incredible waves. As you can see, there's some really clean conditions on this opening morning. And joining me this morning is Emma Dill.
Hello. It's a bit weird to not be on the beach, but I'm stoked to be with you.
Yeah, so of course, this is a first. We are doing the live commentary from home. Emma is pretty close to the contest site in Durban, which must feel a little bit strange as well. I'm 200 kilometers up the road in a little town called Umtunzini in Zululand. And Emma, I must say, even sitting up here in Zululand, it is a little bit chilly in Natal the last few mornings. But the good news for the surf fans and the competitors is that when we have those cold mornings in KZN, you know that that offshore is going to be on in the morning.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's also why I'm so stoked to be here. Have an event in winter in Durban. It's a little show off. I mean, you can see beautiful sunrises, clean, glassy waves, and super fun bowls. I mean, we have so many options along these piers.
Yeah, so the main contest break this morning, if we're looking out at this shot that's live now, you see some of the longboarders having a warm up, is between the New Pier and the Dairy Bowl. And that whole little stretch of beach between the two piers of North Pier and New Pier, there's the New Pier in the background. That is your contest area. And what this allows for is obviously you always have that long, rippable right bowl coming off of the New Pier, which is probably sort of the primary wave in the area. But you have little bowl sections all the way down the beach, all the way to the North Beach Pier. And on the dairy side, there's often a lovely long left bowl. So plenty of options for the surfers in the lineup. They've got lots of different waves to choose from, and that allows also for quite a big spread. So this is not a point break, even though the right-handed does sometimes look like one. And Emma, I mean, you've surfed hundreds of contests at this site. You've done plenty of pro juniors. You've surfed in a couple of pro events. What is it like when the waves are fun and you've got the bowls activated?
Oh, I remember, coming to these events from JV and firstly just being so amped that I didn't have to wear a wetsuit. Even on the cold mornings, like now, I'm sitting with my puffer jacket, I'm being adapted to KZN warmth. But I just absolutely love this event. Yeah, I mean, often when you look at this wave, it actually looks a bit like a point break. It is a bit different, but yeah, great that you have the options of going on your backhand too. And it's definitely one of those events where, whether you have priority or not, there's always an opportunity to get away, whether you're paddling back out or have gone to the other side of the pier. Yeah, just such a fun event.
Yeah, and I suppose looking at having a longboarding 1,000 men's and women's, and this is the only qualifying event for our longboarders in Africa this year, it's quite difficult sometimes when longboarders look at like, okay, we're going to be competing in a beach break, especially when you look at sort of more traditional single fin longboarding. But if I look at the highlights packages from the last 2 days, the waves have really been running down that sandbar, and it's actually looked like almost perfect conditions for the longboarders.
Totally, we have such good waves. And I mean, like these, like you say, the longboarders, I think you naturally think I'm in a point break, but I mean, look at that. I mean, they've been riding these waves like a point break, and it's amazing to see, the surfers making use of obviously riding the nose, cut backing, getting in the bowl, even going left too.
Yeah, so this is footage from day one, which was on Friday, and beautiful conditions. Of course, we went straight into the QS men's and ladies. That is a surprise into Corzo, a local Durban bowl ripper. And most of the top young surfers in the country competing here over the last few days. And it's been nice to see some names we haven't seen in a contest for a while. I think of Durban locals, Mkando and Stevie. I've seen Simon Kize's name down from the South Coast, and some of the youngsters mixing it up, some of the more experienced surfers. Of course, there's a whole lot going on in WSL land right now. Of course, we've got Jordy and Matthew surfing later today in El Salvador in a big quarterfinal. And then there's also surf action in Nias, and we've got the action happening in Durban. But I think most South Africans will be logging in today to watch the eThekwini Pro. You see QS rippers, guys that have been on the Challenger Series already, like Dan Ansley, Connor Slipen, Luke Slipen, Jose Faulkner. So the young guns are up against it today. If I look at the quarterfinals, up against some really seasoned Challenger surfers.
Definitely. I think a lot of people may have a couple devices on today. Like you said, there's so much surfing going on that, yeah, just some big and old names, showing up today, which we're super excited about.
And looking at some of the ladies' action right now, I feel like in the ladies there really is the new generational charge. We see it on the championship tour level as well, where you've got surfers like Katie Simmers, still like an under 19 basically, and she's like world number one. But here in South Africa, Emma, there really is a new school charge. We look at Louise Lapront, Sarah Scott, and a couple of these other girls coming out of Cape Town and out of Durban. It must make you pretty happy to see so much talent coming through the junior ladies ranks.
Oh, it is so exciting. And like you say, I think, we've got a whole mix of girls coming up, but also a couple of them for quite a few years, even though they are young, like a Sarah Scott and the other girls, they've still, every year they're kind of improving, jumping the ranks. And yeah, I think with the younger girls all competing with the older girls, I think everyone wants to show them they've still got it. But it's so exciting for surfing in South Africa.
Yeah, well, if we look through the ladies coming up today, we've got the semi-finals coming up, and it is, if I look at this here, we've got Jessie van Niekerk, of course, has been on the Challenger Series. Louise Lapront, very young surfer, also qualified for Challenger Series action, but chose to go to El Salvador for the World Juniors. Sarah Scott, also from South Africa, and Anastasia Fenter. So the semi-finals are pretty much loaded with the top young talent in the ladies.
Absolutely loaded.
So these are the day two highlights, and right there we see Stevie Sawyer, of course, one of the most experienced competitive longboarders in the country, and always just an absolute beautiful surfer to watch in action. He will be up later today. Sam there as well, just come off representing South Africa at the World Longboard Games for ISA as well. So some big names in the longboarding coming up in the action later today. And I can tell you now, it's so nice to see competitive longboarding once again here in South Africa. And you just see how good the waves have been the last few days. There's Sam up and riding, just beautiful surfing, and a lot of big open walls for the nose rise. I know Stephen Sawyer posted an excellent ETH score yesterday, and you can see why with some of that surfing. Check how stoked Steezy is. He's just been in the Mentawai surfing perfect waves. So for him to have a smile on his dial like that at Durban, you've got another wave supply. Here's some of the ladies' action from yesterday, Emma. So wow, you see a whole lot of good surfing up from the ladies, and they were really attacking the waves on the surf yesterday.
I'm definitely having a bit of FOMO seeing these waves and just getting the updates every day. You can see the men also just got such a good share of the waves. Ranks are just looking so good across these piers, and they've been good for quite a while too. We've actually had quite a lot of the South Coast surfers, coming into town and practicing. Even leading up to this event, the banks have definitely been showing off in town.
Well, and as we see now, this is some of the action from the men's. That's Carl Steern up and riding. He had a couple of good rides yesterday. There we go, Chad Toy, one of the older generation competing here, but still giving it to the lighties. And Luke Slipen also in the quarterfinals. Jordy Marie with some excellent scores. Jose Faulkner, James local also going up at the new pier. he had a couple of excellent rides. So let's look at the quarterfinals in the men's coming up later today. If we look at our first heat of the morning, it is that young surfer from the south coast, Luc Lepront, one of those guys who would have been coming up and training. And then our lone Moroccan competitor, Redouane Regragui. I'm going to call him Red for the rest of the webcast. Heat two will be Jose Faulkner, of course, the J-Bay local and legend. Already had some big showings on the Challenger Series, as well as on the J-Bay Open as a wild card. Luke Slipen, great surfer out of Ladatno in Cape Town, and also one of the guys who's on the Challenger Series this year. Paul Sampson, there is a guy we are going to talk about today from Cape Town, from Muizenberg. What a journey this kid has had. He's come through the ranks, and he's come back from Liberia, the first ever African surfing champ event there. He is the number one on African seedings from last year, and he's got a wild card for the Challenger Series moving forward. He's up against James Rivink, though, big Durban local. Jimmy has been shredding, had one of the highest speed totals of the day yesterday. And then in quarterfinal 4 will be Jordi Marie, who was the standout surfer in the previous round. And he's up against another Durbanite who now resides in Cape Town, Luke Thompson, who's a Challenger Series surfer and one of the top young guys in the country. So, Emma, looking at those quarterfinals, I mean, when you look at the current talent pool in South Africa, you've got to say we're in for an absolute blinder of a quarterfinal round of this QS1.
Yeah, these heats are stacked, and what a good mix of local Durban surfers from Cape Town. We've got Jose from J-Bay, we've got Red, as you say, from Morocco. I really think we are in for some great surfing, and I feel like all these heats, the surfers can all just totally come alive. You pretty much, I don't think anyone's safe until the last few seconds.
Yeah, you're definitely going to have to bring your A game today. The surf, not on the massive side, it's sort of 2 foot, maybe the odd 3 footer, but it is really, really clean. It's kind of the backyards of the swell. It was really big during the week. But right now, looking at the lineup, I see both surfers choosing to start on the back bowl next to the pier. And it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, Luke obviously has got plenty of time in this lineup. He's surfed a lot of junior events here. He's from down the road in Scottsboro in the South Coast. And he's going to be looking forward to competing in a place that he's got sort of almost a local advantage, whereas Red, coming from Morocco, obviously, has not spent so much time here. And Emma, you've surfed a lot of heats here. You know that this wave can be quite tricky. Local knowledge is definitely an advantage.
Actually, I was going to say that earlier too. I mean, you can see if you look at this set, right next to the pier, you don't necessarily see the wave, but in the middle of the bay, you can see them scratching across, the wave hits there. And I've been here for a good, I think, 4 years now, and I still, when I paddle out and try catch some waves, I see that the locals are just always on the bombs.
Yeah, the locals definitely with a huge advantage in Durban. That was happening. We've always seen Durban locals do well in these events. One thing that is awesome right now is I've got to say a big shout out to Durban eThekwini municipality for bringing back World Championship Tour surfing. Here we go. This is red up and riding, well, red and blue, and the Moroccan surfer finding a little bit of a froth monster to start with. It gets a nice little crack off the top on that one. So starting the day, our Moroccan surfer, the big travel session, he's come all the way down to Durban for this QS1000. And of course, this is the first event of the 24-25 qualifying run for the Challenger Series next year. So Emma, talk us through this first wave.
You can see he took off almost looking like he was going to go left, managed to grind through and get one nice good closeout turn in. I think today we're probably going to see a couple waves fading out into the bowl and then either doubling up and reforming, but going maybe the other way, like going left or going right. And we're definitely going to see some surfers having to bring some innovation to get some good scores.
Yeah, it's an interesting wave when it gets smaller because you definitely have that little outside bank, and like you say, then it hits that little sort of dip in the sand, and oftentimes you're going to have to sort of do the hut-digging hop to get through to the inside section. Let's watch us surf. This is the first wave for South African Nuclear Front. Big, powerful duty footer from the south coast. Got a nice solid first turn, had to work it to get the second and the third there, and then comes around with the finish. Looking at that one, Emma, that's a solid start for the South African.
Yeah, I think that's exactly how you want to start a heat. You know, Luke and his sisters have spent so much time in this Durban Bowl. Like I said earlier, the banks on the South Coast haven't been so great, so they've been spending a lot more time. And yeah, Luke's got such a powerful backhand too.
Then it hits that little sort of dip in the sand. He's a big boy, and it's interesting watching his journey. Obviously, his sisters, both of his sisters, also doing so well right now in the competitive scene. And it's been an interesting to watch this family from the South Coast become such a part of the South African professional surfing scene. And it's interesting, I've spent some time down in Scotland with the LeBrons. And they're such nice kids, and they're always so polite and happy. But it's interesting to see how the brothers and sisters in the lineup kind of push each other. And you kind of know that feeling because, of course, you grew up competing and surfing in professional junior events with your two sisters.
Yeah, definitely. And like you say, you definitely see them all pushing each other. Even Leah, you know, the young, the way she's improved, and you know, you see her in the lineup and she's taking off on bigger sets than she was before. Having a brother definitely helps. I had my sisters to push me, but I think we needed a little bit of a extra push sometimes. Sometimes we spend time chatting.
I've certainly had my ear chewed off by the Smith sisters in the lineup. Here we
Exactly.
go, paddle up, and it's the natural footer from Morocco. He's in the blue vest, we've dubbed him red. And just a little look at that one. It looked like a good looking wave as he took off, but just ran down the bank. You see in the background, you can see a lot of action on the horizon, loads of lines. And Emma, having been in Durban for a while now, as you watch this, that was just that little look. When you look at the horizon from the beach in Durban, you really can see if there's swell in the ocean because that horizon lights up with just loads of big bumps and lumps.
Definitely. And I do find, you know, Durban's one of those waves where you can zone in on just staring out to the horizon, trying to wait for that wave to come off the pier. But like I said earlier, if you look down the beach, there's often a almost like a freak rogue set that will hit the middle of the bay, and sometimes hit a better back beach. So I feel like surfing a heat in Durban, you've got to keep busy and just stay alert, watching the horizon, looking left, looking right.
It's definitely going to be an interesting day moving forward. If you're just joining us on the webcast, welcome to Durban. The best place to be in winter in South Africa certainly is from Transkei all the way up to the Mozambican border, the KZN coastline. And right now we have live action in the lineup from QS1's 1000 action. We're up against young Moroccan surfer Red. And it's going to be a beautiful day. We've got quarterfinal action for the men. Then we go into the ladies' semifinals. We've got the longboarding men's and women's semifinals, and then we move to the finals. There is a little bit of an unsure predicted for the afternoon, so we did try to start a little bit earlier today to try to get those finals done in these nice clean conditions. And as we see scores coming in, Luke LePrant, like we said, Emma, starting strong with those three-turn combo 5.5, and the young Moroccan with a 3.5. He had to work it, but now we see him going to the air and getting the fins up and back. Wow, that was some progressive surfing from Red. Certainly going to post a good second score now to challenge Red.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, with the waves, maybe, you know, he's taken off on waves, only got it in one turn or faded out. And I think he knew he needed to do something big, and the judges will reward that.
Wow, that was certainly the most progressive maneuver of the morning so far. And he really did get the fins out the back. Lovely little area. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see a good score coming from him. and he's going to stay busy now. Takes off and gets that nice little hit off the top, working it down the line. Not the biggest wave of the morning, but it found the sandbank. And that's given him that lovely work down the line and getting a strong closer. So suddenly, starting strong was Luc Lepront with the 5-5. We're going to want to come in for the young Moroccan though. And Emma, suddenly, it's funny how in pro surfing, when you're surfing in the heat, all you need is that one little moment, and suddenly your confidence is up, the wave magnet turns on, and you're suddenly back in the rhythm.
Totally. I mean, I've seen heats where even for myself, you kind of take off feeling like you're not sure you look like you can do a turn, and then the moment you get your confidence up, you just build and you feel like you get in rhythm with the ocean and you start to go bigger. There's a replay of Luke's wave, that 5.5.
And an interesting to watch. Yeah, as you see him come down the line, he had to work a bit to get that, but a nice dynamic finish, really attacking the lip. And that's why I got rewarded with a 5.5. It's going to be very interesting when we look at that wave. The third wave for Blue was definitely also sort of a similar amount of maneuvers. And I'm going to be interested to see what the judges throw out for that score of red. But we'll take a look now. He's got the air. He's got that second wave straight behind that he got some good maneuvers on. And scores will be coming. Here's red. He's not sitting about now. He's not going to wait. Another nice little hack off the top. Now works it down the line. Is he going to go to the air again? He is. Throws the fins. Lovely little pop. He loves it. That was a bit of a claim there. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that was claim, but I feel like it was well deserved. He's definitely just building on every wave, and you can see the confidence building too. Yeah, we see a replay.
He's not sitting about now. He's not going to. So it was the surfer in red, the South African, that started strong, but it was the surfer from Morocco that has really, really sort of lit up in the last 3 to 4 minutes, banging out 3 strong waves in quick succession, and he's already landed 2 solid aerials as well. So now Luc Lepront has got a big task on his hands, Emma, because he did start with a 5.5, but all of a sudden the surfer in blue has come with 3 good scores.
Yeah, so I think, Luke's got that backup of a 4.07, but as you say, Red has been building on his scores, and I think it's definitely going to come down to the end of this heat where both surfers will want to replace their lower backup scores.
Yeah, so Luc Lepront's sitting now with a 5.5 and a 4.07. Red with a 3.5 and a 4.17, but we are waiting for that last score to come in. So my feeling is he's going to looking for a massive score. It was a turn and an aerial. I think he's going to get it. Look at the scoreboard, looking something around a 5.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Kai. But with we definitely, have time on the clock, and I think these waves we're still gonna see another big set come through. But waiting to hear for that last score, I think it is going to change the situation.
Well, as we wait for that score to come in, some nice action out in the lineup. Some beautiful, clean conditions this morning in Durban. And when we look at QS1000s, quite often held in pretty key conditions. I think most of the surfers today are going to be very happy with these conditions. And watching the footage this morning before we went live, seeing a lot of the longboarders out in the lineup, they must be absolutely rubbing their hands with this. Just looking like such perfect longboard conditions.
Totally, it is looking so fun. I mean, the longboarding, like you said earlier, they definitely. I mean, Stevie, we saw get close to a 10-point round. We've seen some amazing scores, but I do feel like today is just almost near perfect conditions for a longboard event.
Yeah. So first up, though, we do go through the quarterfinals, and this is quarterfinal number 1 for the QS1000 for the men at the eThekwini Surf Pro, joining Islander and Deal on the live webcast. Today's a world first. The first time ever that the web team are nowhere near the actual surf for the event. We are sitting at home on the couch, And thanks to the joys of technology, we're able to commentate on this event. If you do get any audio issues or sound quality, just understand that this is a world first and we are doing it for the first time. So bear with us, but we're very excited to see how things go. And I got to say, I'm feeling pretty stoked to be here. You know? Like it's nice to be involved in the world first.
Oh.
And just looking at the conditions, see how keen it is right now. Let's watch the paddle. Red has been so busy in this heat, and he's been loving the airs. Almost. Wow, how did he pull that back? I'd completely written him off there. Threw the tail up, landed in the white water. It looked like he completely lost it and somehow pulled that maneuver back. And that was pretty impressive surfing from him.
Yeah, that was amazing, and I think that's exactly what he needed to really solidify this heat. But obviously, we know it's not over until the last minute. But he did really well to ride out of that, and yeah, take full risk, and it's going to pay off.
Wow, yeah, that was some radical surfing, and Luke Lapront, you know, he's sitting with 2 scores. We're still waiting for two scores to come in for the Moroccan. And Luke, though, he's going to have to find another way. Luke's going to have to find a way with a high scoring potential, try and put the pressure back on the young Moroccan. And it's interesting when you start a heat with the best wave, but then suddenly the other surfer finds scoring potential waves under your nose. Does it get frustrating for you?
Yeah, I think there's so much about surfing that you know what you want to do, you know what you're trying to do, and here we see Luke actually on a left, and Red on a right, both surfers getting waves. Red is just in confidence and definitely looking strong. We'll get another look at Luke's left. We saw him do a great, strong, powerful first turn. Nice to see him on his forehand.
There we go. So we stuck with the Moroccan on the right, and like I say, he's just building momentum now really well through the heat. His confidence is up, and you can see it just coming through in his surfing. But that first turn of Luke was really good, so hopefully we will get the replay of that. So this is a real fight. So it is a QS1000 quarterfinal, and you've got to be right. Of course, the end goal here is finishing in the top of the rankings for Africa and getting your ticket punched for the Challenger Series next year, and an opportunity at qualifying for the World Tour. So it's been a nice move over the last few years, Emma. We used to have one qualifying tour for the whole world, and they've now changed it to regionals. So Africa, obviously, with a very heavy focus from South Africa, which has always been
you know what you're trying to do, and here we see Luke actually on a
and
left.
you now have to
Red
go
on a
through your
right.
regionals to get that ticket for the Challenger Series. From the Challenger Series, you go to the World Tour. And I've got to say, I think it's made things a lot better. You used to have to go do the slog all over the planet, and it was a very expensive and time-consuming chase for qualification for South African and African surfers.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, often soul crushing for a lot of our South African surfers. Here we see live Luke on his backhand. 2 good turns. He's definitely, realized he needs to get a big score here and going slightly harder and more powerful on those turns.
Yeah, right now it's just, I think the point of difference is we look at 2 lovely turns, but Red has really been finding his way to give a lot of scoring. He's had very strong finishes. Look at all 3 of his last waves. He's had the big close-out turn or the aerial finish. And I think that's where the point of difference right now in this heat is that the Moroccan has just found those really, really, really strong finishes. But Luke there with a good score, so it's going to be interesting to see where the scores come in. Right now.
And I think, like you say, when the surfer who's leading the heat has really just tapped into some more radical, innovative surfing, I think Luke's going to have to really just bring a slight extra edge to replace that backup score that he has. And like you say, I think getting the waves that aren't allowing as much opportunity, you tend to get in a cycle of replacing your backup with a very similar backup score.
Yeah, and looking at the scores so far in the heat, Red from Morocco is in the lead. He's got a 6.0 and a 4.77. So really rewarded for that 1 minute wave, and then also the 4.77 for that one that he finished off on now. We are waiting for a score for that last right-hander of Luc Leprant with the 2 turns. He's got a 5.5 and a 4.23. So he's going to need something in that high 5 to 6 region if he wants to take the lead. And now looking at the lineup, still plenty of serves coming through.
From Morocco is in
And
the lead.
I'm looking at it since we even started. It looks like there's actually
for that 1 minute
more
and then also
more swell than earlier this morning.
Definitely, I feel like every minute that's gone on in this heat, the wave consistency is improved, and that definitely starts to make a heat tricky when you feel like you've started strong, or if you're in the position of feeling like you need to catch up and build. But there's definitely more opportunity for the surfers to try improve their scores, and for Luke to, I think, tap into that better scoring, grab the lead.
Yeah, that's for sure. So looking at the lineup now and seeing some nice lines up there. It's going to be a long, well, not a long day. It's going to be a relatively long day for these guys who go through to the finals. We're going to have to surf quarters, semis, and finals. So 3 heats to become champion of the eThekwini Surf Pro. And right now it is the surfer from Morocco, Redouane Regragui. I really hope I pronounced that right. I do apologize, but that's why we've dubbed him Red, so we don't murder his name. Both surfers are checking out. They're sitting pretty close to each other out in the lineup. And of course, it is surfer in red with the priority right now. And Emma, if surfers, non-surfers alike are out there wondering what is priority and what is the number 2 next to your surfer in blue, how does the priority system work?
Yeah, so this priority system is, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a very new system, but when I first started competing, there was definitely no priority system. So we see Red actually taking off with second priority, which means he'd have the first choice in a wave, but manages to, of course, go to the air and do pretty well. He's, pretty much gone to the air on most of his waves. I mean,
yeah, that was a pretty impressive aerial. He really pushed it through into the flat.
System.
Let's watch this here.
So we see Red actually
you see him take off,
with second
drive
which means he'd have the
straight into the flat. It was a pretty committed aerial maneuver from him. Yeah, and
under priority.
Get back to under priority. So it just shows you, when you're sitting, like if we watch the CT right now, in Salvador, point break, much like your home with J-Bay, priority is a bit more of a thing because you're going to paddle to the top of the point and you're going to sort of wait for the cue for your wave. But here we've got like a pretty random setup where you've got multiple peaks. You kind of feel less inhibited by the priority system, and you can get scores when you're in second priority.
Yeah, definitely. And like we saw now with priority, but Red was able to pick up a wave under priority, and surfing a beach break like this, and especially Durban, you definitely are not necessarily in a very tricky position without priority because options. Obviously, you want to be holding priority right now, like Luke is, when you're needing a score and there's only a few minutes left, because if it was the other way around, with Red having priority, he could obviously replace his scores, increase his lead, but also drop in on Luke if he was trying to get a score.
Yeah, and obviously time is ticking now. So Luc Lecront does have priority, but he needs to find a scoring opportunity as we see him steaming out along the line mark. He's looking for that wave, and I have a feeling he's looking for a nice right because backhand is so strong. He's grown up on the south coast, surfing sand bottom right points, and he really does have just a well honed backhand attack. But he's gonna need one of the top wave scores of the heat so far
Definitely.
because the Moroccan is really putting under pressure.
Yeah, and we see some waves coming in, but not quite hitting that bank. But there's still some small time left, but there are some waves coming in. Luke, you can see scratching towards the bowl, and like you said, trying to get onto that right-hand bank because he knows he's got a powerful backhand as his go-to strength.
Let's talk about, I mean, obviously on the back, I feel like in smaller, sort of weaker waves, I generally find your backhand is a little bit stronger than your front side. You can really sort of push with the bottom turn on your heels, and then use projection off the toes, off the top. And I don't know, my personal thing is I think in small waves, your backhand is always going to be a little bit more deadly, and you're able to get slightly higher scores.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's watch this now. This is Luc Lecront. Takes off. He found the right. He'll float over the section. Bam! Throws it up into the lip. Gets another one. Now he needs a little exclamation mark. Throws it up.
Shit.
He's loving it. Make sure you ride out of that turn.
Yeah.
Because you needed to finish that ride.
Yeah, and I think that was a good example of, like you say, on those smaller waves, you on your backhand, you definitely can get slightly more vertical, slightly more in the pocket, and the judges do reward that. We'll see a replay now.
We'll take us through this one. And this is one of the biggest waves of Luc Lecront.
Yes, so I like this first floater. It was wise because that section got a bit fast, and that turn was, I think, where all the points were. And then he did well to also still finish the wave with a claim.
Takes off. Yeah, so like you said, we knew he was looking for the right hand and wanted to get that backhand. This is a replay from Red, Morocco. Another big aerial, but this time you just see the ankles failing down the landing. That actually could have been a bad landing for him. But I think Luc Lecront, this is going to put the judges under pressure because quite a different way from what we've seen the scores for the surfer in Morocco. Let's watch this battle. Now Red up and riding. He gets a little floater too on the back end, but he's not going to get another opportunity on that one. So now we sit, the heat is over. We hear the countdown from Mike through on the beach, Mike. Luke, did he stand up in that way before the goal? We don't know. And now we will get to you, I think, Emma, through. Let's watch this battle.
Yeah, and here we see Red on the left. Good turn, but unfortunately not much else. And I think, Luke, we were waiting on that score, and he would have seen the spray off the back and knowing he needs to try and improve the scores he currently has.
Oh, and as you watch the footage there, you can see the score came through. Luc Lecront, absolute relief there, and I got a feel for the young Moroccan.
Oh.
He really did put a good heat together, but Luke, through the Hail Mary, he was patient, he waited for that big set wave, Emma, and he put it together.
Paid off. Yeah, he did, and I think, we saw Red going to the air and bringing some innovation, but sometimes just that speed, power, flow, a hard off the bottom, a hard off the top is often what can pay off. And I think he did well to get a wave that allowed an opportunity for great flow, a strong second turn, and a good finish.
Yeah, so first quarterfinal of the men's is done here in Durban. Some stressful times for the young South African there. He had to wait for literally the last 3 minutes. We now go into quarterfinal number 2, which is Jose Faulkner out of Jeffreys Bay, Luke Sullivan from Cape Town. But before we go there, we are going to cut to an ad break. We'll see you for quarterfinal number 2 just after this. events. Welcome back to the eThekwini Surf Pro Sabona. Welcome to the lovely sunshine and winter here in KZN. Emma Dill and I are on the mic from Umtunzini for myself, which is about 200 k's north. We are doing everything via the web for the first time ever. And we're straight into quarterfinal number 2 in the red. Jose Faulkner, no stranger to competition. Surfer from Jeffreys Bay. He's an absolute ripper. He's been on the Challenger Series before, but the first wave belongs to Capetonian surfer Luke Slipham from the Dutno, getting a couple of nice backhand hooks in the lip to open the heat up in the glare, the Durban glare. And interestingly, Emma, looks like Luke has chosen to surf the Dairy Bowl, not on the New Pier side of the bank, as we see him throwing another little frontside punt there.
Yeah.
And interesting game plan.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's going to be an interesting game plan with both surfers able to go to the air. We know Luke and Jose are no strangers to the air, and both probably after that bowl wave. But that's definitely an interesting call. We'll see if that starts to pay off throughout the heat, as we see a replay here. Starts off quite fadey, but he manages to connect it to the inside, and amazing to finish strong.
Interesting game plan. Yeah, and interestingly, Luke has been a very successful surfer on the Junior Series, and he's got some great results. Recently picked up a new sponsor, joining the Vans team, and he seems to be enjoying that little bowl down on the dairy side against the North Pier. And we didn't see in the last heat anyone on the dairy bowl. No one went down there in the previous heat, but Luke's obviously been watching the lineup, and he's decided that he can see a lot of scoring potential. And we spoke this morning about it. There's only about 100-meter stretch between the two piers, but there are about 3-4 very defined wave zones in that small space.
Definitely, and I think it pays off kind of picking one. I think I've surfed a lot of heats in Durban where I've been between both peaks, spotting the one peak on the right and the one on the left, and then end up being in between, as we see a replay here of Luke. This wave he's chosen to sit on, it starts off fadey, but land an air, it could pay off. But I think, we spoke about the priority earlier. The surfers almost being different peaks definitely helps the priority system, but it all which set the hits the which peak the set hits.
Yeah. Now we talked about Luke being a young guy who's done really well. He was in Sydney and Snapper for the Challenger already. Of course, Jose coming out of Jeffreys.
I think I've surfed a lot of heats in Durban where I've been
guys who's really done well so far,
spotting the one peak on the right and the one on the
for
left.
South Africa, and he's really made some name. Of course, Jose sort of has been a surfer that's really led the charge. Surfers from previously disadvantaged backgrounds here in South Africa. We did some massive fundraising for him in previous years to get into the Challenger. Of course, coming up in quarterfinal number 3, one of the new young surfers with a similar background that is now going to get his opportunity is Paul Samson Chow. And it's so good to see these young surfers who have used surfing to improve not only themselves but to inspire others as well.
Oh, yes, exactly. And I think, obviously having grown up with Jose and both coming from JV, it's been so incredible to see how surfing has just brought so much hope, and not only to Jose but to his friends and his younger siblings and all those who look up to him, and same with Paul. And I think the ocean's one of those things where it's a beautiful free gift, and the more people, and especially able to experience it, to definitely bring hope, and just creates amazing new opportunities.
Yeah, and obviously we're all excited at this the JBA Open is not happening this year because of the Olympics. But there is going to still be a JBA event, and I was so stoked to see that his cousin Angelo serving in the trials as well. So good to see some of the Kelsey's wrist workers waving their local flags at the JBA event this year.
Yes, that's going to be amazing, and they all totally shred. We see Luke on another wave. He's definitely keeping busy in this heat. Couple throwaway scores, while Jose waits for. Oh, Jose is probably waiting for a left, but we'll probably see him on a right.
Well, of course, we talk about Jose. His backhand is so strong. You can see he did go up and JBA circuit kitchen windows and point supers, but he does love his front side. And when I was traveling around with him for the year on the qualifying events, it really blew my mind how he would sometimes choose to surf a left. It was maybe less good than the right on offer, but it was just because he was down to surf his front side.
Yeah. I mean, I have gone down to the beach, rocked up at point, which we all know is a right-hand wave, and seen Jose going left. So he definitely can to hunt down a left, probably because there's not many on offer. Steven Sawyer is the same. Anywhere you go in the world, if he gets even sight of a crumbly little fadey left, he will be on it.
Well, talking about the JBA locals, and he'll be out later in the Longboard semi-finals. But also, one thing I can tell you, well, let's look through this. This is Luke Slyton from Cape Town. The little check turn to start. You know he's going for the big punt. Wow, got that thing so tail high. And Luke watched the heat this morning, saw Red getting the scores for the punts on the front side. And we talked about this, Emma. On the backhand, Luke Depron, Jose, they are able to really drive the board a little bit more vertical on these rights in the small conditions. The front side guys are going to be going to the air.
Definitely. And I mean, he did incredibly well there. And like you say, got the tail totally out and on a smaller wave too. But I think, with such stacked quarterfinal heats and, Jose in this heat too, able to go to the air too, I think we're definitely going to see the surfers getting a combination of maneuvers winning the heat.
Yeah, and I mean, if we think back when Jose started his first heat, the Challenger Series Snapper, I mean, that was a video that did the rounds and became viral. That backside area he did, because it was a freak show. He absolutely looked like the big man Mary, and that's what Jose's got. He's got that freak show ability where he can pull something out of nowhere and do something that you're not expecting. And you're never safe with Jose in the heat, that's for sure. He can always find a score from nothing. That's the thing, is he doesn't need the perfect wave to get those scores.
Definitely, and I think, obviously he comes from JBA and everyone knows supers as a perfect right-hand point break, but definitely the spot Jose spent most of his time, surfing, training, grinding at was kitchen windows, which can sometimes look pretty similar to Durban. We see Jose on the left now. Starts off pretty fadey, but he'll manage to connect the double up. Good first carve. Oh, and just comes undone there.
Yeah, so he was looking for the air. He knows he needs to get progressive. We called it. We said he was going to try to find a left when he can. And looks like both surfers have actually moved down to that left-hand side of the beach where that dairy bowl is. So deciding that the main break not good. I thought Jose might have gone where Luke was sitting in the previous heat and looked for those right runners for his backhand. So Emma, talk us through this wave.
Yeah, so we see the replay from Jose. It's a classic Durban wave where you take off far out. It's slightly fadey. He managed to grind through. He did one good carve, and I think if he had landed that last air, we would have seen a good score. We see him again on
Now
his
working
backhand.
right, yeah. So that way faded up. You see how it just picks up on the little inside section again. Of course,
Yeah,
both these
definitely.
surfers have spent some time at Huntington in California. And you can see they're quite used to the ground. And it's got to be said, when Pier and Dairy Bowl are smaller like this, in that sort of 2-foot range, there are quite a lot of similarities between this wave and Huntington Beach.
Definitely. I mean, definitely include the hop to manage to connect to the inside, but I definitely would say that Durban is along these piers is a better wave than the Huntington.
Well, certainly earlier in the week, it was a whole lot better. There was some incredible swell during the week, and most of the surfers got to warm up for the event in 6 to 8 barrels. And we would like to have seen those conditions for finals day. But the good news is it is clean, there is swell in the water, and it is very competitive out there. Let's look at scores at the moment in this second semi quarterfinal. Right now, it is Luke Seifert. He started the heat with a 5 and a 4-5. We are waiting on 2 scores. Now down though, and I've got to say, I think Luke so far a little bit stronger on the start, especially that 5.0. That was a really nice big punt on the front side for Luke. But Jose is going to put some scores on the board. He's going to keep the gap tight. Let's watch the paddle here. So it is Jose with priority, so he'll claim this one. Fades it. Now he comes around the ball, throws the backside air, and you can never write him off until he's really gone down, Emma, because he's been known to make that.
Definitely. You never stop filming one of these guys if you're filming them in the free surf, because they will come out the barrel, they will land the air.
So talk us through this one. You could see Luke was having a little look-see there.
Yeah.
Jose claiming it.
Jose had a look at the left, then went right and tried to go big, seeing there was only one opportunity, but unfortunately just didn't it.
And not a bad game plan, because I mean, if we look at that replay, I mean, if he had landed that, that was a highly progressive move. Really put it up and out there. So I think Jose realizing that if he needs to get through to the semifinals, he's gonna have to do the radical stuff. He's gonna have to really impress the judges with extreme surfing. So you see these guys sitting so close to each other. And one wonders, the first heat all the way to the right on the nucleus side. The second heat was all the way on the dairy bowl, and we have to see what quarterfinal 3 decides to do. I've watched both now, so they've got that advantage. And of course, coming up in the next quarterfinal, it's a big heat. It's the young man from Cape Town that's been on an absolute roll, winning in Port Elizabeth earlier this year. In Cape Town at his home break in Long Beach. He's been to Liberia. He's got a crowdfunding campaign to get him on the Challenger Series. Paul Sampson. He's up against Durban royalty in James Jurkovic.
Yeah. I mean, Cape Town and Durban have definitely brought up some incredible surfers. Like you said, Paul has just really been on a tear this year, and yeah, I mean, to see him surf, it's kind of similar to with Jose. You have absolutely no idea what you're going to get, but you know, James obviously being a true Durban local, and his dad being one of the biggest locals, he definitely knows this wave very well. So it'll be interesting to see where he chooses to sit, having watched the first two heats and both heats choosing different strategies.
Yeah, Jimmy, of course, known for charging big stuff. He really enjoys it. But having watched most of his junior career, he is a highly competent small wave surfer. And like you say, he's got the advantage of having grown up surfing this wave and knowing all of its tweaks and foibles. Here goes Jose Faulkner, big, powerful, goofy footer out of Jeffrey's Bay. Two turns out that way. Just had a little bit of a crease on it, so not giving him the closer. And a little bit of frustration at the end for Jose. But still lots of time on the clock. We're sitting there on the 17-minute mark. Talk us through this one, Emma.
Yeah, so he took off and it looked like it was going to offer him a bit more war. He did well to kind of keep in the pocket, but definitely lost a lot of his speed going into that final turn and kind of leant a bit forward, maybe also out of frustration, and ended up falling there.
Yeah, a little bit of the wounded porpoise on the end of that wave.
Yeah.
But this is the thing is wave selection at small dairy and new pair is so important because you do get those ones that fade out. This was Luke on another wave. And wow, big first turn.
Big first turn.
Cameraman got thrown a Mickey there, and he definitely got the second turn too. So I'm not seeing the whole wave, but seeing the spray. I'm assuming that Luke Slipen is looking at a good score there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think more, I mean, obviously the criteria is always quality over quantity, but definitely on a wave like today, where a lot of the waves, the longer waves, they're a bit fadey, a lot of grounding in between. But like Luke, if you take off on a wave and do two strong turns, starting well and ending well, you're definitely going to be rewarded. And it looked great.
Yeah, so we're going to wait for those scores to come in for Luke Slipen. And I can tell you that Luke already has the score. It's a 617. So one of the strongest waves of the morning so far. His first wave was a 5.0. He is out in front. Jose Faulkner with a 3.33 and a 3.23. So he's got a bit of a fight on his hands now. He's in combination, actually.
Yeah.
Luke with a heat total of 11.17. Jose 656. So Jose is going to have to find not one, but two scoring rides. And Emma, no surfer likes to be put into combination because it's just that added pressure of having to be replaced by the scores.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, surfing is one of those sports where that pressure is what really throws you, because I know if this were a free surf, Jose could probably take off on an insider, get a massive air in and land it. But, when you have pressure in a combination situation, you want to go safe, but you also want risk. So we see him grounding into the inside, doing well to stick with it, but definitely needing the wave to double up for him to get a good score. I mean, that was the Jose we've kind of been waiting to see. And I think that's going to give him a slight confidence boost too, because that was a great turn.
Well, let's look at that one. So if we dissect that wave, slightly bigger wave, as you see him taking off on this one. Not too much on the outside, but keeps the rail sort of busy, gets two turns in. It's the third, all cutbacks though, but it's right here that we're looking at. Bam! Just absolutely laid the layback in. Certainly a dynamic, powerful maneuver.
Definitely, and you could see a bit of relief there for Jose, because like I say, you see what these guys can do in the free surf, but it's pulling it together in a heat when you're needing two scores. So do you wait and hope for a set and surf safe and strong, or do you just try build while there's a bit of time and waves kind of constantly flowing through, and they're not all guaranteed to hit that bank?
Well, if I look at Jose's sort of arsenal, my advice to him is maybe it's time to unleash, it's time to get busy, and you don't necessarily need the best wave to get the good score because he has got those big dynamic crazy maneuvers in his back pocket. So I think that was a good start there. We're going to wait for the score to come through. But Jose looking good to out of combination. I feel like he should get in that 5 sort of point region that he needs to get out of the combination. And then he's going to have to quickly try to find another score. Looks like a bit of action out in the lineup. We see a bit of intent here. But it is Luke using his priority. He's going to have to go left, and I think Jose should start playing poker because he's sold them on that one, Emma.
Yeah, the classic, you know, priority situation where you want to be holding on to priority, but when that wave comes, you also want to show that the guy who's got the priority should maybe be going and you can wait for a better one. And Jose to picking up waves wherever he can. We actually see him now on another left.
Wow, I'm just riding straight over the wicket. Bit of pressure on him there. Wow, went to the air. So that would have been a really good wave for Jose. He had a nice little hook on the outside and gave the big punt. And if you'd been able to ride out the second maneuver there, he definitely would have been in the mix. And you could just see the pressure maybe adding a little bit there. And he needs the score and wasn't able to get it. Let's watch this one, Emma.
Yeah, so that first carve was trying to get back into this end section, but like you say, he just unfortunately wasn't able to land that, and it's definitely what he's needing to get back into the game. But there's 5 minutes left, and I mean, if we look at the wave count in this heat, there are definitely enough waves going around, and definitely enough time for both surfers to potentially replace their backup scores.
Yeah, so now the game really starts. 5 minutes on the clock. We're waiting on scores, which we feel like he might get a score, but it's looking like it's coming just a little underneath. So he's still in a combination situation. He's going to need something. Oh, there we go. The score does come in. It's a 5-1-7. So now he's out of combo. He needs a 6-0-1 to advance. And he's in second priority though. So interestingly, you would think maybe just they would break away from Luke and try to find a peak where he could get that scoring opportunity. But still deciding that they both need to stay on this peak they've been surfing the whole heat. If we look at that lovely shot, Emma, that's one of the biggest sets of the day coming our way right now.
That is, and hopefully it's coming into the peak where they're sitting now. We see a paddle coming in.
So Luke Slipen took that one off of Jose. So here we go. He has to cut back. You see how long that wave faded, but he's still working it. Now the wave stands up on the inside bowl. And Luke, lovely power hack on the backhand, gets another one. Will it give him a little closer? It's a little bit of a turn there. But it was that first turn as the wave reformed and hit the bank. It's going to be the money turn for Luke.
Definitely. And as we've seen, you know, with all these waves, there's that one money moment where we see the surfers really just getting on the rail and hitting it hard. And Luke did well too. Oh, that was an amazing backhand turn. I think he was hoping to get another stronger close or finish, but there was that one moment that I think is where the waves are at.
Yeah, and in the background, I did see Jose take off on the wave behind it. So it was a two-wave combo there. I'm not sure what happened on Jose. He is already backline there, so I'm feeling like not much happened on that wave for Jose. But he's backline now, so he's got priority. 3 minutes sort of on the clock. It sounds like Jose has got a wave. So let's watch him now. Faulkner, lovely little hook in the backhand. Gets the second one, really works the tail. Now he's going to that back section. He's got to get onto the inside anchor. Now he's going left. So started right, switches around. Nice little hook. Can he finish this one? Bam, throws the fins over the top. He loves it. I've got to say, Emma, that was one of the strongest waves, if you think about it. He took off on the outside, a couple of strong backhand maneuvers, and then absolutely transitioned through the middle section and got onto the left hand with a strong finish.
Yeah, and we saw he actually started that wave with a great turn. We haven't seen too much of that throughout this heat. Managed to change direction, stick close to the foam, and then this closeout turn was definitely where he was stoked, you can tell.
Yeah, and I think you called it. You really got it right there. Is the strong thing for Jose there is that he started with a strong turn on the outside. And most of the waves this morning have just had that sort of punctuation mark on the last turn of the wave. So the judges, if you look at the criteria, need to reward a strong opening turn. I think that is going to be a proper score for Jose.
Definitely. And yeah, I think, Jose growing up in the J Bay area, Hansi's famous words is goody goody, start with a good turn, end with a good turn. And that's definitely what we saw today. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges reward that. We're also waiting for a score, I think, on Luke.
Yeah, there was a way for Luke. It didn't look like he managed to pull much on it. So now, just like the last two, we're finishing with a big question mark. What did Jose Faulkner get for that last wave? You see him asking the judges, like, what more do you want from me? I think I got it. He needed a 601. Now, if we look at the first wave, that 617 from Luke Slipen, I have to say that it must have been tight, but we will wait for those scores to come in. I've got it open here on my app, and when we get back, we'll have quarterfinal number 3. We'll also give you the result for quarterfinal number 2. So we'll be right back after this ad break. All right, we are back. If you're just joining us, welcome to the warm and balmy waters of KZN, Durban, the Golden Mile. We are here in Dairy Bowl, 2 of the most famous surf spots on the eastern coastline of South Africa. And I'm joined by Emma Dill. My name is Kai Linder. It's great to be back on yourself webcast. Because we're webcasting from home, believe it or not. I'm sitting on my couch Zululand watching the surfing just like you are live and commentating as is Emma, although she's a little bit closer to the action nowadays. Of course, grew up in J Bay, Emma, which you call Durban home.
I do, and I'm definitely a fan of, like we can see, these warm winter days. J Bay is definitely not as warm as this today. And, Durban has got such an amazing, beautiful morning culture. I'm sure everyone would have seen on the beach this morning as the sun was rising. There's hundreds of people on the beach running, cycling, walking, swimming, and surfing. And it's definitely what I love about the Durban morning scene.
Yeah, it is quite a scene down there. Everyone comes and walks and hikes and all the coffee little shops and restaurants. And it really is a scene. And of course, pretty much the home of competitive surfing. If you look historically at competition surfing in South Africa, in the Gunston 500, Gladina through the years, and a whole range of juniors and things that have happened. With your early sort of Sean Thompson, growing up in Durban, and it really has been a breeding ground for South Africa being one of the strongest surf sort of cultures in the world.
Definitely. Yeah, and I think, one of the amazing things about especially Durban is we've got quite a few father-son combos of some really great, well-known surfboard shapers in Durban, and their sons top on the ranks, and even in some of these quarterfinal heats. Yeah, and I think if you're wanting to get a better understanding of the waves like or what kind of board you would ride in conditions like today, throwback, but there's that Stab in the Dark series that they ran in Durban with Dane Reynolds.
Yeah,
Wow.
for sure. And we talk about father-son combos. Of course, Jason Ribbing, one of the most well-known surfers out of Durban from the past, and his son, James Jimmy Ribbing, there, putting a couple of hammer blows into that right-hander at the dairy bowl. Emma, this was some
Wow.
good surfing to start the heat.
That second turn was so good, and then still ends it so well. I mean, James is no stranger to this wave, but I mean, you see him on those massive barrels all over the world. But like you said earlier, he has such a strength in the smaller surf too, and just an amazing read on the ocean. I think he definitely, having a father so involved in the surf world and surfs a bunch himself, you definitely seem to understand the ocean almost as though you're understanding him talking to you.
Yeah, is the second surfer in the heat, Paul Sampson, having a look, surfer in red. Now, Paul's got such a story. He's been on the scene for a very long time, out of Muizenberg in Cape Town. And, he's used surfing, like we've seen from a lot of kids in the past, to really lift himself up and find inspiration and focus. And he's had such a year already, as we see Jimmy just working that right-hand bowl at the dairy. Wow, just hammers into that second turn. So the power surfer from Durban has come out guns blazing. And Paul, who's had some results, he won in Cape Town early in the year. He's had a second in Liberia, and had a really positive year competing. He's going to be feeling the pressure now because James is going to drop two pretty solid scores on him. And if I look at the comparison here, Emma, James, very much a power surfer, really lays into it. Whereas Paul, much more technical surfer, very good in the head, absolute arsenal of aerials. And he's going to be looking for those big boosts.
Definitely, and I think both these surfers, I would really, describe them as surfers who have such an amazing understanding of the ocean. I think, Paul's surfing a lot of his time at Muizenberg. You're really forced to learn how to read the wave and the most of a wave. And James, growing up in Durban, same situation. And you could see James on his first wave, not that he played it safe, but he used some great power, managed to get his 3 turns in. And then on the second wave, after a little confidence boost, you can see he sort of in some innovation and is definitely going to, I think, build throughout the heat.
So just having a little look back to the last heat, it was a 5.33 for Jose Faulkner on that last wave. He needed a 6.01. So Luke Slyton holding on to the win and moving into the semi-finals where he'll meet up with Luke Lapront. And now into quarterfinal number 3, it is James Ribbing with a very, really, very strong start. And looking at the replay here, Emma.
Here we see his backhand. We went to the air, massive air, but unfortunately didn't land that. But like we said earlier, I mean, I've seen Paul land some crazy airs, so I'm watching closely one of those. But like you said, James had such a strong start, so Paul is going to definitely have to start getting some scores under his belt.
Yeah, and Paul is quite a diminutive little character because he's not a big guy. So he's light and he's got that to his advantage in these smaller waves. And like you said, coming from Muizenberg, I mean, it's a longboarding, very slow moving, sort of flat wave. I mean, it does have its days, but when you've grown up surfing Muizenberg, I mean, just to be able to get into a place where you are doing airs on demand, it's not really known as an aerial wave. So he's really pushed himself to be a progressive surfer at a spot known more for longboards. And there he goes, bam, just lofting a massive air reverse. And if he had stuck that, I mean, he would have been game on.
Yeah.
But one just feels like he hasn't quite found his rhythm yet. We've seen him fall
Yes.
now on the back end and in front.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like you say, if you can do an air at Musenberg, I think you can do an air anywhere. But maybe needing to just surf in a way you can get some scores in, but he goes massive to the air, but just unable to land that.
Yeah, it looked good. Like his travel time, he was on the board, just sort of catching the rail on the landing. So I think it's only a matter of time before he does pick one of those. And
Yeah.
then he's looking. That was also one of the bigger waves we've seen this morning. So if
Yeah.
you've been able to stick that air and then look for another two to three maneuvers or another strong closeout maneuver, he would have been looking at one of the scores for the day. If I look at the scores right now, so we said James Rubbing started strong. That first wave came in at a 6.16, backed it up with a 4.5. So Paul Sampson now with a 2.5 and a 0.5. He's going to be feeling the pressure. He needs to get a score on the board. And I feel like you called it now when you were saying, Emma, that he needs to maybe just calm himself down a bit, get away, work some turns, build a score, get something to work with, and then go back to sort of unleashing that sort of incredible aerial surfing.
Unleashing the beast. Yeah, and like, I mean, James obviously sitting in the position most people want to be so early in the heat, but Paul will keep busy. And I think, like you say, he managed to get on a bigger set there and look good. And, a lot of these guys are landing these things that they're trying in the heat. And there's a part of you when you're surfing a heat, when you try the same thing twice and you feel like you haven't landed it. There's also a part of you that wants to just land it and kind of get back into that positive mind you're in when you're free surfing, knowing you can, and then continue to build. But with heats on a time limit and waves are limited, I think there is an opportunity where, not that you surf safe, but you definitely try just get a score on the board and then build.
Here we go. Paul takes off on this one. James had a look, decided against it. Gets a nice first carve off. Now he's racing down the line. We knew he was going to the air, and that time landing it in the flats, claiming it. Might be a little bit of a question mark on the run out there because the wave kind of left him behind. So we'll leave that up to the judges. But certainly got the board straight out the water there, and that was a pretty solid looking aerial.
Yeah, and he was stoked with it too. He took up on one of these waves where, like the others, not much in the beginning, chose to rather get as much speed as possible and make the end count. And he,
Yeah, I think he landed that pretty clean looking at the replay. And that was certainly, I think, the loftiest punt we've seen this morning. Really got some good height out of the wave.
Yeah, that air was very impressive. Yeah, I think on waves like today, there's not many opportunities to go big, but there are little opportunities in between, that final closeout turn, and you don't want to be missing those, but you also need enough speed to kind of go into Black Paw, a massive air like that, and come out of it clean.
Yeah, and Paul's definitely going to be looking at a good score, get back in the heat. It's going to be a tight finish. And I mean, if I looked at the quarterfinals, the one guy I don't think anyone wanted in these conditions was Paul. Here goes Jimmy, though.
Yeah.
Started with a nice turn. Now he's going to go to the air. Throws the punt. He's got to pet the kitty a little bit to get the landing there, but he did get it stuck. So Jimmy's just putting his hand up. He's saying, look, I don't just have the power game. I'm part of the new breed of surfer, and I certainly can do the airs as well.
Oh, definitely. I think lucky us and everyone on the beach, we're in for some good entertainment. And here we see a replay of James. Oh, straight back to the air too. Like you said, stroke the kitty a little bit, managed to ride it out.
So game on in this heat. We are in quarterfinal number 3. And a big battle here between James Rubbing up and riding. Got the nice little carve there, and then boom, threw the fins around. And solid little two-wave maneuver. If we compare the last 2 rides, Emma, Paul's, the turn really was negligible. just like a highline trim into the section. The air was really big. On Jimmy's wave, a nice powerful hack in the bowl to start, and then the air as well, but maybe, the air maybe not as impressive as Paul.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like I was saying earlier, you take off on a wave, and I think it's also definitely something I struggled a lot with moving to Durban from J-Bay. You take off on a wave in J-Bay, and when I came to Durban, you're just looking down the line and kind of just long wall ahead of you. But Durban's one of those waves where there is always a great double up on the inside and a closeout section, but you also don't want to be missing the moments in between. So, like you say, Paul's strength was the end and maybe missing a couple sections to get there, but James definitely maybe the strength was in that first turn and then still ending well too.
Well, looking at scores coming in, Paul Sampson awarded with an 8.67, so the first excellent score of the day. The judges deeming that aerial to be the most impressive maneuver of the morning, and he now jumps into the lead with an 8.67 and a 4.0.
Yeah.
Jimmy Irving with a 6.17 and a 5.23, so he's not too far behind, but he is going to need to find a score. Paul's total a 12.67, James on a 11.40. So really just a point in it, point one. But James is going to need to find a solid maneuvering wave, maybe just get a combination turns in. And watching the paddle here, the priority is with Blue. So James now reacting, nice little punch off the top, deep bottom turn, hooks it off the top, and a third turn, and a fourth. So that is a solid response from James.
That is definitely a solid response from James. And I think playing to his strengths, he's just got such power and incredible flow. And he managed to bank in 3 super strong turns. Paul answering back, probably going to go to the air, and he does, and lands it.
Well, you just know he's going to go to the air, don't
Yeah.
you? Especially in these conditions. Nice little first turn there from Paul, and then getting the tail high right out. But looking back at Jimmy's wave, I have to say, if you look at the scores today, not many surfers have put in 3-4 solid maneuvers. So let's look at, he really wanted this one, Emma.
Yeah, and the first turn was great, and obviously, but definitely read that wave well. That wave definitely had a bit more speed than a bunch of the waves we've seen ridden today, and he just did well to surf powerful and strong, and end well.
And the replay from Paul, talk us through this one.
Yeah, so Paul, great first turn, but definitely you can see his eyes just on that end section. An amazing turn, but smaller wave. And
well, let's look at the 8.67 for if you compare that wave to that last wave, both had a small, like a turn, and then the aerial. I like that second aerial because it really was into the flats and he stomped the landing as well. But I feel like the previous 8.67, that air was quite a bit bigger.
Yeah, that definitely was. And when this heat started, you see James getting that early start, playing to his strengths and really just having such great power. And then, Paul going for these airs, and you're thinking, let's rather get a score. But when you see the airs landing, you realize that's why they're going for that. And it's definitely going to be interesting to see what his backup score will be.
Well, I think, if you look at the criteria, it's top to bottom surfing, multiple maneuvers, and the judges rewarding James Robink with a 7.33. So definitely puts his hand up. But that last wave of Paul Sampson coming in at a 6.67. So he responded immediately, and he's still in the lead. And it's now the point of difference. Both surfers with sixes. Paul with the 8.67, James with a 7.33. So Paul's really just put the pressure back onto James. He's sitting with a heat total of 13.5. Paul with a 15.34. So this is definitely the highest scoring heat of the morning so far. We look at low score counting for 6.17 for James in this. So This is going to be a tight finish for these two surfers.
Yeah, the battle of the speed, power, flow, and the aerial game. It's definitely going to be a battle, but I mean, we've definitely seen in this heat, we've seen some better quality waves, and we see Paul up and riding again on a smaller one. Managed to get a quick turn in, and definitely focused on that end section. Quick little air, but still manages to kind of grind through. But I don't think that air was necessarily the same as or same caliber as the airs we've seen him land in the heat.
Well, it was a nice one because it was a little front side punt, and I always love the fronty. A little hook off the top, and he worked his way down. That wave kind of had a little bit of a lump in front of it. It's all front side punt. Not the cleanest out. So I don't think this will go into stop two. But, every time he starts building up momentum, you can see that back arm pumping. Paul Sampson is looking for one thing and one thing only, and that is the launch. We're approaching the 5-minute mark now, and James Rubin leads an 8.02. So we look at the 8.67 for Paul Sampson. Like I said, that first card really for me was negligible, not really much point scoring. All of that 8.67 came front side air. And James now getting a 7.33 for solid maneuvers. His 7.33 maybe just held back a little bit on the variety side of things for very similar looking turns. So for me now, James has got to be looking for a quality wave where maybe he can get two of those big, powerful turns and maybe back it up with a closer over the area.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, with such a high scoring heat, the surfers are really going to have to try bring the edge on the scores that they have. And like you say, James, we saw on that 7.33 did some very strong, powerful surfing, but maybe quite similar, the turns. And that might have been what held back that extra few points or points difference that he could have got on Paul.
So we see Paul now, he's showing some interest in this one. Nice looking little right ball. He's just rubbing his hands together at least. There he goes. Nice little whip off the top. Now you see the arms pumping. He's going to be. He's just got that air rope on lockdown. He's like, hallelujah. Another one in the bag. But one has to ask the question too now is if we look at the judging criteria, the judges want to see a bit of variety. And if I look at Paul surfing through the heat, it's been incredible. But, maybe lacking on the variety. There's one chink in his armor right now. It's that he hasn't done anything really different. It's been that front side turn, big air reverse. He does it beautifully, but I don't think it's going to ever go to that 8.67 scale because he's already got the score doing this.
Yes, definitely. And I think, like you said, it might not quite reach or tap into that, but we see James with priority now and paddling for a wave.
Let's watch this carefully. He decides he doesn't like that one. So Paul's like, oh, well, thanks, Tom. I'll go. Starts with the aerial. So there we go. A little bit of a different approach. Unfortunately, not going to give him, not going to give him a second or third maneuver, though. But just changing it up. I think you've got to be aware of that, especially at this level. So if you're going to take off and do exactly the same thing on every wave, the judges are going to start looking at scores. So you better look at this one in.
Yeah, so decided to do the air first, which maybe what we've been chatting about, realizing he has had waves that have all been pretty similar, trying a different approach, but the wave kind of just shutting down. I think both surfers are in a tricky position. They've got technically great heat totals and higher than the last few heats, but James is going to have to wait and try replace that 6.17.
Yeah, he is looking for a big score too. Needs an 8.02. We've seen an 8.67 in the heat already for Paul Sampson, so I would not write James Rubin off. He's the local here. He knows the wave so well. He has got priority, so he's got everything he needs. He's had white water rolling in now. looking like it's going to reform. A lot of paddle and look at those waves, but decides not to go. Sounds like Paul went for that one off camera. There he goes. Alley-oop this time. Oh, I think maybe Paul had a little headset on their hands and he's listening to the webcast. James has a look at this one. You see him look over his shoulder and deciding that that's not going to. I think that was a good choice. That was absolutely crumbled. But he's got one. Now we've got to keep our eyes on Surfer in Blue. The game
and I think
all on here.
It's a hard position to be in. Both surfers having completely different approaches to the waves, but both, I feel, surfing incredibly well, incredibly strong, great strategy. But it's definitely going to come down to James needing an excellent score.
Yeah, and we'll see the swing across here on the replay. It's a big lineup for these guys to follow. Unfortunately, not getting the replay there, but now we're watching Blue. We had a little think on that one. Paul had another wave on the inside. He's kept so busy. Massive wave count, just keeping himself very busy. He's had almost like 8 or 9 waves. Here comes the countdown, and that is going to be another win for the man on the fairy tale journey this year. Paul Sampson from Muizenberg in Cape Town. He really is just having a stellar year. He's won a QS1000 in Cape Town. He got a second at the first African Championship event in Nigeria. And now on to the semifinals here at the eThekwini Surf Pro. And Ian, it's going to be said, the man's confidence is really
His confidence is definitely, but I think Paul, someone like Paul was Paul's story. He's inspiring so many people along the way, and if I look at the scores, it looks like he got another 8-point ride. I'm not sure if he's injured there or if he's just incredibly stoked with his score, but we did see him sitting on the beach and James walking up.
He was taking a knee there and thanking the Lord. But Jimmy, I've got to say, unlucky there. See the two guys shaking hands. If you'd been in any other heat so far this morning, James Ribbing would have easily won and been through to the semifinals. But it is Paul Sampson going through, and the Cape Townian stellar year continues. Very stoked for that young man. We're going to go to an ad break before we come back for quarterfinal number 4. It is going to be a cracker with 2 of them. Welcome back to Durban. It is the eThekwini Surf Pro QS1000 men's and women, as well as Longboard QS1000 for men and ladies, the only longboard event in the country. And it's going to be a good time. So let's have a little look-see at what's going on. Paul Sampson, wonder kid from Muizenberg in Cape Town, taking a huge heat from Jimmy Ribbing for Durban local. Highest scoring quarterfinal so far, and it was a cracker heat. Joining me on the mic is Emma Dill from Durban. Screen grab of Durban, the warmest place to be. The water certainly is the warmest, but it's been a bit chilly in the mornings and evenings. One of the coldest weeks I can remember. So looking at the heat, I'm just looking at the heat in the lineup. It is our 4th quarterfinal, and Geordie Marie, one of the standouts in the previous round, with the highest heat score, the goofy footer from Cape Town, up against a guy that grew up at this very wave that now calls Cape Town home, Luke Thompson. And you've got to say that the previous heat was a showpiece. I think we're in for some action here.
Totally in for some action. I think, Luke Thompson's our Durban star. He has had some incredible heats and also obviously grew up surfing these waves. And Geordie Marie, a couple of years ago, but like you said, put up such a good score yesterday. And these guys are good friends, have surfed many, many heats together. It's going to be an interesting heat for sure.
And I have to say, Luke Thompson coming with a new strategy, bright pink, to make sure that the judges can
Yes.
Luke with a little bit of a head injury, so he's just wearing the cap to protect himself. I think it's a very interesting color choice that he went with a bright pink. I think
Yeah.
maybe his mom chose that.
A lot of the surfers, growing up, I remember when you would come to spraying your board, everyone would go bright as possible, so the judges can see anytime your board goes above the lip line. And here we see
There's the opening.
Luke.
Nice little first turn, finishes with a second. You see that bright pink swimming hat on his hook. And I think that was just a little loosener. It was quite a small wave. Two top little hacks in for a little half a footer.
Yeah,
That was just to sort of get the limbs loose, Emma.
we'll see a replay here. Good first turn, smaller wave, manages to kind of cut back, but yeah, I think we're definitely going to see some bigger scores, some better waves throughout the heat. As we get a view of Luke's right cop.
Yeah, exactly. So looking at the lineup now, 2.5 comes in for the first wave we saw. And Geordie waiting patiently.
I feel like the waves have kind of changed again. They seem to be changing every heat. We see Luke on a quick in and out.
Yeah, it's there's variable beach break conditions in Durban. A bit of a dying swell. So you'll still have those pulses, but I think there'll be bigger gaps. And what you'll find is that one heat will have a whole lot of bigger, sort of more powerful waves, and then you get those lull heats. Get back to sort of surfing those inside balls. It's really nice stranger to this little stretch of beach on the Golden Mile. And he has a slight advantage, but of course, Geordie is no rookie. He's been surfing pro juniors and pro events in Durban for years, so no stranger to beating between the pairs.
Yeah, and obviously, Kai, you I feel like have tried every board under the sun. With your previous you were running, but on a day like today, I can't help but think, obviously I'm not competing, but when I was competing, when you look at conditions like this, you see those bigger sets with like some powerful sections and you think, okay, I know exactly what board I'm going to ride. And then you get some lulls or some of those waves that start off fading, but then manage to double up to the inside. What kind of board do you think you would pick on a day like today?
Well, I definitely would have gone to the epoxy today. You want something a little bit lighter, a little bit more reactive, maybe a bit more pop, and definitely you want a little bit more flotation because the waves are not that can be. So if I was looking at this, certainly be looking at the carbon or epoxy. I'd definitely be looking for the small wave gravel boards. So for me personally, I'd be choosing a board. I'd be on something like Channel Islands Rocket Wide, or a board that is designed for gravel waves. I'm sure Luke's on one of Smith's boards, Smith shapes. He's probably looking at something with a nice squash tail, preferably in the epoxy or carbon. It's going to give him a little bit more pop and a little bit more flotation to get down the line faster in these waves.
Yeah, and we've seen Geordie, I think Geordie, he knows the type of scores he can get, and we all know how he can surf. And you'll often find his strategy in heats is to wait for those bigger waves. Where Luke, we've seen on the inside a few times, trying to keep busy, and both surfers sitting on different peaks.
Yeah, they're on opposite sides of the beach from each other right now, making life hard for the camera crew. See the lines coming in, not too much action about that last heat. It was just off the wave. Paul keeping super busy, Jimmy filling in the gaps. But this heat is a bit of a slow start. Let's watch the paddle. This is the goofy footer out of Cape Town, Geordie Marie. Really accomplished surfer. Beautiful backhand snap, but just the one maneuver.
Yeah, it's a pity that wave didn't allow for more, because that was such a strong backhand attack. Geordie definitely is no stranger to that backhand attack.
Yeah, and talking boards, of course, Geordie, long time surfer on DBG out of Cape Town. And just looking at him as he took off on this one, pretty much on his standard shortboard. That's the board that he rides. It's a foam board. It's definitely not the epoxy from what I can see. So Geordie going for just his stock standard shortboard. The board he rides every day. The board he rides in every.
Yeah, and I think this, like we've seen today, there's some slower moments in the heats, but there are such fun waves when they do come through, and your pick of a left and right.
Yeah, we've seen a few lefts. We've seen a few waves that have started as a right and been finished as a left. I think and it's going to be interesting to see what score comes in for Geordie. One maneuver wave, but he really did throw that tail up into the lip on the back end. Nice way to start the heat for the Capetonian. Of course, like you said, these two surf a lot together with Luke in Cape Town.
Yeah.
And the whole family moved on the Thompsons. Shout out to Mommy D. She's chewing her fingernails right now watching the surfing. Luke Thompson taking off there. Here we go, the pink cap. It's hard to miss out there, and unfortunately blows the tail, but just washing off the back on that one.
You can see the wave. It's not got as much power as I think it looks like. And Luke maybe going a bit hard on that closeout turn. We can see the start of it now. He worked hard to also get there, and unfortunately not able to complete that. But yeah, we know Luke can bring it in, and there's still some time for both surfers to replace their scores. And I think both surfers will still get two waves each that will be their counting scores.
Yeah, and we spoke earlier in this heat about it. You get these lulls. Today's going to be one of those. Definitely, some heats are just going to have to grind it out, and some heats are going to score a nice run of slightly bigger waves to bank a bit better. The good news is both of these surfers are quite used to grinding. They've both got huge competitive backgrounds, all the way through the juniors into the pros. So I think we'll see some scores coming through the course of the heat. Seeing a few lumps and bumps out there now on screen. We've already playing the patience game. He's got to be one of the most experienced competitors in South Africa right now. He's really good his dues in. Took a short break from competitor surfing for a year, and has come back refreshed. And he's really, really good. And I know he is hungry to get to that Challenger Series. It's one of his goals.
And I think sometimes a break is exactly what you need with surfing. I know when I've taken a break from surfing, I come back surfing sometimes slightly better than I was before. Surfing is one of those sports where you almost can't try too hard, but with competitive surfing, you need that balance of working hard, trying hard, but also just trusting what you've put in before the heat and hoping it comes together.
Well, I think, you've got to still enjoy it. You've got to have a passion for surfing. And I think when you compete a lot, you can lose that sometimes. You see a nice backhand crack Luke Thompson, your inside bowl. And looking at the screen now, Emma, you can see how that water is sucking the beach there. So the tide really has drained out. And I think if we look at the dairy bowl side of the beach, that maybe get a little bit better when you get the push and put more water starts pushing.
Yeah, definitely. Some more consistency too. We saw Luke on the right. This is that replay of the wave earlier. We didn't manage to finish it, but we did see him get another wave, which we'll probably see a replay of too. And paddling back out. Definitely one of the slower heats, but hopefully as that tide pushes, the waves will start to get more consistent and improve.
Yeah, so looking at the heat so far, Luke Thompson sitting with a 4.33, a 2.5, and Jordan with a 3.0. So nothing major. When we look at that last heat, we had 8 sevens and 6s across the board for both surfers. So there certainly is high scoring potential out in the lineup. But so far, Luke and Jordy just haven't really been gifted with anything from the ocean. I feel like both of these guys are capable, of course, of massive scores, but kind of need the canvas to do that. And wow, Jordy just shuts me up right there with a massive backhand turn. That wave goes minuscule, but he gets another turn in, and that's one of the more powerful turns we've seen this morning.
Definitely, and I mean that turn we saw in the beginning of the wave that did shut you right up was just so clean and powerful, and I think that's definitely what's needed now as this heat gets a bit slow and both sitting with very similar scores.
Yeah, I've got to feel that will be one of the biggest scores so far on this heat. That first turn, really power. Talk us through it, Emma.
Yeah, for me, that's the money turn, and he did well to just keep back in the pocket. I think he was hoping to get something big at the closeout turn, but still managed to finish it. And he did well to ride through that flat. I mean, the wave lost a lot of power at the end there, but he was able to finish it. And like I said, I think definitely the best wave of the heat.
Here we go. The pink cap is up and riding in the West. That was Luke Thompson too. Nice little backhand turn. So quick reaction to Geordie's wave there. And now he redirects, and this is what we saw in some of the other heats. Is starting left, possibly going right. He's hoping for this little bowl, and you see the experience surfing a Durban. Nice frontside hack and gets the closeout maneuver. So two different directions, surfing backhand and frontside, and getting two nice turns on the outside, two solid turns on the inside for the combo.
Yeah, I feel like the wave actually kind of doubled up in a way where it felt like it got a bit bigger towards the end. And, you know, as he was coming through that fadey section, it almost felt like the wave was over. But he managed to really bring it back and come alive at the end there.
Wow, well, talk about a reaction. You would have heard from the beach commentary, Geordie getting that first wave, and Mike Frew on the mic was talking about that first turn. Finding a wave on the outside that gave him scoring potential all the way through. Nice variety, and I think that's going to come in as a solid score for him. Right now, with a 5.33 and a 4.33, and Geordie had a 3 and a 4.37, but we are waiting for some scores to come in on the last exchange. And now it looks like we're getting a bit of a pulse. There's a bit of a lull in the seats, now a bit of a pulse. You see Luke steaming back out to the outside. So I hear on the beach commentary that the last I've read came in at a 4.47 to join Geordie's 4.37. And we're going to wait for the score for Luke Thompson as well. So still those medium range scores out. We haven't really seen anyone break into the excellent range yet.
Yeah, both surfers seem to have, I mean, obviously a natural foot and goofy foot, but both getting very similar scoring waves. Like you say, more in that medium to average scores. But both surfers having that one turn on the wave that was that real wow moment. So it'll be great if we can get another flurry of waves and see the surfers having more of those moments on a wave, because there's been quite a lot of work to get them that one moment that they both got on their waves.
Yeah. So quarterfinal number 4 is Luke Thompson now in the lead with a 5.33 and 4.33. So you got a 5.33 on that last wave. It is the highest scoring wave of the heat. Geordie getting a 4.77, pretty much for that one turn on the outside. And before that, a 4.37. So super tight heat. How's this for heat totals? Luke Thompson 9.66, Geordie 9.14. So 0.5 separating the two surfers right now. Anyone's heat, Emma.
Anyone's heat, for sure. And both these surfers, I feel like we've seen them surfing well in this heat, but we know that they all have more to give. Luke having to let go and let Geordie go because he was sitting with priority, but that wave didn't offer too much.
That right there is that situation where he's like lost, he's lost the wave to priority, but it actually worked out well.
Was it worth it? Yeah, exactly.
We see some lines.
That priority system can either work for you or against you. It's really something you have to kind of be so aware of, but also not too aware of, because it can start to mess with your mind. I think when you're sitting with priority, you'll do anything to keep it, but when a wave comes, if you're in a free surf, you would know this is not a scoring wave, but because you're holding that priority, you almost feel like, oh no, I must go. And you'll often see that happening in heats with surfers.
Well, I think Luke would have had a little chuckle within backline now, because they do know each other very well. Sucker! People from that one lost their priority, and now the heat leader has got priority back, and you'll see that in cap is sitting right on top of Jordan Marie, down to under 7 minutes. So it really has been one of the slower heats of the morning, especially after the action we had in the previous heat. And right now it's going to be Luke Thompson who is going to go through the semifinals against Paul Sampson. But Geordies, don't count him out. There's a 4.9 requirement for Jordan Marie. He's sitting on 4.37 and 4.77. So I feel he just needs to find the right wave now. He's got to get something with maybe 2 to 3 sort of opportunities for maneuvers. And of course, Geordie also very capable in the air. We've seen some big scores in the last 2 areas.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, when you're in a position like this where both surfers are sitting with such similar scores, you definitely want to break out and far away from what the current highest or backup score is. We see Geordie paddling for a wave now, but not offering enough, so he chose not to go. Doesn't lose priority though, because he was in second priority, so he's trying his best to find something under priority. But you can see Luke and his pink cup is following him every stroke he takes.
Yeah, that little pink cuppy is hard to miss. But it's game on now for Geordie. I mean, he's under priority, so he can paddle for anything. He can test it. Sometimes this is the thing about having priority, is sometimes it's almost like a crutch, because you don't want to risk it on a 50-50 chance. But sometimes those 50-50 chances, especially in random beach break like today, can pay off. And, I think back to just some of the heats yesterday in Salvador. Quite a few of the guys and girls winning the heats were winning those heats under priority, getting sort of insiders and getting scores.
Yeah, and those double ups that kind of hit the bank, which this one might too for Geordie, but unfortunately not. And for Geordie, I mean, needing a 4.9, not much, but he definitely needs a wave that allows him to put that real powerful surfing to test.
You can see how shallow it is out there right now. Ryan Logan, the water cannon, waist deep. He's not even swim. He's just standing there waiting for the shot. So Geordie's going to have a look at this one. Doesn't really pop up for him. He's trying to tempt Luke to something so that he can get the priority back. Right now, he's pretty much going to paddle for everything. So out the back. And
We are
Geordie's
due a
just got
set
to keep doing
soon.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Geordie's just got to keep doing what he's doing. Go for everything. There's a possibility of a score on any wave out there. You might just find a little two-footer that pops up on the bank and gives him a boost point to go for a big air or a massive turn.
Yeah.
And I mean, 4.9, you can pull that off quite easily.
Definitely, and I think this stretch of beach, along these piers, that's what makes it such an exciting, great wave, is that you can be sitting in a pretty random each time and still manage to kind of pick up those freak sets that come through, or one of those waves that start off ends up picking up and doubling up on the inside. So it's definitely not over. And I think finding the balance of keeping busy, but also not too busy that you're in between the peaks the whole time.
Yeah, that's for sure. So in the background, you can see longboarder in the lineup. We will be going into the longboarding semifinals next. We'll start the semifinals with the ladies longboarding. Watch the paddle now. This is the surfing ray from Cape Town, Geordie Marie. So power hook in the pocket. Gets the second. If he can find the closeout maneuver, and he does, you'll semi-climb there. That could well be the score. 1 minute to go. So now has Geordie swung the pressure for the last minute?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Geordie surfed that wave for the size it is incredibly well. He managed to get speed from the takeoff. That turn was great. He fits in another one and then still kind of grinds through and closes. You can see Luke watching from the back. I always find it interesting, in this heat. Are you someone who watches your competitor take off a wave, or are you just someone who won't watch, focus on your strategy, and waits to hear the score? But there is a part of it, and seeing maybe a surfer kind of looking close to the score, that encourages you to kind of get on it a bit quicker. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Geordie gets for that. It was definitely a smaller wave, but he surfed it well.
Yeah, but again, wasn't looking for a massive score to get into the lead. In the fours, he had a 3-turn combo. I look at the whole heat, and he had a countdown in the background. So Luke's not going to get a chance to respond. So now we wait for the score. And this is Luke coming in. All right, so here, Mike Frew in the background on the beach mic. That last wave was not enough, coming in under the requirements. So it is Luke Thompson just holding on by his fingertips at the end there, but he'll be through to the semi-finals. Emma, now we change focus, we change tempo, because we're going all the way across to almost an entirely different sport. In fact, we're going to move into the longboard. I'm very excited to see the ladies semi-finals.
Yeah, and this longboarding event, after the break, we'll see it coming onto the screen. But we've got some great surfing ahead and a good day ahead.
We'll go to an ad break here at the eThekwini Surf Pro. When we get back, it's ladies QS1000 longboard action. Right, so we are back in action, and we see surfer in blue up and riding. It's a beautiful morning in Durban. The waves are a little on the small side, but I've got to say they look just dreamy for some log surfing here in the longboards. In blue from Cape Town is Taryn King, a multiple SA champion. She has represented South Africa at the ISA Longboard Games in El Salvador earlier this year, and one of the staples of the longboard scene here in South Africa. Up against her, another young lady from Cape Town, Clara Stubbs. Of course, her dad, Dave Stubbs, a legendary shaper, especially for high performance longboards and epoxy longboards. And Emma, Cara is definitely one of the new school of ladies longboarders coming through the ranks.
She is, and Cara's definitely the new school ladies coming on the ranks, and I feel like the last few years has just built in her competitive surfing so much. Taryn's been around in the contest scene for so long, but I find she's also building in her competitive surfing and this event obviously just being so important for all the longboarders in South Africa. This is the event to help determine and see who qualifies for the World Longboard Tour. So this is a massive, massive event for longboard surfing in South Africa.
Yeah, because no Challenger Series for the longboarders. It's just the regional events. Of course, we've seen Stephen Sawyer in the men's competing on the World Tour for quite a long time. He's had some fantastic results. Of course, is a past world champion, but it'd be so nice to see one of our South African ladies out there competing on the tour. And I feel like the ladies longboard scene has really exploded off over the last few years. Longboarding has grown in popularity. If I look at, the whole Muizenberg scene and the whole Durban PE scenes as well, J-Bay, the Point locals, longboarding has just become more and more popular, especially amongst the ladies. There just seems to be so many ladies getting into longboarding.
It's definitely got more popular, and I think what's beautiful about longboarding, it's one of those sports where you see such a mix of age groups on the World Longboard Tour. You've got some groms that are kind of getting into the continent, some of the ladies who are moms to a couple of kids and are really still breaking ground on the longboarding scene. But yeah, longboarding is definitely one of those sports where obviously slightly slower than shortboarding, more graceful, more technical, but no matter your age or stage, there's quite a opportunity to keep growing in it and keep growing in your skill.
We're watching the paddle here is Cara Stubbs. Tony, lovely little fade into this one. You now see her getting to the nose, gets the 5, bit of water chucking off the nose there. She goes over the bumps, and that's going to force her off the back of the wave. And it is tricky conditions for longboarding today, but there are certainly waves up there. And here's Taryn King, the experienced competitor. Like I said, a multiple SA champion. Again, just washing off the back. So the trick here, Emma, I feel, is going to be that link between outside and inside. With the shortboarders, they kind of go to the Huntington hop and get that connection. On the longboards, you're going to have to be very, very careful about where you choose to nose right, because on both those waves there, you'll see they both got stuck in that midsection on the nose.
Yeah, and walking to the nose, we're hoping it will kind of put through. I mean, Cara was so getting back into that reform, but unfortunately just coming off the back. And the same happened with Taryn. I had my little taste at longboarding, and it's crazy how when you walk to the nose, you want to get in that critical section of the wave, but it's a lot harder than it looks. And yeah, the surfers definitely needing that power to help them connect the wave, because like you said, they're not winding and grinding through.
Yeah, and it's interesting because quite often on a shortboard where you want to get that little push down the line, you do tend to go up to the nose to try to get the run.
Mm.
So you see the replay from Terrence where a little cut back, gets a second, you see going for the nose, and then just the wave washing out your so in longboarding mode, when you get up on the nose, you really want the board to be in flow. You need to be in the power of the wave, because that allows you to get that lift under the nose, which then supports your weight and allows you to ride the nose properly, and especially if you want to get into the 10. So all 10 toes over the nose, which of course is sort of the pinnacle of longboarding. So you've got to get that combination right as well. You've got to be able to do the maneuvers, you've got to get those toes in, walking, and of course you've got to cross step. Shuttling is badly found in longboarding circles. You've got to get
Yeah.
that clean cross step, and you've got to get that flow between turning the board, driving it down the line, and also getting the toes on the nose.
Definitely. And I feel like both Cara and Taryn are very good on the nose and very good at that cross step, so it'll be up to who is able to hang on the nose in the most critical part of the wave, and a wave that holds them through. We see Cara up and riding on a smaller wave, cross stepping through, hoping it pushes through, but unfortunately coming off the back. Taryn on a bigger set. Taryn's strength is definitely always, she seems to always be on the best waves in the heat. Manages to cut back, and I think Taryn has an incredible repertoire in the surfing. She's able to throw that board up like a shortboard, but still able to gracefully cross step at the right time and slow it down when she needs to.
Well, of course, she's also a multiple champion in SGP, so stand-up paddleboard. And if you throw a stand-up paddleboard around, you're not really going to struggle with the longboard. So she's a multi-sport champion. And like you said, this little first wave was a bit of a small.
Yeah. But that back one was definitely the wave of the heat. Bigger wave, allowed more pitching. Yeah.
So let's watch the wave at the back.
Okay. Yeah, so as we saw, Cara's fading out, but Taryn able to get speed and start walking in a critical part of the wave. She also managed to connect all the three, and there's hang 5 is where it's at. She cuts back into the foam and able to finish that wave.
Yeah, so I think definitely I look at that first score coming down was a 617. Backed it up with a 383. I think she's going to be replacing the 383 there. I'm critical and look at the nose ride, and not right over the edge of the nose with the toes, just a little bit short. So I think the judges will be cognizant of that. But we think judging is very short. When you move into the longboards, it's just very, very strict. You've got to be so close to the criteria. And if your toes are not right over that nose, they are going to get back on the score.
Yes. I humbly remember a longboard wave I had at point, and getting to the nose and claiming it being so stoked, and Stephen Sawyer telling me that shuffling and sliding your way to the nose is not hang 10, does not count. You've got to do the whole cross step, toes over. So yeah, it is definitely a lot more technical than it looks if you're just watching from the beach and watching the surfers gracefully walking to the nose, especially like Cara and Taryn do. They are incredibly graceful at it. It is definitely a lot harder than it looks. Exactly.
Nothing quite like a world champion. Not actually.
No, only he told me loud and clear.
So, time counting down in the heat. Let's watch this one live. Cara, nice looking wall. Gets up onto the nose, walks it back. You can see the bumps affecting her, but she holds on through the turn. Looking to be her best ride of the heat so far. Nice little cross step to her. Back to the nose and just fading out on her. But good opening sort of section to that ride. And I really like the fact that she got the trim. She got that lovely walk to the nose and held it.
Yeah, great style. And a nice cross step cut back too. Definitely the first half of that wave was where the points are at, and definitely where you could see she being able to get on a better, bigger wave. She had the confidence going into all those maneuvers she went into. Her waves before this have kind of just faded out quicker than she would have liked.
Yeah, so we see scores coming through. You called it that previous ride of Blues and King coming in at a 7.33. So adding to the 6.17 and putting Cara now in pretty much a combination situation. But I feel like that last ride of Cara's that we're waiting on the score might get her in that situation. She's no longer in combination. If I look at the size of Taryn's waves, 6.17 and 7, that might just be the one thing that lets Cara down scoring. So we have to wait and see if she can get a 6.18 get out of combination that last ride.
Yeah, this heat definitely seen a couple more waves than we have the last heat. It definitely is a little bit trickier to connect through to the inside, but we have seen an increase in waves and consistency, so we are looking good. Hopefully the girls can get another set and for Cara to back up her score. We see her taking off now.
Starts with a little redirect. I like that. Now going for those, didn't get to the nose now. You see how with the wave, we spoke about how important it is to be in that curl of the wave if you're going to be riding the nose. They're out in the flats and just buried the nose immediately. I love the start. A really
Yeah,
nice
I
start.
love that
Good redirect.
direction. Yeah. She looked like she was going for the right and able to so strongly just change direction. It was so unfortunate the wave didn't have enough power to hold her there because she was definitely looking like she was on her way for a good score.
Yeah, I was definitely looking like a good score, and I feel like she just needs to find a way that gives her the scoring opportunities. She will be able to get the scores that's required. The problem for Cara now is that time is counting down. She's in a combination situation. She's got someone in the heat that's so experienced, and
Yeah.
it's kind of tough too because most of our longboarders are generally used to surfing 4 people in the heat.
Yes.
The strategy in sort of 2 people in the water is so different.
Yeah. We see Cara keeping busy on another wave. That was a great walk she was able to do in a bigger critical section of the wave. She's looking at changing direction now. Manages and unfortunately just doesn't get through. Wave seems to be fading out slightly more than what the girls have been watching all morning. But she's definitely building on some scores here and keeping busy.
Yeah, I feel like just maybe holding that nose ride just a bit too long.
Yeah.
Maybe feeling the pressure. Here's Karen up and riding. I saw Clive to start things off, and waiting for the walk, waiting for the section, gets the toes on the nose, and again washing off the back. So it's a little tricky for the longboarders right now. It's not a
Yeah.
it's not holding its line. You've got those fades, you've got those bumps, so it's making it a little bit difficult for them to read. And I have to say though, that was a great nose ride. You really did get the right over on the.
Yeah, that was a great way to start the wave. And then to still redirect like that, it's a pity the wave obviously didn't have the power to keep her going through, but I really liked the way she walked on that first wave.
I mean, Karen,
Yeah, Taryn is, you can see she's just very experienced when it comes to surfing heats and knowing she's needing to replace on the 2 scores she has, but unfortunately that wave also just fading out. So there's not much time left, and both surfers not able to really finish their waves because of it fading on the inside. But Taryn's definitely sitting with 2 great scores, and we have Cara, I think, wanting to know how much time's left, putting her arms up. Not much time left in this heat, but there have been some fun waves that both ridden. So we get it.
back. I'm back.
Oh, I thought I booted you.
I'm closing off all my other apps and devices because
Mm.
we're trying up the bandwidth here. And of course, it's an interesting one. We're doing a first ever year. Emma and I are not at the beach like we usually would be in the commentary booth. And we are sitting at home. I'm on my couch, connected to my internet at home. There's Ems, got the cupboard in the background.
Boards on the one.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not
and
quite a ocean background, hey?
yeah, but making use of technology, of course, especially being in South Africa, and Africa, we don't have the budgets some of the other countries have for these smaller events, and we've got to be careful about how we spend money down here. So saving on travel expenses, saving on hotels and all of that stuff that inevitably pushes the budget up. So trying something new to try to keep the costs down, and your feedback, if you're out there listening, is always welcome, even if it's a bit negative. It's not the end of the world because we want to work on this. And a big shout out to Greg Kitter and his team for putting this together. As we saw the replay there, Terrence is hitting the bumps and going down.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you to Greg Kitter for all the time showing us who aren't so technically challenged. I mean, who are pretty technically challenged. All the little buttons we need to know how they work and what they do at Universal Broadcast. Yeah, it's amazing to feel part of this event, even if I'm not sitting there right now. And definitely, yeah, I think there's been a little bit of an improvement in the waves again. Maybe with this wind picking up, it's almost pushing in a little bit more swell. We see Taryn on another wave. Nice turn.
That was a nice turn off the top, and then just as she was coming on the section, got the bump off. Seeing a couple of lines in the background as well. Cara's looking like she's going to have a look at the back wave. So let's see if she gets the score that she needs. Still hunting a big score. Here we go. Surf and Red up and riding. Beautiful looking wave. That's one of the nicest looking waves you see in the morning. It's a little highlight carve, a nice carve back into the white water. Now she needs to get the combination of maneuvers up. She needs to get a walk in. There we go. Starts it, gets to the nose. Can she ride out of that one? And again, just getting washed off the back. I feel like if she'd been able to get off the nose there, just ride up, and looking at a really good score.
I think she would have been looking at a great score. She once again started the wave really well. It was a nice bigger wave. She had a lot of speed going into it, but unfortunately, just getting caught as that wave out as she walked. We see Taryn. She managed to fit in one great big turn, but not much else. Both girls able to pick up another wave, with not much time left. We'll see a replay of Cara's wave. Some birds in view to show off. She did well on those first two turns of that wave, and was definitely, you can see, looking to get that opportunity to walk. Just unfortunate that that wave wasn't able to carry her out, and maybe just an opportunity, maybe cross step back to the foam.
Yeah, I feel like maybe needed to. I think she was feeling the pressure for the nose ride. She knew she needed to get a stepping nose time in, but maybe that pressure just forced her to go for it too early. I think she would be better off cutting back into the power pocket and waiting for maybe the inside step to try to get that nose ride in. But the pressure of getting at this level, you can't just keep turns. You do need to combinations, and you do need to show that you're walking the deck and doing with the nose of the board. But the joy of longboards in these small conditions is she fades in, that you can catch a lot of waves. And Cara has see nice little nose right now. I think she needs to stick with this because we've seen a lot of these waves reform. And another little redirect now, so she's still going. And this is the first time she's managed to get through to the inside section. Right on the nose there, but still going here. Will she get the close out? Oh, I'm able to get that close out maneuver. could have been an interesting score for her, but you can see how shallow it is there.
Yeah.
For the first time in the heat, doing well to get through to that inside section.
Yeah, I think she did well to keep with it. You can see she took off pretty far out, and this wave started out looking like it had a pretty big walk, great nose walk there, and then the wave closed out, but she did great to stay on it because, as Durban's famous for, is that reform double up on the inside, and if you're on a longboard, you are guaranteed to make it all the way through. She did some great walking on the inside there, and she obviously went up for that closeout turn, but was unable to ride it out.
Yeah, so around 4 minutes to go, and 7.33 and 6.17 for Taryn King in the lead. Cara with a 6.27 and a 4.0, so she's clawed her way back into the seat. She was in combination at about the halfway mark, so she really has fought back. And now not needing her. Wow, look at that nose ride on that outside. Taryn with a really good redirect now off the whiteboard. It goes into the left, gets the carve. This is turning into a great ride for Taryn. Can she get out on the floater? And she lands it. So combination of maneuvers, combination of directions, and can't wait for the replay on that one.
Yeah, Taryn looking strong. We were able to get a glimpse of her with a great nose ride. I'm not quite sure if it was a hang 10 or hang 5, but we'll see here now on the replay. She has such a polished way of walking on that board, and the change in direction is exactly, I think, what she needed to hopefully maybe even replace that top score she's already sitting with. So here we see the replay, her on the nose. She manages to get a little rebound off the foam and then redirect to the left. And sticking in the foam, I think, was wise to not kind of walk there, but end up just hitting or throwing the board up for that float.
Yeah, that was a solid ride, and I think she's going to definitely improve on her situation. Looking to place a 6.17, for me, probably the wave of the heat so far. So she was lucky that she got the nose right on the outside, and then she was able to concentrate on doing the turns. Lovely little redirect, and the pressure is now going to be put on the younger lady in the post up because Taryn is showing her experience there. She waited quite a while for that wave, and definitely.
Yeah, and I think that's a bit of a dream situation for Taryn, surfing a wave like Durban, where you have your opportunity for walking on the nose, on your forehand, rebounding off the water, and then going a completely different direction and allowing the wave, or making the most of the wave, reforming all the way to the inside. And Taryn, as you say, is a well-experienced surfer who has surfed many a heats nationally and internationally, but you can definitely see with her polished surfing and read of a wave that she knows exactly what she needs to do to replace the scores she currently has.
Yeah, we saw Cara up and riding there, but going down on the whitewater section. Because these two will know each other super well. They both surf on longboarding, and they both surf Musenberg together all the time. So they know each other very, very well. And it's got to be said, in surfing, there's these great battles. And, it's always competitive, but even more so in the longboarding, everyone's friends, and there's a pretty good vibe in the water.
Yeah, there is, and like you said, they're all friends, and there's really an amazing sense of community in the longboard scene. Shortboard too. I think surfing definitely creates community and brings a lot of good vibes, but in the longboarding, you see the friendships still carry over a little bit more over into the heats and the shortboarding. But it is always hard surfing against friends. I know surfing a lot of heats with my sisters. There's a part of you that you know what you need to do in the heat, but you also feel a little bit more blind when you're snaking or paddling past your sister or friend.
So that is the end of semi-final number 1 in the ladies longboard. Well done to Taryn King. She goes on to the finals. We go into semi-final number 2. So briefly, Crystal Hewlett from St. Francis Bay up and riding there. And Josie Middleton in the red. in Josie, one of those surfers I don't know too much about. She's a little bit new for me on the scene. I've seen her compete before, but I've heard good things. And Crystal is also one of the most ardent campaigners in longboarding in South Africa. She's been an SA champ. She's been around the world representing South Africa. And of course, is our current our world champion, Stevie Sawyer's partner in crime too.
Definitely. And I think there's something pretty special about not only dating a surfer, but someone who's in the same world as you. And I know that they both share love and interest for shaping, surfing, improving their surfing, as we see Josie opting to go left, shuffling to the nose, and might look at a redirection. The wave kind of now opting to go right, walking and keeping busy, but just unfortunately getting a bit beaten by that inside. Both these surfers, Crystal and Josie, have such graceful, great styles. So it's going to be great to see the two of them battling it out.
And one thing, I mean, I'm going to just look at this wave quite critically, is she got into it, had to wait for it a little bit, very graceful there, but just watch the stepping here. See that shuffle right there. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, that's where the judges are going to get a little bit negative. So you can't be shuffling. Yes. You've got to get those feet right across on the cross steps. So just a little point of difference there that she's going to have to look at. And it's not the easiest conditions there for cross step. This is where it's going to be really difficult for longboarders. The wave is not stable. It's changing, it's fading, then it's sticking up again. And it makes getting on board pretty hard. But we did see in the previous heat that Tan and Cara managed to get a couple of nice walks in. So you just got to kind of measure the wave and try to really read those sections where it allows you to get up onto the nose and back again.
Yeah, and I think really wave selection comes into play today, especially on a day like today. For Taryn and Cara, both getting a lot of waves, but both experiencing waves fading out when they were trying to walk to the nose. And then we saw with Josie's wave, walking to the nose, but having to cut it short because that wave just doubled up and closed out so quickly. And when you have such a big longboard like that, I think you're not really wanting to come up and find it in two. So having to really just read the waves and wait for. I think the sets today are definitely the better waves, but they're quite few and far between. So you don't want to be too patient.
Yeah, I think that was what played into Anne's hands, though, is that she got 2-3 of those nice bigger ones on the outside that do have the reform, and was able to get some score up on the outside sections before directing and surfing through the inside with the more traditional surf in the pocket. So see a little look here, Littleton having a think, but going to paddle over it, and I think the waves are highly competitive. It's just like you say, you've got to choose the right ones. So it's going to be an interesting battle. This, but like the last heat, you've got the two different experience levels. Much like Taryn, Crystal has been in this snowboarding scene for quite some time, even though she's young, and she's got so much experience in these situations. So it's going to be a battle for our surfer, and Red. She's up against a seasoned competitor.
Yeah, and Crystal also spent a couple of years living in Durban, so she knows this wave very well. She knows this little, like we said this morning with the shortboarding, there's definitely things that come into play with surfing in Durban where I feel like there's a bit of a local advantage. And Crystal has spent a couple of years here and might have a few of those secrets up her sleeve. She spent a lot of time surfing these bowls most mornings before studying.
It's interesting because when you think longboarding in South Africa, obviously you think of Java, you think of Port Elizabeth, Cobble is classic, and the whole PV scene is very strong. But there actually is a very, very strong longboard community. There's a know Crystal tapped into that when she was living there. I know you've spent a couple of weeks with the whole crew, Christy Gilmore,
Yeah,
Sam. And,
yeah,
really is a big team and a big base of support for the longboarders.
definitely. Yeah, yeah. I think there's a huge. I mean, I guess what is great. We mentioned earlier about her Durban, the Durban city in itself is there's such a morning culture, and with a lot more people getting into surfing or parents wanting to get their kids into surfing, a lot of into the longboarding in a way that they can do it together or have a bit more of a community experience. We mentioned in the preview that the longboards definitely has a strong community feel. We see Crystal on a good set wave. She walks to the nose quickly, great cutback with a bit of style and flair, and you can see how polished Crystal's walking is. Shuffling. She's doing her best to get into the sort of power spot of the wave. Unfortunately, not able to finish completely, but still a pretty good wave.
One, I've got to say, I think you hit the nail on the head there. It's like she did so well to read that wave, like going for the nose, realizing it's going to back off. She brought the feet back a bit. Beautiful little fade takeoff into this one as well.
Mm.
And then nice looking cutback. I love the little cross step straight off the turn too. She's got one of the best steps in the game in South Africa. She's very accomplished, very elegant, and
Yeah.
it's showing how strong her wave reading knowledge is there. I feel.
Yes. Yeah. Crystal definitely has an incredible understanding of reading the ocean. And I find, Crystal started out surfing shortboarding events with my sisters and I when we were younger, then transitioned to the longboarding. But Crystal's definitely one of those surfers who can ride all types of boards and all shapes and sizes and really understands, the boards she rides, the waves she tries to catch. We see Josie paddling for a wave. It's looking like a nice wave coming through. She chooses to wait to see where the power is. A bit of a walk, sticking to the foam. You definitely got to stick to the foam today. And now you see the wave kind of building up and just closing out on the inside.
Yeah, so Josie looks really good through some of her steps there. There was one little segment. It just looks like when she gets to a section of the wave where she's a little bit unsure of what it's going to do, she kind of reverts back to the shuffle. So watching Crystal now up and riding long section, having to race around this section. I don't know if it's going to let her. She's going to stick with it. Goes to the Quasimodo there, giving a bit of old school while she has some downtime in the white water. Lovely little cut back into the net. Keeps the board trimming along. She's done very well to get to the nose here. Unfortunately, the wave just fading out on her.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see Crystal, it's the second wave she's got right from the back there where the wave definitely has a bit more power and more opportunity and time. You can see with Josie's wave, the wave was slightly slower and felt like she had to really try read and choose where she wants to walk on the wave. She did well to walk and, maximize that section there, but then you can see the wave just shut down very quickly. It didn't need much time for it to do more. And I think on a longboard, you've got to factor in walking back on a very big, long space. Those boards are not short at all. But here you can see Crystal's wave was a bigger wave with more open face, but did shut down quite quickly. It would have been great if that wave had stayed open, but she did so well to stay on it and kind of hope that, that cutback was great, but hoping that the wave would double up again on the inside.
Yeah, and I hadn't noticed when we saw it the first time, but in the replay, getting to see that quick little five on the outside. So you did very well to just take off and get straight up onto the nose. And it's not easy to take off and cross step straight up there onto the front of the board. So Crystal's showing that she's a very accomplished longboarder. Looking at scores at about the 14-minute mark, it's a 5.33 and a 2.83 for Crystal. She's definitely going to drop the 2.83. And Josie with a 4.17 and 3.5. So it is Crystal Hewlett out in front in semi-final number 2. Of course, if you're just joining us, we're in Durban. It is the eThekwini Surf Pro presented by the City of Durban and the eThekwini municipality. It's so good to have professional surfing back in Durban. And Emma joining me on the mic. I'm from the hamlet of Umtens, 200 k's up the road. And now we see the youngster up and riding. Lovely looking little wave. She got a nice cross step there on the redirect. Cross step again. She's doing well just to keep the board on the trim line here. A couple of nice little S turns, gets to the nose, quick little 5. And much better from Josie Middleton there. Really impressed with how she uses the hips there as well, to keep the board moving from left to right. And when you're on that bigger longboard, that actually helps the board to build a little bit of swing and momentum through down the line. You see a lovely little jab on the tail there from Crystal. Walks it to the nose, quick little 5. Watch her holding the cross step there. That is so technical. Back on the nose, beautiful nose ride. Walks it back and goes around the corner, little float over the section, and some really good longboarding from Mr. Francis Local.
Sure, that was a great exchange we saw from both the girls. I feel like Josie did really well to just read that wave, and here we see a replay, maximizing the opportunity to walk and cut back, redirect, nice clean cross stepping. I think there's definitely been an improvement throughout the heat of her walking and trying to get to the nose and just reading the wave. I think that insight comes so quickly. And
definitely for me, Josie's best ride. And she got to the nose twice, a couple of nice turns, a couple of S turns. She's going to be looking at a much better score there. But it's the wave after this, and it took us through the last wave of Crystal Hewlett.
Yeah, so we see Crystal obviously taking off on a pretty good looking wave. She just manages to get to that nose so quickly on all her waves. And I feel she has such a great read on where that power is of the wave. And you can see her legs are actually a lot busier than maybe realize. And even there, she managed to fit that, I think, incredible nose ride in before that wave shut down. And then still a little tap of the foam. I think that was a great wave.
Well, what's interesting is as we get down to like around the 10-minute mark, is that briefly Josie went into the front. She had a 4.83. Now the score for Crystal comes in 7.17. So the judges are really rewarding that surfing and agreeing with both of us. Probably the best wave we've seen so far in the ladies semifinals.
Yeah, and I find Crystal's surfing is just so polished, and you never see her kind of shortcutting any opportunity to do some clean, proper cross step or bring in some style on a cutback, or just the way she utilizes the wave. There's never a what's the word, like rushing or shortchanging all those sections of the wave.
Yeah, that was definitely the wave so far in the long. Nice combinations. Like you said, she really held that 5 through a hectic section. And just really showing also skill when it comes to feet and how you move the deck of a longboard. So it's still always been a good longboarder, but I haven't seen her surf in a while. And I can see that traveling and hanging with Stevie, they've both been surfing together. I can see a bit of the steez has rubbed off on her because she's looking phenomenal. This is some of the best I've seen from her.
Yeah, she's really looking good. And both Crystal and Steven spend a lot of time in the water, a lot of time even just on your gear and equipment. And I find there's not many surfers who truly understand every little in and out and nook and cranny of the boards they ride. And Crystal is someone who really understands her boards and understands her gear and understands how to read a wave. We see her up and riding again. And if you watch how clean and perfectly she cross steps, you can see she's spending so much time in the water. But unfortunately, the wave just fading out there, and I definitely won't replace her. Well, her last wave we saw was the 7.17.
Yeah, she really is in tune with both the wave and her equipment. Interesting because you don't see in shortboarding really many surfers that have a hand in making their equipment. But in longboarding, it's a lot more of a trend. Like, there are quite a few of the top longboarders on the world tour that make their own equipment. I think of Takayama, in the UK and Australia, and of course Stevie. I mean, Stevie makes his own boards.
Yeah, and I think definitely comes in an advantage when you're out in heats where the waves are kind of out your control, but you feel like, okay, at least I understand completely what I'm riding, and I have a bit of more control over that, and understanding your gear. I think you're presented with so many uncontrollables when you're surfing, so to know and understand your gear well definitely is an advantage.
A big shout out to Stevie's parents, of course, Des, legendary photo from Jeffreys Bay, and handed his skill set down to his son, together as far as surfboards. Always love when I'm in Geneva having a little catch-up chat with Des. Always such a character, and always got so much insight into surfing and surfboards as well.
Definitely.
Let's watch this now. This is Josie up and riding. Looked at the right, still redirect going left. Now looking for the opportunity. A little bit of a shuffle there. Watch the paddle in the background for Crystal. Now we've got both surfers up and riding. We'll stick with Josie. Oh, just catching the front edge there and going down quite hard. That was a pretty big wipeout right there for Josie.
Yeah, that was a bit of a knock there. I think sometimes when you hit the water, it can feel like you've hit a wall, but we'll see a replay here. I think she had her eyes set on going right, but was able to redirect and go left. But this wave didn't have as much power as we've seen on the other waves. She did manage to get to the nose there and then again. You see Crystal in the back with the iconic longboard takeoff. And we'll probably see a replay of that.
You talk about that fall, like water can be like a brick wall. I'm currently sitting out the water for a week because I landed on my ear off in Richards Bay and ruptured my eardrum. So you don't really want to fall like it. You don't want to hit your head in the water because especially your ears are very vulnerable.
Oh my word, definitely. Shame. So how long have you been out the water for now?
It's been a week and I'm going crazy. Right. So watching the replay now of Crystal's wave. So she just fell off the back. So no scoring potential. And a big wipeout for Josie. So situation, 5 minutes on the clock. 717 and a 533 Crystal. Josie on a 403 and a 417. She's going to need a 767 to advance. And Emma, if we look at score for blue is a 717, and that was a pretty impressive ride. Josie's going to have to probably look at replacing both those scores if she wants to take the lead.
Yeah, and I think, with 4.5 minutes left, I wouldn't put it past Crystal to even replace the 5.33 she has. You can see she's having a lot of fun out there and definitely on a bit of a rhythm. And she's sitting, she's lost priority now, but she was sitting with priority. So we'll see if another set comes through for Josie to, I think, like you said, really have to bring it out the bag with what she does, maybe even two you're able to rush, walking with some innovation, changing directions, which we have seen today.
Yeah, but she's got time counting down now against less than 4 minutes of the clock. So she can't afford to wait around. She actually needs to start working any opportunity that comes her way. And right now, she has got priority, but Crystal sitting up the back had a little think on that one, I think. But let's see what's going to happen. Death here in this semi-final. You're just joining us. Welcome to Durban. And it is the eThekwini Surf, represented by the City of Durban, eThekwini Municipality. And a big thanks to them for bringing back professional longboarding and surfing. And here we go, Josie up and riding. Nice looking left. She had like a turn on the outside. Now goes into the flat section, a little bit of a redirect. Now she's on the right. We've seen a lot of these waves today, redirect on the inside. Nice little carve, gets a quick 5. And that wave's going to bottom out on there. So here is the question, was that enough to get her back in the fight? 2 minutes 30 on the clock. All right, we're going to have a few. We're going to have a few glitches through the day. So strong ride from the young surfer here, but I don't think it's going to get her out of that situation.
She did well. 7-point ride definitely has topped that completely.
So both surfers on the inside here. There was a wave for Crystal. So hopefully we'll get the replay. It looks like she did go all the way through to the beach on that one too. So she'll be waiting on another score and adding pressure onto your surfer in red. 1 minute 30 on the clock now.
Yeah, you can definitely see it's a longboard heat when there's only a few minutes left and both surfers are able to get a few waves because of being on a longboard. Crystal on a great wave. She has such an amazing style when she just is cut backing on the wave. She includes some cross steps and cross walking, but unfortunately that wave kind of faded out and she came off the back.
A bit of a commentator.
Yeah.
But I must say, impressive looking wave. I like the big carve on the outside, and a solid nose ride as well. I think just sort of sealing the deal on that one. She's definitely going to be taking the heat with less than a minute to go.
Yes. And both surfers able to get back. And now we see Josie on another wave. Cut backing back to the foam. I think she's going to need to.
7.
Yeah.
I saw a trim line into this one. Oh, it's going down. So I think that is going to be the heat for her. She may look pretty close to it. She may just. You talk us through this last wave.
To double up on the inside like we've seen, but was slightly slower, and I think she was herself. And then the moment she tried to walk and utilize that section, she unfortunately just dug a bit and had a bit of a fall. She's definitely everything on the line on all the waves she's had. We've seen her with a couple beatings, but also some great walks and some great cutbacks. But yeah, Crystal just really with a polished, just a thing, and it was just so great to see her utilizing those waves and just her read of a wave.
Yeah, and I must say, nice to see a big smile on Josie's face there. So we're going to shift into the men's longboard semi-finals next. First, we're going to go to an interview with the previous heat winner. So we will go to that interview now with Karen King.
Cool. I'm here with the winner of the Longboard Qualifying Series Semi-Final number 1, Taryn King. Taryn, you're in the final. You have almost one hand on a qualification for the World Longboard Tour 2024. Run us through that heat quickly and tell us about your thoughts going into the final.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just stoked to finally get some nice running waves. I've been struggling here the last couple of days. It's really different to home, and today it's just so fun. There's a little bank on the outside that's running through, and if you get the right one that connects all the way to the inside, then you're on the money.
And I'm sure your family watching back in Cape Town, everybody supporting on the web feed today. Tell us how you're looking forward to the final.
Yeah, I just want to have some food and relax and kind of, recharge. But I'm super excited to get into the water again later, just hoping that the easterly stays away. But yeah, thank you to everyone back home supporting and cheering. I know you're watching and I love you guys. Thank you.
Awesome, well done, and good luck for the final. Back to you guys.
All right, welcome back to the eThekwini Surf Pro Durban, the Golden Mile, summer and winter, and with some loud cheering going on. This is a great heat. You can see the Sawyer in the red from JB, a world champion longboarder, and up against him in the blue, Campbell, usually from Polito, was his dad, legend surfer Barry Campbell, and Guy now also based in Cape Town. And just look at that footwork from your previous world champion, Stephen Sawyer. He really is just a magical longboarder to watch. And he's always going to come with some incredible footwork on the board. Here goes a paddle for blue, though. Guy Campbell, a very solid longboarder. Nice to see him in the semi-finals. I've been part of the Lembe Surf Riders from Belito with Guy a number of times, and a lekker guy to have on tour with you too. Some lovely surfing from him, and I can see he's been spending a lot of time on the longboard as he goes down on the last turn, but he definitely had some lovely footwork on that wave and getting a couple of combinations in. You see no leash for Guy. Super cut off tail there. Seems to be the new fella. Emma, how's this one?
Oh, I mean, look at that. Oh, my word. That is surely toes over the nose. And he did so well to cut back with some style, throwing the hips in for some speed and finishing it. I think this was his first wave.
Yeah, that was a really nice, strong opener. And I think Guy realizes that he's up against a world champion here. So he's going to have to bring his A game.
Definitely. And I think, when you're up against a world champion and you are an incredible surfer yourself, the judges' eyes are going to be on every little cross step you take and really seeing if those toes are hanging over the nose. You can see a replay now of Guy's wave.
I've got to say, Guy has definitely been spending some time. I'm seeing such a massive improvement in his longboarding here. He's also a very good shortboarder, as is Stephen. And here is Stephen Sawyer out of Jeffreys Bay. Beautiful roundhouse. Look how he drops the knee on that backhand bottom turn. Goes to the nose, and you can see he's got the vulture toe straight over the nose there. Manages to redirect. Lovely cross stepping, so smooth and fast on the steps there. And off, and just showing why he has in the past been a world champion. Incredible longboarder.
Yeah, incredible. And like you said, those vulture toes are definitely what, get the edge on those scores. But Stephen's got an incredible understanding and read of the ocean and even, like we've spoken before, his gear. And here we see him going left first, redirecting right, totally effortlessly, sticking in the foam. And you'll see those toes get right over the nose. Right over there. And it looks like a breeze for him.
He does make it look so easy.
So easy.
And quite incredible, because we didn't see the start of that wave until the replay, was that he actually went left, great nose ride, then hit a big power carve redirect. And what really blew my mind there is how he's able to ride the nose around the whitewater section. Not many people are able to do that.
No, Stephen is definitely another breed of a surfer. But both these surfers, I mean, Guy's sitting with an 8.17 and a 4.3. Stephen with a 7-point ride, just that single wave ride. So I think we're in for an incredible heat.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what the judges give that last wave of Stephen, because for me, that has been the best wave of the heat. But Guy, we said he looked good on that one wave. A lot of combinations, some really nice nose riding, and he was rewarded by the judges on the 817. So I think, like you say, guys come to the party. He's here for a fight. He wants to make the finals of his first QS1000. But I think Stephen's wave here was a phenomenal ride. You see, Emma, how he saw the right, but he decided to go left, straight onto the nose, right back again. And watch how he rides the nose through the white water. And that was real
world-class surfing. I mean, what Stephen fits in a wave, most of us need the whole wave to do, and he fits it in just the first section of it. So it's incredible to watch him surf, and not many people go left 3 times on a wave and right twice on just one wave.
Yeah, I think again you see there through that late section, it's like in shortboarding, everything starts with your shoulders. You know, your front arm goes is where the board is going to go. But in longboarding, your hips are so important. And you saw Stephen there on that nose ride transition. You see him like swinging his hips like right through his central meridian, and keeping the board sort of moving from rail to rail while he's on the nose. And it's really not easy to do. And it just shows how strong he is. And the judge is rewarding that wave with an 8.5. So agreeing with us on our analysis of the wave. And now Guy Campbell will need a 7.34. He's got an 8.17 already, so it's within his realm. He's going to have to find another good score.
No, he is. And I mean, both surfers sitting with 8-point rides, and I think are wanting to improve those. As we see Guy take off now on a quick in and out. Hopefully he doesn't lose that board with no leash on, but he manages to catch it. Sort of a long
for the rugby
yeah, he luckily managed to grab it before it kind of rolled all the way in.
Yeah, it's interesting the whole leash debate in longboarding. Watching the ISA Worlds in El Salvador, you know, was huge for the whole event. 6 foot, 8 foot, and it's a long point. So most of the guys, even the traditional guys, were wearing leashes. But here on the beach, as we see Guy down the line, a nice little tap to the nose there, but has to pull the eject button as that really good. In El Salvador, even the guys who normally don't wear leash, wearing that, because if you lost your board, it was pretty much your heat over, with the swimming.
Yeah.
But most of these guys, most of these guys and girls, if they can get away without the leash, they do prefer it because it makes walking easier.
Yeah, definitely. I think both probably Stevie and Guy surf most of their free surfs without a leash. But yeah, definitely the debate comes in when you've got a 20-25 minute heat, and is it worth the risk? Is it worth the risk of maybe a slightly better and easier nose walk and a possible swim, or to keep the leash on and try push through? We see Stephen paddling far out.
Well, I think on that discussion, you just have to say, it's like when you're looking at the best longboarders in the world, really have phenomenal board control and awareness of what's going on. If you're not one of the best longboarders in the world and you're in a crowd of them, please do put a leash on, because your board is big and it is heavy, massive fin on it. If someone he's going to cause some damage. So,
Yeah.
you know, in the heat where you don't have a crowded lineup, great. You know, go for that niche. But certainly, I'm an advocate. In the crowded lineup, you should be wearing one. Here goes Kai. Lovely nose ride. Beautiful section. Goes up for the floater. Oh, and he's pumped on that one. Don't just climb too hard. There's still some wave and some surfing to be done there, though, guy. And he does get the redirect for a big wide stance turn. Comes back onto the right. Is he going to get another one? Stevie in the background. Oh, he manages down the section there. Even he was surprised.
And we saw Stevie in the back. It'll be great to see a replay of that. Oh, still on it.
Oh, goes to a 10.
Oh,
Beautiful 10. How does he hold the nose through that bottoming out wave? He goes for a switch turn. My goodness.
Oh.
Ridiculous.
He might have seen Guy claiming his wave and knew I've got to replace the 7.
So very good exchange. We didn't even see the front half of Stevie's wave, so hopefully we can replay. But how crazy was that? Not only goes for the float to finish the wave, but switches the feet around and goes for the switch.
Of course he did.
So paddling back out, storming back out. We're going to have to wait for school to come in, switch the replay on our Guy's wave.
I mean, that was a great nose ride, and I think he was pumped with it too when he was able to include a closeout turn. Wave did manage to reform, but not quite perfectly, if that makes sense. And it wasn't the best double up, but he did fit in some more walking, and then still managed to get down on that little extra wobble. But it'll be interesting to compare that to Stevie's wave, which I think we only caught the last bit of it.
Definitely got the tail of Stevie's wave, but what we did see was probably the first clean, 10, because we went to clean vertical 10. Let's watch this one. It was we didn't see the start of this wave. Paddles, a nice little fake, and got into it nice and clean, straight to the nose, nice 5, walks it back, cut back, redirects back into the left, waiting for the section to come. And the timing just spot on here, just gets his move. Now goes to the 5, now watch out. Holding, 10, goes back to the 5 through a very heavy section. Super well done there. I mean, he did finish off with that reverse floater as well.
Jeez. That
So
was,
scores,
I mean, I think.
Sorry, scores come in 8.9 for Steve and a 6 for Guy. So hopefully we will get another because we definitely want to see the highest wave score of the day so far. And Stevie now with an 8.5 and an 8.9 is really put the pressure on Guy. Emma, talk us through this 8.9 ride.
Oh, it'll be a privilege. But Stevie is just, I think it's just his timing that really gives him that extra edge. I mean, you can see even on his cutback, he included some cross steps, and then he just waits. You know, he doesn't rush the wave, or he doesn't try force anything, and then it really just paying off from the hang 5 straight into the hang 10. I mean, that was crazy, and then still includes his little switch foot floater, as if the rest of the wave wasn't enough.
Variety on tap. So, and I think you're completely right. It really does come down to timing. Stevie's timing is just immaculate. He never looks rushed. There he goes again. Nice fade into this little outside wave. It goes down, and Guy surfing so well. He's got an 8.17, so 3 8-point rides in this heat so far.
Yeah.
2 for Stevie and 1 for Guy, so definitely our best heat of the day as far as scores are concerned. But he's got a big requirement now with the Steve dropping 8.9. And Guy, if he wants to get into the finals now, he's going to have to produce an excellent drive.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in. You know, an 8-point ride and a 6-point ride is a great heat total for most heats. But, you know, when you're surfing against a ex-world champ, and he's already got, 2 high eights. There's probably still more that he's going to drop out the bag in the last few minutes. So I think both surfers waiting for a bit of a bigger, better set and hoping to replace what they're sitting with.
And here goes Steven. So he gets that one under Guy. Guy was too wide. Beautiful hang 5 through the section. There's double up on the legs. Oh, nice little power wrap. So Steven's feeling the crew here. Goes straight up onto the nose again. Another big power card. Jeez, if this wave stands up on the inside and gives a bit more, it's going to be another big score. We've already got so many combinations. 10. Holds the 10.
Yeah.
And gets off that. Wow, that is just phenomenal
Wow.
conditions.
Yes, that is incredible surfing. And just once again, that timing and read on the wave he has is just actually unmatched.
Yeah, he is a phenom on the longboard. And the scary thing is, I mean, he is an absolutely ridiculously good shortboarder too.
Yeah.
Destroys supers on the backhand, probably one of the best surfers ever at supers. And of course, has a QS1000 on the shortboard.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, you look at his longboarding and you see how his timing and weighting and slowing down things is his strength. But then on a shortboard, he's as fast as and aggressive as you need. So it's incredible to have such a skill set where you can speed it up or slow it down. I mean, look at that hang 10. That was just unbelievable. He surfed that wave so well.
Never looks ruffled.
Never.
And poised
Ooh,
and just
collected.
really in control. Yeah. Unbelievable. So 7.5 minutes to go in semi-final number 2. Oh wow, a 9-point ride comes in. So he's just built 8.2,
Oh my
8.9, 9. So 3 excellent rides in the semi-final. And now Guy Campbell's going to need a 9.73. So almost a perfect 10 required for Guy. And I got a feel for Guy because he really has performed in the semi-final, but he's just come up against the phenomenon that is Steven Sayer.
Yeah, no, Guy has surfed incredibly well, and his nose riding has been so polished and so clean. But Steven just seems to be on a roll, and I think just really in rhythm with the ocean. The waves he's picked have allowed for opportunity to change direction, walk multiple times, fit in some turns, and that seems to be paying off.
Yeah, and he seems to find those waves that do run down the bank. I mean, he has spent a lot of time out there. He's surfed a couple of events here as well, including SA Champs, a couple of pro events. So he's no stranger to the spot. Guy, of course, is originally from Durban, but then and he spent most of his team as in Belita, though not much of a longboard spot. It's quite heavy. So a lot of the Belita guys do come down to Durban for the longboard. So, and as his dad Barry do. So he really does know the wave. It's just about finding the right wave. And here he goes. So what has Guy Campbell got? This lovely hang 5 through the section. Bit of a bump there, but he held up. Nice little stylish hook. Now goes on the redirect. Loving the style from Guy. Really just connecting the dots here. Goes onto the nose, and that wave just closing out. And another well-surfed wave for Guy Campbell, but Emma, I'm not seeing a 9.73.
Unfortunately not. And he surfed that well, he read it well, but I don't think it's going to, be the score he needs.
Let's hope we can use that to just build a bit of momentum into the last 5 minutes. Like I said, I don't think he got there, but started off strong.
Yeah. He started off very strong. And I mean, I love that cutback. He had great style and power. And I think he did well to redirect and hope for the reform left, but just didn't quite have much power left in the wave. And he did his best to kind of get to the nose as quick as possible and then still get down, but it didn't look quite as polished as we've seen Stephen Endy's waves.
So into 4.5 minutes to go now. It is J-Bay Phenom Sawyer, Steve's Meister. Wow, he really has good Steve's in this semi-final. Incredible.
Totally.
Especially in this
Wow.
9 and 8-9. Highest heat total of the day on finals day at the Pro. Guy Campbell, 817 and 6.0, by no means slouching it. His requirements 973. So he's got his back to the wall a little bit of time ticking down. This next up, we will move back into the shortboards, the semi-finals. For the first time today, going to the men's semi-finals. Here goes Guy up and riding. Lovely little soul arch on the hand 5 there over the bumps. Closing out though. He's going to try to stick with it because these waves have been reforming on the inside. And there we go. Now that wave starts opening up a bit of wall ahead. He's going to have to stick with it. It's another 5. Pets the bit, but that wave's going to fade out.
Yeah. But I feel even in Guy's position, needing an excellent score. I'm sure he is chuffed with how this heat's gone and how his performance has been. Definitely stings a little less getting knocked out surfing incredibly well.
Yeah, and beautiful hang flat there. The guy working through to the inside there, and unfortunately this one just faded out on him. It's a guy with another short there. Maybe get the replay for 2.5 minutes. So looking for the replay here. Let's see what Guy had for us. Stevie is suddenly looking. Stephen is looking at this play. We have got the replay coming. Let's watch. You meant there. Here we go. And the redirect. So you got to keep your eyes open when you're following Stephen Sawyer and goes down on that one. You saw him getting the arm out, like a soaring condor trying to stop the board from running to the beach. And 1.5 minutes to go now. Pretty confident when I say your first finalist in the longboard Emma is going to be Stephen Sawyer.
I think that's a good call to say, and I totally agree with you. When Stephen takes off on a wave, even if it is what looks like a perfect right, it probably won't end having been just a perfect right. So he definitely brings it out the bag and has shown such world-class surfing today. Guy too, and this has been a very exciting heat for me.
Yeah, wonderful way to start the men's semi-finals in the QS1 longboarding. And of course, those are fighting for the spot for Africa on the World Longboard Tour. And Steve has many years there, South Africa's representative. But surfing like he's shown in this semi-final, it's no wonder. He really has shown why he is regarded as the the style, again, we've said the whole heat. Guy really has surfed well. And here goes Stephen. Little swan song, goes for quick 10, back to the nose, fast steps. I mean, cross stepping is not easy. It's showing that he is still human at the end.
He fell. He does fall.
Here's Guy up and riding. So getting a closing wave here. A couple of nice walks. He's got into the nose now, waits for this wave to stand up as we hear the siren at the end of the semi-final.
What a
Works
heat.
it to the nose, and it really has been a cracker of a week. Big shout out to Guy Campbell, Guy Money Campbell, as they guys call him. He's such a lekker guy, and he really did bring life to his feet. Super impressed with his surfing. Talk us through this last wave of Steezy.
Well, Stevie getting up on a wave, I'm not even sure how he caught. Manages to get to the nose, 5, and a little hang 10 there too. And then, unfortunately, maybe just pushing a bit hard, cut backing back to the foam and having a little bit more of a human moment for the rest of us.
Wow, blows my mind is how fast he walks on those cross steps. It's like I was thinking I would have been sped up on the. And this was Guy's last wave, wasn't it?
So, like we've said, I mean, Guy has really put on a show this heat. I mean, that was a great hang 10 there that he got to the nose. Good cut back. His feet are also moving so quickly. He's got a great read on the wave. The wave slowing down a bit on the inside. And still manages to squeeze in another walk. I mean, that was a great wave still from Guy.
So we move into semi-final number 2. In red, it's going to be Oliver Packen. And in the blue, Sam Christensen, both surfers from Durban. Plenty of experience out in this lineup. Sam, fresh off representing South Africa at the Longboard World Champs. Also, both of these guys riding equipment that they self-shape. So Stephen, not the only one, Oliver and Sam both shape their own boards. And this is going to be another very, very good heat. Both of these guys are absolute machines on the longboard. And I'm very excited. Yeah, they must spend a lot of time surfing.
Definitely. But both these guys, if you surf anywhere between these peers on any given day, the two of them are the standouts in the lineup against the shortboarders and longboarders, and both have a really great read of the ocean. So I think it's going to be a great heat. Both have style, both have done very well at SA Champs and local events, and are great friends. As we see Oliver up and riding, quick walk, cut backing back. Oliver definitely has some of the best style I've seen. Kind of hoping that wave picks up, but looking like it faded out.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one just kind of did run into the deep water in the middle of the bank there. But it's a very stylish surfer, very traditional looking longboarder, and I think we'll see some good scores coming out of him. Looking at the replay for first of red. Lovely little fade turn going right, quick 5 with the cut back. So we'll switch foot there and then round it up. So only a 317 though for the opener. Probably because that wave faded out. Didn't get to ride a little more as we wait for the opener. Here we go, Sam Christensen. First view of Sam is just a clean, soul-arching 10 on the nose. Lovely big turn, redirect again. That board was so smooth under his feet. Go switch. So Sam showing off here. Lovely little fade turn back onto the back end. Goes the nose, quickly walks it out. And that was a solid opener for Sam Christensen.
Wow. The glimpse we got of the start of that wave, he was just standing tall on the nose. I think it'll be great to see a replay of that. But Sam looking confident. And here we see the replay of Sam. Him scratching into that wave. Good wave, bigger wave. And he gets to the nose, so quickly. I mean, his toes are hanging over for sure. Hopefully Kai agrees with me.
100%.
And then still manages to redirect, get in a bit of a switch, some flair, some style. And he is really looking good.
I have to say, probably one of the best nose rides we've seen today. I mean,
Definitely.
Solid 10 in a really heavy section. Stood straight up and held it well, which the judges will really reward. But we're going to go to the beach and to the winner of ladies semi-final number 2, all the way from St. Francis, Crystal Hewlett.
I'm here with the winner of semi-final number 2 in the Longboard Qualifying Series Women's Division, Crystal Hewlett. What a great heat. It looked really fun out there, and you really dominated the heat. Tell us about that 717. You connected all the way through, and that looked like it locked the heat in for you.
Your waves are, I mean, at the start it was a bit slow, but then, I mean, that 717, you have to be patient for the set, and what I found is that there's some tricky sections between where kind of like faded, but the idea is like kind of juggling between like nose riding through those sections to try and maintain speed, or like cutting back and just making sure you're in the pocket. So it's that kind of the balance between those two things, and I'm super lucky I got that in that section. It definitely saved the day for my heat, yeah.
You were on the World Longboard Tour last year. You're one result away from re-qualifying. How does it feel now going into the final, now that the pressure of those early heats are off you? And what will your strategy be going into the final?
More fun for strategy, but I must say, like, surfing in South Africa and these heats with these ladies, it really amps me up and sets me up for those international comps. So I just want more heats, so whatever that looks like, especially for the events the rest of the year. More heats, just more fun, and just keep pushing myself. So that's me for sure.
Well, good luck for the final. We're really excited to see you, and a lot of people have come down to see you guys longboarding in Durban. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys. Epic.
So Crystal Hewlett into the finals in the longboard, Emma. And one thing you always notice straight off the bat is that massive smile.
Yeah, Crystal, good vibes only. It's often how I'll know she's in the lineup. I'll either hear her laughing or spot her smile from all the way on the other side. And you can see she is just so stoked to be in the final. This event's important. We haven't had many longboard events for a while. And here we see Sam, quick nose ride with a little closeout turn. Hoping that the wave will...
Oh, a little cheetah vibe, like it.
Sam also riding leashless and bringing in everyone grabbing that longboard as quick as possible.
Well, there'll be a lot of support for Sam on the beach. I could hear some whooping and whopping there. Sam, the 823 to open, and now Emma, he's going to improve his situation with this one. Another nice clean 10. You see him working the rail, lovely float over the section, and then did so well just to be patient and wait for us, of course, local knowledge coming through probably. And then thought he'd get a little creative while he waited to get around the section. Nice little cheetah 5 showing the variety, and then gets the float off at the top. And already with an 8-point ride, I think Sam's about to put Oliver in a bit of a situation.
Yeah, and here we see the end of Oliver's wave. Looks like he also got a long one, a good one. But yeah, like you said, I think Sam really making the most of the sections that didn't really offer much, but bringing some innovation, bringing some flair, some style, and really looking on form today. It'll be great to see a replay of Oliver. Also a great looking wave. Oh, that was a great cutback with the arms up. You can see how well Oliver walks on that board. Hanging on the nose. Jeez, I mean, Oliver's also looking on form today.
Yeah, some lovely surfing from Oliver there, and a nice big wall, one of the better waves we've seen. I think the real point of differentiation there between Sam and Oliver is that Sam is getting the 10, which is obviously the way more technical and high-scoring maneuver. And that's kind of the point of difference right now. Some lovely longboarding from Oliver, some great turns, very solid 5, but Sam did get the 10. So Oliver's score comes in, it's a 7.0. And then, like I said, Sam Christensen with an 8.83 and a 5.5, still out in front. I have a feeling we might still be owed a score still for Sam's last ride as well. But we'll wait and see if that's coming in. But still, 7.0, Emma. Good score for Oliver. Keeps him in the hunt.
That is a great score. And it feels like, especially for Oliver, you can see in that last wave, he gained a bit more confidence and he looked like he was in a bit of a better role than his first wave. So I know in a free serve, Oliver gets a heck of a lot of waves, so there's still more to come. We see him up
lovely little
and riding
fade in
again.
there. Straight up onto the nose, gets the 5, goes to the cheetah. So you can see with the bumps and the whitewater right now, both these guys have gone to the cheetah 5, just a little bit more stable with the legs bent than standing straight up. But the judges are going to take some scoring potential away there. When we look at Stephen in the previous semi-final, just really back straight, legs straight, and Sam as well, just getting the soul arch in when he's on the nose. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, and I think the judges are comparing, those previous rides and any ride that's ridden to those rides. But that was definitely also a smaller wave. I think there's still some bigger sets to come. The wind seems to have picked up a bit.
We were expecting the wind to slowly swing around to the north and then eventually the northeast. So the conditions will get a little bit tougher as the day goes on, especially if that wind comes early. But like I said, great looking wave as he trickled. Lovely little fade and then wraps into the right. Got straight on the nose, a couple of bumps there, but then been forced to sort of drown into the cheetah just because of the whitewater running away, and eventually watched him off. So don't think that's going to be one of his counters.
No. Yeah. There's been no shortage of waves in this heat.
So caught a wave while we were looking at that previous replay as well. Just a quick little wave for Surf and Red. Here's Sam up and riding. You see how straight his back is now on the cross step. Holds it. Beautiful, smooth surfing, but that wave fading out. So I don't think that's going to knock out his 5.5. But again, just talking the differences here is you see how straight up Sam is when he does ride the nose in.
Yeah, he is. And there's something that comes with that just kind of look at him and you think, oh, okay, he's exactly where he needs to be on that wave. And he does it with such style. And it's the second wave we've seen him in this heat get right to the nose and just stand straight and tall. And the judges do reward that.
Well, seeing the outside section for the first time on the replay there, that was a phenomenal 10. He really held it. Soul arch going. It's a very nice turn. So I think Sam might actually be, watch this, he goes straight up on the nose, boom, holds that 10. Check at that straight body, so much control. And a lovely drop knee turn back into the power. Straight back onto the nose, holds another little 10, and then gets the carve. And yeah, 9.5 coming through. So 9.5, well deserved. That was one of the best 10s I've seen in quite some time, and especially in tricky conditions.
Yeah, definitely. I thought my screen had kind of like glitched, but it was still Sam standing on the nose. So that was an incredible wave. And in tricky conditions with that bump, I think, when you get a bump on a wave and you're on a longboard riding to the nose, you feel every little bump. So you did so well to stand there so strong.
Yeah, and a 9.5 and an 8.83. Sam Christensen, the Durban local, of course, riding a board that he's shaped. And he's now put Oliver Packham in red in combination situation, 18.33 to advance. Oliver's really not had a bad heat, 7.0, a 3.17, but he's going to have to chuck both those scores now. We've got 11 minutes to go, so we're past the halfway mark in the heat. So he's got his back against the wall now, in that he's going to have to get 2 excellent rides. And here goes Sam, not hanging about on his laurels here. Goes straight back, another lovely 10. Wow, he really just holds them. Cuts it back into the meat. That board looking so solid under his feet. He avoided.
Yeah. Flick that way, that board kind of, okay, good. It doesn't look like he got hit by it, but he is just looking so good on the nose. It's actually incredible to see. You can see a replay of his last wave. Oh. And he just stands tall and strong. He's got a great cutback. He makes that long board that we know is a lot longer than it looks. So easy to cut back into the foam and with style. We'll see another replay of Sam's last wave.
I think, as with Steven, it's just the control. It never looks like he's going to lose his footing. Look how he holds that 10. Absolutely vertical. Straight into a nice turn. Sam's doing something right on this board he's showing. A big single fin with a square tail is actually not the easiest surfboard in the world to turn sharp. And that board relocates so well.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's really what's helped his scores, other than standing with his toes right over the nose and getting great hang tens. He's really included some pretty critical cutbacks back into the foam where that longboard gets right on the rail, which is great to see.
So Oliver Dawson at the back, he's got priority or surf and red, but he's also in combination of 18.33, 9.583. And Sam's just looking like he's having an absolute blast. He'll be on the free surface, catching waves, getting those crazy hang tens in. And what's going to be interesting now is, because I can tell you right now that Stephen Sawyer is watching this heat like a hawk. He's our first finalist. And I think he's going to be like, wow, okay, so Sam is bringing hang 10 game. I'm going to have to really step up as well when it comes to finals.
Definitely, and I think for us watching and viewing, we're quite happy about that Stephen will not only be looking to step up into the finals, but Sam too. And we've already seen them both get 9s, 8s, and some incredible surfing. So I think we're in for a treat of a final, knowing that both these guys are watching each other like hawks.
Well, and this guy don't forget about me. I'm still here. 8 minutes to go. Oliver Patton up and riding. Gets the 5. Walks it back nice and clean. Makes good work through the bumps. That wave just running away. It's going to hit the eject button. So not the way that Oliver needed. But he's still got some time. 8 minutes to go.
And Ollie
he just needs to run some numbers.
Yeah, and Ollie is also, his strength is definitely a hang 10. I've had some great views from the surf, and it's definitely a strength of his nose walking and cross stepping. He has a replay of his last wave. You can see how smooth he walks, just unfortunately that wave shutting down a bit.
Well, and watching the replay there, I've got to say, I think Sam came with some of his pro junior shortboard skills in the priority system, because he definitely pushed Oliver to take that wave.
Yeah.
And I think maybe knowing that wave wasn't actually the wave he needed, kind of forced his hand and made him take it.
Yeah, and we see that. We're probably going to keep seeing that throughout the day with a lot of the surfers, that priority either working for you or against you.
Quick look there for red, but doesn't look like anything happened there. So just above 6 minute mark, we're in semi-final number 2 of the eThekwini Surf Pro. Linda joined the deal. We're doing something new here. We are commentating on the webcast from home. We're not down at the event in Durban. I'm literally about 200 k's up the road into Zululand, And back 200 k's down the south in Durban, here goes out of pack, and this 5 held it. Walks it back. This wave looking like it's going to give him a bit more to work with. Lovely little cut back. Now he has to walk it eventually in. Can he get through to the inside section if towards trimming? Of course, he's also riding self-shaped equipment. And does a little S turn. Now the wave stands up. Still jazz hands cut back there from Oliver, finishing off with a little whiteboard. So he's in combination at the moment, Emma. Did he do enough to get up into the high eights on?
That is the good question. I think he surfed that wave really well, and we'll see on the replay now. You know, he had some great moments. I'm not sure if it. Well, let's have another look. Yeah, so that was great. I thought that was a great hang 5. And I love the way he cut backs into the wave. You see it at the end of the wave too. And then this part, I think, just unfortunately let him down, having to wait for the wave to double up. Managed to squeeze in another hang 10 with a bit of a finish. But yeah, like I said earlier, Ollie has great style. And I know that walking on the nose is a strength of his in the free surfs.
I'll give him an extra point just for the jazz. Coming up next, we move into ladies shortboard action in the semi-finals, and we have 2 of the top rising stars in the ladies coming through. Emma, you must be excited to see what's going to go down in the ladies semi-finals.
I'm very excited. I've seen snippets of it the last few days, and the girls have really been surfing well. And yeah, I feel like women's surfing in South Africa is constantly breaking the ground and just improving. And we said this morning early, just definitely an increase in much younger surfers too. So I think when these women's semi-finals start, we're going to be in for a treat.
Ahead, Jessie van Niekerk kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, we had that sort of lull over COVID. I'd never heard of Jessie, and suddenly, bam, she was on the scene, winning events, and even representing South Africa at the ISA Worlds and at the Challenger Series. Louisa Pront, one of the rising stars of South African surfing. She's had phenomenal results, especially at her age. I mean, fighting over her weight category. Sarah Scott, a staple on the scene for ages, very good surfer. Of course, Anastasia Venter, fresh off also the ISAs with Sarah and Louise, and also on the Challenger Series. So looking forward to it, and we'll go to an interview quickly with the winner of men's semi-final number 1. Why he is the former world champion. Let's hear from Stephen Sawyer.
Well, I'm here with Stephen Sawyer, the previous heat winner of that first semi-final of the day, dropping bombs in that heat. Stevie, can you just talk us through it?
That was lekker, hey? Some fun waves out there. Northeast presenting a bit of a chop on the right, but perfect logging conditions. I mean, lots of waves to be surfed out there. It's pretty consistent. The only issue is just trying to find that wave that's going to link through to the inside. But I think with the logs that we got going around now, it's we're just gliding onto the inside, so it doesn't seem to be too much of a problem. And the guys are ripping. Surfed against Guy Morgan, and he's putting on the pressure as well, so it was a good heat. We had a couple exchanges, and yeah, stoked to come out on top.
Awesome. Well done, Stevie. I'll see you guys in the final.
Lekker, man.
Lekker.
So we saw a short little ride there from Surfer and Blue. Not sure if we maybe missed the top end section, but I'm sure the crew will bring up a replay if we do need to see it. Sam Christensen, here we go. So Emma, talk us through this wave.
See Sam and Ollie in a little bit of a paddle battle, or having a chat. They are great friends, and Sam choosing to go for this. Oh, straight to the nose again. That wave had a lot of power too, which is nice to see. But he is looking at having to improve to very high scores already. And hoping more, but not the wave not really offering much more.
Still great hang 5 on the outside, and like I said, a lot of high speed. So see some swell lines on the back. You're going to have to see if Oliver manages to find a big score. So far it has been Sam with an absolutely dominant display of nose riding and cutbacks and just a whole lot of variety and control in his surfing. So he's got 2 massive scores, and Oliver is still in combination. Looks like there's definitely a wave approaching. Both surfers going over the back though. And it sounds like that is the countdown. So unfortunately for Oliver Packham, he's going to have to high-five his mate Sam Christensen and say, go fight Stevie Sawyer in the finals, Emma, because, oh, well, he looks like he got a wave maybe on the death here. He is, it's a little replay. So he is in combination though, so it's not going to be enough to get him into the finals. And we do say congratulations to Sam Christensen, a really masterful display. It has to be said, Emma, both these men's semi-finals, Stephen and Sam, just outrageous performances. But we'll give it up to Guy and to Oliver as well. They didn't go down without a fight.
Yeah, and I think you described it well. They both were outrageous performances and very exciting heats to watch. I feel like both semi-finals could have been finals. And here we see Oliver's last wave. Went for the left, and the wave didn't offer much in the beginning of that wave. I think you can see he's hoping there's more on for offer. But here, I like the way he walked over there, and we saw that end of that wave at the end of the heat. But like I said, it won't be enough, and we'll see Sam in the finals.
Well, and straight into action in the ladies' semi-final. Jessie van Niekerk up and riding. Lovely turn on the outside. And just that wave fading out. But nice early start for Jessie in the first of the ladies' semi-finals. 25-minute heats today. And we look at some really fun action. So remembering that this is the first event, Emma, of our 2024-25 season, and we'll also have some more events coming later in the year. Of course, we have the Challenger, the Bolito Pro, coming up first week of July. Always an awesome event. We love the Bolito Pro, and unfortunately these days I've got a day job, so I'll only be there for finals weekend. But I'm sure the nice thing is I can still be part of the action on the live webcast and keep everything up to date. And then I do know that we have got a few more events on the calendar as well coming up. In the shortboards after Bolito will be the Vic Bay Classic. That's in October. You've got the Cape Town Surf Pro next March in 2025, and also the SA Open of Surfing October 1st to 8th. So, well, I don't know if those dates are going to be right, but the SA Open of Surfing normally happens straight after Cape Town. So 3 1000s and a Challenger Series. Well done to WSL Africa, Tash Muntastia and Luke Mann and the team for getting comps back on. We've obviously got only one longboard qualifying series event. That is this one, the eThekwini Surf Pro. And then in the junior qualifying series, the O'Neill Smith Shapes Rookie Rippers, which will be the prelude to the Challenger event, the Bolito Pro, as we see Louise Lapront up and riding, the young surfer from Scotborough. Nice couple of turns, looking for the reform, and that wave's going to fade.
Yeah, I think both these girls have a lot of experience when it comes to surfing a heat, internationally too. Louise, also no stranger to the Durban beachfront stretch. Her and her brothers have grown up on the south coast, but spend a lot of time surfing here. And you can see with the way she's trying her best to look for a little double up bowl. That's usually what this wave has to offer. But I think we definitely have two very experienced surfers in the water right now and have both had a great run internationally. So I'm excited to see which way it goes, and I know they'll both be pushing each other.
Yeah, so good fight on our hands there with these two, both top South African Open ladies surfers, both with challengers tickets. Both have represented South Africa at ISA, both in the juniors and in the Opens. And I think it's going to come down to wave selection here. The North is definitely on it now. It's going to make conditions a little bit trickier. What it might do as well, though, is push the swell in a little bit more, and you might find a couple of chunky double-ups. So I think we're in for a good finish here. We're going to move through the semi-finals and the shortboards and then into the finals. So not too much longer to go. We've got about 3 hours of surfing to go, but hopefully this wind doesn't get too strong, Emma.
Yeah, I think I agree with you that, this wind has maybe messed up the wave slightly, but it's definitely brought more swell. If we look back to those heats that started the day this morning, there were a couple of those lulls and just slower heat. So hopefully this wind doesn't shut down the waves too much and helps keep the shape, but just brings in a bit more excitement to the heats. We've definitely seen a couple slower heats. And if we look on the screen, we see both girls sitting on different peaks. Jessie on her forehand, Louise on her backhand, and we'll see which peak is the one that pays off. Definitely.
Right, so action continues here. I'm going to have a quick step out, leave Emma to keep going. I'll be back shortly.
It's always nice to see some kids playing in the water this time of year. Rest of the country is pretty cold, winter's morning, but Durban is definitely the warmest place to be and the best place to be today. There's some exciting surfing on all day, and we are going to go straight into an ad and be right back. So we are back live with semifinals 1 in the water right now. We have Jessie van Niekerk and Louise Lepront. You can see both the girls are sitting on opposite sides of the beach. The wind has picked up slightly, but we have still seen some great sets coming through. And the last few heats of the longboarding, we had some amazing surfing. We see Jessie paddling now for a set. Both girls looking, deciding not to go. like we said earlier, both these girls have tons of experience when it comes to competing, whether nationally or internationally, and are both quite fresh off some international trips. Great results too. So I think we see Louise up and riding now with a quick backhand turn. I think this is her second wave in the heat. And she's hoping to get the double up all the way to the inside, but a bit frustrated that it didn't go to plan. Here we see Jessie. Quick in and out.
All right,
for her.
I'm back.
Oh, now it's back.
Yeah, we are a two-man team here, so every now and then one of us has to run off. But I'm back. What did I miss?
So you missed a great ad break and one wave from Louise Lepron. She had one good backhand turn, and Jessie took up on a wave with a bit of a carve, but not much else. But you'll see the replay now.
Oh, a nice crack off the top.
Backhand turn, yeah. And you can see she was hoping that wave was going to hit a little left double up, but unfortunately faded out.
So just looking at the heat situation right now, it is Louise Laprant out in front with a 4 and a 2.5, and Jessie van Niekerk with a 4.17 and a 1. So super, super tight in this heat right now. And I see on the fan picks, it is Louise Laprant out in front with 67% of the votes, Jessie van Niekerk with 33. So the young South Coaster is popular online with the online viewership. And it'll be interesting to see if she gets anything else.
Yeah, the Lepron family are very well known, not only online, but along this Durban beachfront. Like we said this morning, a lot of time surfing this stretch. And, Durban has experienced some pretty crazy rain and weather and winds over the last few months. So the banks have kind of changed on the South Coast, and you've seen a lot more of the South Coast surfers come spend time in town, and we'll see if that pays off.
Wow, so we look at the conditions right now, that wind from the northeast starting to come in, and it's really starting to blow 20 to 12, so just before midday, and it's come in a little bit early, unfortunately. We were hoping it would hold off a little bit longer. And now it's going to make conditions a little bit more tricky for our competitors as we move into the finals. But that is the game with QS surfing. You've got to be able to compete from 8-foot death pits to 2-foot onshore mush.
That's true. And with not much warning. I mean, some events you go to can start off with almost 8-foot death pits and feel like it suddenly turns to mush by the time you've paddled out and you've been mentally preparing on the beach all day for the 8-foot clean, perfect waves. So surfing is all about adapting your mindset, your strategy, your plans, and sometimes even changing your gear like moments before you paddle out.
Yeah, you got to be able to adapt. The ocean is not a stable environment, and weather, swell, conditions can just change so fast, as we've seen here today. But still, there are waves in the lineup. You can see the lines. And I must say, if you're going to surf onshore waves in a contest, Durban is not the worst place to be. As we see Jessie van Niekerk up and riding, goes for the lip climb, but goes down and just not able to get much going on that one. But the bowls do tend to still be surfable in the onshore, Emma. I'm sure you've spent a bit of time up there in your time in Durban surfing the onshore bowls.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like I've definitely had some of my funnest surfs in the onshore bowls, maybe because there aren't so many crowds, but you can definitely still pick a wave that hits that bank so nicely and holds up like a real bowl wave. So the wind may be up, but I think the show is definitely not over. as we see.
Well, here goes
Jessie.
Jessie again. Lovely little hook in the pocket there. And I hope you got some more down on that one as she hits the bank. Oh, and now Louise Leprant up and riding. Nice little backhand hook, gets the second turn out. And now moving out. So 3-turn combo for the young goofy footer. We saw a nice opening turn from Jessie, so good exchange. And it's difficult out there. I mean, let's be honest, it's not looking easy. And wave choice now, Emma, is going to be so important.
Yeah, definitely. Wave selection and getting a backup, I think, is going to be really important today. I like this first turn of Jessie's. Nice slash with some power. And yeah, I know that Louise got a wave straight after her too, where she was able to squeeze in, I think, 3 turns on her backhand. Here's that slash from Jessie. Definitely a signature move for Jessie. That front hand hack with the board slashing back to the whitewater.
So I'm just going to quickly look at my app here. Of course, WSL app, you can follow all the surfing. And giving me the update is that Louise Leprant improved slightly, a 5.17 and a 4.0 as her backup. So she is in the lead with a heat total of 9.17. And Jessie van Niekerk with a 4.17. She gets a 3.23 pretty much for that one turn. So just showing that if she gets a wave that allows her to do more than one maneuver, Emma, she will be dangerous.
She will be. She will be indeed. I think both the girls are probably looking at dropping those scores. But like we can see, the waves have got a bit trickier, and wave selection's definitely going to come to play.
Well, and Louise Leprant showing on that last wave. I mean, 5.13, not a bad score. Getting some work done down the line. So there are still scoring opportunities out there. And if you can find one of those ones that doubles up on the outside bank and gives you that first big maneuver, then you can definitely work a bigger score out. Here goes Jessie up and riding. Very smooth style. Having to Huntington hop it through, and that wave, unfortunately, is going to fade on her. So, not the wave she was looking for.
No.
Oh, Louise hops out, wants to hold the priority there. So, showing that she's a very seasoned competitor for such a youngster.
Definitely.
Just waiting to see what went down here. So, look at this wave, Emma.
Yeah, I think taking off that wave really looked like it was going to hold up. And even if she had been able to stick with it, even though it was a smaller, lumpier wave, like we've seen in the previous heats, there's often an opportunity on the inside for the girls and the guys to get in a strong turn. But unfortunately, that wave just didn't allow it. So she will be getting back out as fast as possible and hoping to pick up another one. But Louise would have snagged the priority quicker.
So looking at the heat stats, not improving on that last ride. And had a total of 7 waves surfed in this heat. The highest wave score of the heat so far with Louise Leprant at a 5.17.
I think both
Making
these
life
girls
hard.
have surfed a lot of heats against each other. You wonder if, you start to wonder what part of their strategies they're going to dig into, or what that you kind of expect they can do. as we see both girls sitting close together, and Louise on her left. This is looking like a better wave.
Ooh.
That was a great first turn. Manages to change direction. A bit of a foam climb. And this will be a nice wave if she's able to finish it. Unfortunately, the wave just shutting down a bit early.
But let's talk about that first turn. Absolute hammer. Found a slightly bigger wave on the outside and really laid into the rail. So very impressed there by Louise Laprante. I think she is going to improve her situation. So they split the peak on this wave. There was a ride from Jessie as well as Louise. And we'll look for, here's Jessie. So it's just the wave before. But again, gets that nice first turn, having to try get through and just unable to reconnect. And I think that's the big difference, Emma, is that Louise was able to get the connection and get back onto the inside run.
I think she was obviously able to get that, but I think what is making it slightly tricky for the girls is, this wave is known for that inside reconnection and a double up hitting the bank, but it just seems that there's very few of them that are kind of hitting that bank. And Jessie's definitely looking like she's on form, in a good space with her surfing, but unfortunately her waves just fading out, and Louise seems to be picking up the waves that she's able to fit in more than one maneuver, and they with a lot of speed and control too, which I think is definitely helping her case.
Well, this should be the replay from Last of Blue. No. Oh, it's the Last of Red. So here we go. Jessie got this one. Yeah. Nice little wrap, but you saw she just ran out of wave there, unfortunately for her. And just unable to find the connections. So that really has been the difference, is that young Louise Laprante has been finding the waves that connect and give her a big turn on the outside and getting a 4.73 for the last ride. So she does improve her situation and just making things a little bit more difficult for Jessie, but still in the game and still got time as well.
She does.
And this is Jessie. Gets a little caught on the first turn, but the wave stands up, gets a carve out. Now she's trying to stay with the power here, get to that reform. Oh, that is championship level Huntington hopping right there. And gets the closeout maneuver, so it paid off. So a 3-turn combo for Jessie now. And watch the paddle on the outside now. Now Louise Laprante answers back immediately and just goes down on the turn. So Louise will get back out and get her priority back. It's already been awarded. And let's have a look at that ride from Jessie van Niekerk in red.
So it's a better looking wave, not as fadey as the ones we've seen before. You can see how she got her hand in the water on that bottom turn. Just unfortunate the wave didn't have enough power for her to really pivot off the top. And she really worked hard to try and reach the last little end section and last bit of juice on this wave. And she did great to finish it. But a lot of work for not too much squeeze.
Yeah, that was a lot of work. But she got the closeout maneuver. I'm not sure if it's going to challenge for the top waves of the heat, but might go into a top 2.
Yeah.
As we look at scores coming in, doesn't look like it's going to affect the situation. So it still is Louise Laprante out in front with a 5.17 and a 4.73. And Jessie with a 4.17. She's going to need a high 5 to take the lead in this heat. But time is running out.
Bit of a closeout set, unfortunately. Waves are shifting a bit. The girls have definitely been moving around slightly, but I think now in the last few minutes, Louise will probably follow Jessie a lot more and sit on her as she sits with priority.
Yeah. So now conditions have deteriorated. We're into the east cycle. These surfers are going to have to really concentrate. So you see the situation now, less than 2 minutes on the clock. There's Louise Leprant, surfer in blue, in the lead with priority. So really a very mature performance once again from this young lady. She is still a junior surfer, not even an under 18 and under 16. And just an incredible performance when you look at her performing in some of the top open ladies in South Africa.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you mentioned Louise still being under 16, it humbly reminded me of a heat I surfed with her where she smashed me, but a good few years ago. So she must have been pretty young.
12.
Anyways, but she and her sister and her brother are just definitely, I mean, they are surfing incredibly well, but they put in so much work. I think if you live anywhere near them, no matter the conditions, the whole family are out there down at the beach. The same for Jessie, you know, she is more based, I think, in Cape Town and traveling a bit, but puts a lot of work and effort in her training and traveling and watching footage. So yeah, she may not have priority right now, but a 5.7 is definitely doable if she gets the right wave.
Well, let's watch the paddle. Here goes Louise Leprant. Decides to head left, hoping this wave will give her something. Nice hook off the top. Wow, she really connected that turn. And gets a little whitewater climb to finish as the time runs out. But that was a proper turn, wasn't it?
That was a great turn. And just with confidence, I think, you know, Louise has always been a smart competitor, but her last few international trips have definitely helped with you'll actually see her now taking off her sorry, I just lost my word. But you can see there as she hits that closeout section, just so much actually aggression and just showing that, you know, she knows how to hit it harder than she has throughout this heat and solidify her win.
Yeah, so great performance from the youngster. Louise Leprant takes the win against Jessie van Niekerk. Coming up next, semi-final number 2 of the ladies, Sarah Scott from Kommetjie in Cape Town and Anastasia Venter out of Melkbos in Cape Town. 2 natural footers, both with proper rail games. I'm looking forward to seeing what goes down. And it'll be that young lady from Skopje on the south coast of KZN moving into the finals. She's already had a great year. Has represented South Africa at the ISA Junior World Games in El Salvador, and actually gave up a slot on the Challenger Series because she wanted to concentrate on the World Juniors. And Jessie van Niekerk giving a hug there. Girls have got nothing but good vibes, Emma.
Yes, it's true. I think, not to be biased, but I think the girls definitely keep the good vibes going after the heat. There's always plenty of hugs after the heat, but in the heat there's definitely no hugs or, you know, pursuing the good vibes conversations, but definitely ending well and just good sportsmanship.
Did you and Gina ever get in a fight during a heat?
No, not necessarily in a heat, but, you know, it would get a bit awkward when you get home. And also for my mom, it was the kind of like, you can't be too stoked for the one sister if the other sister didn't make it. You can't be like too hard on the sister that didn't make it. So it was a bit of a fine line. And I think with 3 girls, a lot of emotions and frustrations if it didn't go that way. But Gina and I definitely always remained friends over and above that. But definitely, I mean, the one thing thing about sisters is they don't hold back on death staring or scowling at you in a heat. So,
well, we all, of course, are sending big love your way to the Smith family and to the whole Nina's family as well, and hoping that everyone is feeling the love as well.
yeah.
But in the meantime, before we move on to semi-final number 2 with Sarah Scott and Anastasia Fenter, we are going to go to a quick ad break. We'll see you after this. Welcome back to the eThekwini Surf Pro presented by the City of Durban and eThekwini Municipality. We are on the wonderful warm coastline of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa for QS 1000. Right now, semi-final number 2 of the ladies out in the lineup. And it is 2 ladies out of Cape Town down on the Atlantic coastline of South Africa. Sarah Scott from Komiki and Anastasia Fenter from Melkbos. And Emma, Sarah, has been a very good junior career behind her, a couple of great results. She's done her stint on the Challenger Series as well, so lots of experience. Anastasia, a little bit younger, but she's been coming with some big results over the last 2 years. Very powerful surfer, and also got a little bit of that new school sort of radical flair.
Yeah, I think both these girls, I would say both of them have this strength of, power and a bit of that radical flair, but it'll be, interesting to see who gets the up over here, because Sarah has definitely had, I would say, more contest experience, but I mean, Anastasia has totally exploded the last few years in her surfing, and even now spent quite a bit of time overseas. Sarah too. So both these girls with some international experience, but both of them coming from the colder Cape Town waters. And we've seen this in quite a few heats, the girls starting off on different peaks. And I know both these girls are very competitive, but both have the talent to pull it off. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Well, I'm sure their national coach for this year, Mr. Quinton Jones, will be down on the beach for this event. He'll be coaching quite a few of the kids out of Belito especially. But he was also the national coach for these girls when they went to El Salvador for the Worlds. And QJ's had plenty of experience with this location. He's won some big major events back in his day out at the spot as well. So I'm sure he's given them the lowdown on where they need to be on the lineup and what they have to do.
Yeah, I think, surfing's such a individual sport, and you spend all these events, surfing your own heats and for yourself. But then when you get to experience going to ISA Worlds or World Junior event, you get to experience that full team camaraderie, like unity with, sharing the same coach, which is more of a no-no when you're outside of those events. And I think you definitely learn a lot about yourself as an athlete, but also about your competitors, as we see Sarah.
Here we go, Sarah up and riding. Wham! Nice little first turn. cracks another one over the whitewater section. I'll stick with it and see if this wave does reform, but it doesn't. But looking at the last heat, Emma, I've got to say that was a very strong two-turn combination. As we see Anastasia on the wider peak going, hopefully we'll get the replay of that one.
Yeah, that first turn of Sarah's was so good, and we'll have a little look at it now. Gets enough speed, and the way she pivoted off the top there with just such power is, I think, exactly what the judges want to see. She did well to kind of pump a bit on that
really
as she
hooked
took
into
off
that first turn.
Yeah, and then get some speed.
Unfortunately, I mean, it would have been really nice for her if that wave had stood up a bit on the inside bank and maybe given her like one more opportunity for a third maneuver. But I think she's going to open the heat with a decent score. Anastasia Fenter just got a 0-4, so we did miss that wave, but I don't think we missed much if I look at the score. And it is now blue with priority, but again, Sarah choosing to sit a little up. Now they've come together. So using the priority now, it is going to be a young surfer from Melkbos in Cape Town. And she goes straight into the hop, and that wave fades off. So another pretty much no score for Anastasia. And I saw Sarah steaming across there, maybe pulling the hard sell on that wave, Emma.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like I said earlier, both these girls are very competitive and both obviously on their forehand and not wanting to miss opportunity to put in a quality maneuver. They obviously were watching the last heat, seeing that there weren't many opportunities with a lot of waves fading, but they will definitely be on each other.
So as we look at conditions, 6.5 coming through for that wave from Sarah. So the judges, rewarding the two-turn combos. We see her up and riding again. So your surfer in red, big hit off the top, goes down. So got a 6.5 for her previous ride, going down on that one. And we will go to an interview with men's longboard semi-final 2 winner. He's on his way to the finals against Stevie Sawyer. We'll first look at the replay. So as we watch her, she took off on this one, going for the big crack and whip, but going down. So as we come out of the replay, we'll go to an interview with Sam Christensen, Durban local, shapes his own boards, and he had a phenomenal performance in his semi-final. He'll meet up with Stephen Sawyer in the men's longboard finals for a cracker of a heat. Let's hear from Sam.
Right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Sam Christensen, in the LQS, winning that semi-final and through to the final. Sam, you got a 9.5 in that final, some exceptional surfing. But as confirmed by Lukman, the WSL Africa Tour manager, that's not the big news. The big news is you've qualified for the 2024 World Longboard Tour. Sam, I know how much this means to you. I've watched you longboarding. I've watched you build your career here along the Durban beachfront. What does this result mean to you, and how do you feel?
Pretty blown away. It's awesome. Very, very stoked. Quite a surprise.
Coming into this event, did you know that it was a possibility to get the qualification? And now going into the final, I mean, you got to surf against Stephen Sawyer, but man, it must take a lot of pressure off.
It does take a lot of pressure off. I knew it was a possibility, but just stoked to recoup the costs it took to get here. So,
well, congratulations, Sam. We really look forward to seeing you in the final. All the best for the final, and we're really looking forward to having another South African on the World Longboard Tour. Woo!
All right, we're back, and I couldn't hear the interview, Emma, but I'm assuming that our local tour commissioner, Lukman, has informed Sam has qualified for the making the finals. He's qualified for the WSL World Longboard Tour along with Stephen Sawyer.
Yeah, and I think the reaction he got from his friends and family picking him up and throwing him over their shoulder is probably means that you are right on that. And even if it's not, I think just the heat he had is worthy of throwing him over your shoulder. He got a 9-point ride and an 8-point ride and is into the finals.
Yeah, very good performance. So seeing some scores coming in, nothing too big, but we did miss some action, so we'll look for the replays shortly. Here we go, Emma.
See Anastasia scratching wide. She manages to get on it. Cuts back, but unfortunately that wave also just fading out. And I think she would have got wind of Sarah's 6.5 and knowing she's needing to improve on her current scores, as we see Sarah up and riding now all the way on the inside.
She went down on that closer. Yeah. But Sarah does seem to just be finding those waves that stay open and give a bit of wall. You saw Anastasia's wave there. It had that little bend on it, which didn't allow her to really attack the rail.
Yeah.
And this was Sarah's wave.
Yeah, this is a replay on Sarah's. I mean, that first car was really good. I think she utilized that wave very well, and a second one. Definitely finding the better waves in this heat. And, you know, Sarah's got such a strong, powerful approach to her surfing. She always gets that board on the rail, and you hardly ever see her doing the same turns. So I think she did pretty well on the beginning of that wave.
She got a 5.83 out of the judges on that one, and with the 6.5, she's now in a commanding position. Anastasia Fenter is in combination, and so far only a 1.33 and a 0.6 for Anastasia, so she is going to have to find some scoring potential. We're past the halfway mark as well, 12 minutes to go. So now the pressure is really building on Anastasia, and Sarah turning the screws a bit there. So,
yeah, I think Sarah's definitely in a slightly more comfortable position, but like we said in the beginning of the heat, you know, Anastasia also has that same approach to a powerful section where she will not hold back in hitting it, and she will probably bring in a bit of radical flair to it. But with time ticking, she is needing to kind of get a score on the board. She is keeping busy, and we can see her paddling now, hoping this wave holds up a bit better for her. She seems to be getting quite a few of her waves and a little bit of that fadey dead patch, but manages to link it all the way to the inside and finish as well. That was a good closeout turn, just not too much done in the beginning of the wave.
Well, I think certainly her best wave of the heat so far, and at least builds a bit of momentum for her.
Definitely. And I think that's all you need sometimes when you've started your heat chasing quite a bit. You just want to start getting that momentum going. As we see a replay of her wave. The Huntington hop.
The infamous hop.
And then that closeout turn was where it was at.
So 10 minutes on the clock. It is Sarah Scott out of Cormicky in Cape Town, surfer in red, 6.5 and a 5.83. She is in a commanding lead in these difficult conditions. Anastasia Fenter in second. And of course, next up, we will go into men's semi-final action in the QS 1000 in Durban. And in your first semi-final, it will be Louise Leprant's older brother, Luke Leprant, up against Luke Slipen out of Cape Town. And coming up in semi-final number 2, it is the man who's been on a run of note this year, Paul Sampson, out of Muizenberg in Cape Town, up against Luke Slipen's best chum, Luke Thompson. So 3 Lukes in the semi-finals. It's a bit of a trend.
It's true. And kind of got to maybe get some nicknames going for all of them. Otherwise, it's just Luke, Luke, Luke. But that's okay.
I think
And
Luke Thompson's nickname, according to Thurtle, the photographer and videographer, is "I am my worry."
or Pink Cup in this event.
So watching the lineup, and we're just going to keep an eye here on Sarah Scott up and riding. She's been finding the waves that allow for those maneuvers. This one a little bit tougher, and she's going to hop off the back. So while we wait for some more action on the 9-minute mark in semi-final number 2, let's go here from our young superstar who's been surfing out of her age group and getting great results, from Louise Laprante.
Well, I'm here with Louise, the winner of the first semi-final of the QS1000 today. Louise, there's really tough conditions out there. Can you tell me just what was going on through your mind during that heat?
Well, it's pretty hard because you don't know where to sit. It's all over the place, and you got to catch the right wave that will reform into the shore break. Yeah.
So Jessie had the early lead on you there, and then you're looking for a small score. Just tell me what was going on through your mind during that moment.
Well, it was still the beginning of the heat, and I wanted to get 2 decent waves to start off with, so I wasn't really focused on who had the lead. You could hardly hear anything out there anyway, so yeah.
So exciting news for you. Second final of the year. You just came from a third at the ISA World Games. How does that feel for you, making another final this year?
Yeah, it's pretty cool, hey, coming home, making another final. Gonna keep the momentum going, you know, going into Bleeder Pro.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Louise. Good luck for the final.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the eThekwini Surf Pro, presented by the City of Durban and eThekwini Municipality. We're in the wonderful, warm KZN. And let's take a look at the last ride from your surf from Cape Town, Sarah Scott.
Sarah has such a great approach to the wave, you know, just take off and get speed immediately. But unfortunately, that wave didn't quite reward that approach, and it kind of just faded out. So it definitely won't be going into a top 2.
So just getting a confirmation from head of WSL Africa, Tasha Mentasti, that indeed Sam Christensen, by making the finals, has qualified for the WSL World Longboard Tour. And will be joining Stephen Sawyer on the tour this year.
Wow. And well deserved. I mean, she's faced off that last heat, and I look forward to seeing them in a final together coming up soon.
Yeah, I saw Sarah Scott take off to the left of screen there and do a pretty big frontside carve to open up. We'll get a replay for you guys. 6 minutes on the clock. So Sarah Scott in control. Last of blue at 267. Not going to help her situation. She is out back with priority, and Sarah Scott will have another score coming.
You can see the conditions have definitely changed as this heat's gone on, making it slightly trickier for Anastasia. But it looks like there's a wave coming. Oh, and she just has to duck dive.
So we had a ride from red, Sarah Scott. Fortunately, I think we missed it, but we'll wait for the score to come in. She's currently with a 6.5. Tricky conditions out there. You can see the waves really feeling the onshore right now, and that makes them really on top of each other as well. So looking at my app quickly, I'll tell you, go back to the ladies. I click on semifinals, details of the heat, and boom, you've got all the details in the what's happening in the water. And I can tell you that Sarah Scott didn't replace her scores there. So she's still on a 6.5 and a 5.83. Last two waves for Anastasia Fenter, 2.67 and 3.6, and still in second place. There we go. Red took off there. Just a quick little turn off the top. Nothing going on that one. And Emma, it's really is the game of finding the right wave out there.
It is. And here we see Anastasia. I mean, that was a great turn. I think most of waves have just been those one turns, but she managed to stay on it on the left. And I think she got one more turn in, but she is still needing an excellent score to jump to the lead. And waves are getting trickier to find those ones. I think Sarah's definitely been in rhythm from the beginning of this heat and able to get a good score, back it up, and now holding first quite comfortably.
Yeah, she's definitely in control of the heat, looking to get to the finals and win a 1,000, get back to that Challenger Series.
Yeah, lots at stake with these events. I mean, just a moment ago we were watching Sam surfing a semi-final heat, and now here he's qualified for the World Tour. And same with these heats, you know, every heat's so important for qualifying for the Challenger Series for 2025 or going up in points and ranking. And the more heats you surf, the better you get at surfing heats.
Yeah. So it is Sarah Scott with 2.5 minutes on the clock. She's in the lead. And it's incredible to see the amount of support coming through, Emma, too, for this live webcast and for this event. I see Colette Bundy, the mastermind behind the Belito Pro, messaging me. She's like, I'm busy working hard on the Belito Pro while quietly supporting the webcast for this event. So big shout out to Colette and her team pulling off one of the big Challenger Series events. And obviously, there only are a few challenges, and if you are able to get down to Belito during the school holidays, first week of July, it is truly one of the best weeks of the year. Absolutely love it down there at the Belito Pro.
Absolute highlight of my year too. So it's, I'm really looking forward to it, and to have this event leading up to it is also just such a pleasure. Durban's on the map. And I mean, we've also got the comrades going on today. There's a whole bunch happening on this warm winter's day.
All those crazy people running like hundreds of kilometers up and down a hill. I'll take surfing onshore waves over that, thanks.
Yeah.
Of course, one thing you got to be aware of when this wind is blowing is, well, let's watch this quickly. Quick little look from Anastasia is that the more the east blows, the more things start stinging you in these line lineups.
Oh yeah, unfortunately that is true. One of my first memories surfing a contest in Durban, I spent the whole heat because growing up in Jeffreys Bay, we don't really get many blue bottles. And if you do, you don't surf. And then I remember surfing a heat and spending the whole heat trying to take blue bottles off my leash and every part of my body, but then stinging my hands and face in the process, and just sitting on the inside with my hands up, legs out, just being like, well, I can't do anything else.
I hope no one peed on you afterwards.
No, I didn't
what we
believe.
were told as a latte.
Yeah.
So here's Sarah finishing off the heat, and
Great
just gets a
heat.
little turn. I think she knows job done, and well done to Sarah Scott, the Komiki surfer. A very strong display there, 6.5 and a 5.83 for the win.
Yeah, Sarah's looking strong and confident. She's done well to connect all the waves she's managed to get from the back winding through, bouncing through. And unfortunately, this wave did kind of shut down pretty quickly. It won't go in her top two, but great heat from Sarah and Anastasia.
So, eThekwini Surf Pro, the ladies' finalists are decided. It will be Sarah Scott up against Louise Lepront. And we now move into men's semi-finals. And we'll go to an ad break and be back with the semi-finals. All right, so welcome back to the Surf Pro, presented by the City of Durban. Straight into men's semi-final action. Here is Luke Lepront from the South Coast. That's the jab there on the backhand for another. Gets it. Just working this wave onto the inside. is a little bit flat for him, and he's not going to get any more. But Luke Slipen straight into the action too. Nice little front side carve, blasts out the back, and he'll pull off the back. Already a 3-point ride for Luke Slipen while we were away at the break. And he'll back that up now with that 2-turn combo.
Battle of the Lukes.
3 Lukes in the semi-finals. Crazy. So, here we go with the replays.
Yeah, we see a replay from Luke Lepront. Hard paddle in bed. Bit of a softer wave, but he managed to fit in that first turn and a second one. But not much else on offer from this wave. And we'll see a replay from Luke Slappen too.
So the heat situation, 19 minutes. Already 6 minutes gone in the heat. It's been a bit of a slow start. That first wave for red, Luke Lepront coming in at a 3.33. The opener for Luke Slipen at 3.0. And we will wait for the second score for Surfer and Blue to come through. Watch the paddle. Luke Slipen up and riding. The Cape Town Surfer. Big hit to the lip there. And we'll stick with it. He's fighting his way through to the inside. And all in vain. It's got to be frustrating when the Huntington hop doesn't pay off, Emma.
Oh, there's nothing worse. It either pays off and you manage to, end the wave strong, or it doesn't pay off and you flop off the wave in a way you didn't quite plan to. That was a great turn.
I like that backhand hit.
Yeah.
So if we look at these two surfers, Luke Lepront, the younger out of the two surfers from the South Coast, has had a very good junior career and has started to get some results in the open division. But Luke Slipen had a very good junior career. He was one of the standout surfers of his sort of generation. And he has done the Challenger Series so far this year, and showing that class there just with a really nice backhand snap. You see, just not able to find the inside there. So, I mean, you've been around on the competitive senior for a while as well. Luke Slipen really was a standout in the junior divisions.
Yeah, definitely. I think, Luke has such an incredible style and flawless style, but then he'll do these aggressive turns that you're just not quite sure where it came from. And like that previous wave we saw, the way he can get his board up so quickly has definitely been what's helped pay off. And I think as he's grown in not only age, but confidence, you just get these moments from him where he really blows you away. And I think that's something that he's been building on in his competitive surfing. I think his strength has always been maybe more in the free surfing, but it's been great to see him really putting together some excellent heats and contests.
So we see a replay of that last wave. Nice little crack off the top, and then kind of wave fizzled out. But the backhand turns getting awarded from the judges of 5.17. Joins 6.7 in the back. I think a 3.33 on the foot, but he does have pride. The Slipen family from Cape Town. Big shout out to John and Joe, mom and dad, as well as sister Mary, also a very good longboarder. And of course, cheeky younger brother Connor Slipen was in this event. He's also represented on the Challenger Series. So very, very talented family. You see a massive back from Luke Lepront. Working it down the line. And finishing strong on the inside with the little left. Kind of washed out on the run out, though. I'm not sure the judges will give him that last.
Yeah, I'm not sure that counts as completed. He did get it all the way in and a lot of work put into it. This first turn he did well on. There wasn't much power and he managed to keep it in the pocket. And you can see he's definitely waiting for those moments where the wave has that power he's looking for. And I think he put it all into that closeout turn, but I'm not sure that counts. That would count, yeah, as a ride out.
Yeah, I do on the fish there, and it's a pretty, I think, really score. It turns on the outside, on the back. It puts him in the fight here for sure.
Definitely. He definitely got across to that other bank. I think, the banks in town have been so good also in the middle of the bay, and you've seen the surfers who've got those good scores have been able to get away from the back, ride it through the flats, and then still connect to that inside shorey. And we've kind of seen that consistently happen for those winning the heats all morning, all day.
Yeah, and it's we know it is going to get more difficult.
Yeah. Yeah. And just focusing on speed. We saw Sarah in the last heat, all her turns, she just had such speed going into them, and I think less more in conditions.
Yeah, you got to kind of make your points where you can. So you're going to get a lip line, you've really got to go for it and consolidate your points, because if you don't, there's no sort of space right now for margin of error or for holding back, because you might not get another opportunity.
Yeah. And do you think we'll see some airs as we go into the next few heats, or is this win not quite airy?
I think is it an air win? Look, I think in the onshore you'll see these guys always going to the air. A little bit tricky, but I think certainly Luke Slipen, if he gets the opportunity to go for a launch, he's going to go for it. He's a very accomplished aerialist, and you're going to get rewarded for it as well. I mean, talk about airs, next semi-final, Paul Sampson. This is like an average onshore day at Muizenberg for him. I'm sure we're going to see some points.
Yeah, that's true. See Luke Laprant taking off on the far right there.
Not to going down. Here we're the inside. Nice little tap to there. But I have to say that was a lot of work for one maneuver.
Definitely, yeah. There was a lot of work for just that end maneuver, whereas, Luke's 5-point ride, he put a lot of work in, but that first maneuver of his was where the points were at. And I think that's, if Luke's able to find a way where he can get that first maneuver in and end strong, he'll see a difference in his scores.
Saw the paddle there. So he did get a nice backhand hook on the outside.
Yeah.
And then worked it through, but unfortunately not much happened towards the end of this ride. So while we wait for the battle of semi-final number one to continue between Luke Slipen and Luke Laprant, we'll go down to the beach and hear from ladies semi-final winner number 2 going through to the finals, Scott.
Okay, so I'm here with Sarah Scott, the winner of the second semi-final of the QS 1000 Women's Division. So Sarah, you had a great heat out there. You started off with a 6.5. Can you just tell me what that wave did for your confidence?
Well, I can hardly hear anything out there, so I only actually heard my score like 5 minutes into the heat, or like just a little bit down the line. But yeah, it definitely gave me some confidence, and yeah, it's always a little booster like for your next wave. So yeah, I felt really stoked.
Awesome. And I heard that you're currently doing matric this year. It's your last year in high school, and you're still in between contests. Just tell me, how is it balancing that together?
Yeah, so I've actually got school tomorrow. I'm heading back on a flight this evening. But yeah, I don't know, you just like whenever I have my free time or whatever, I kind of just do school. But like you kind of got to separate the two. So like whenever I'm doing comps, I'm in comp mode, and then whenever I'm doing school, like just got to get like locked into school. Yeah.
Well, awesome, Sarah. Well done. We'll see you in the final.
Thank you.
All right, so Sarah Scott through to the finals. And Emma, interesting to see her Smith shapes there under her arm, a swallowtail in these conditions.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think I was always the rounded squash, and quite recently I tried the swallowtail. I've really been enjoying it. I think also Smith shapes, being a local shaper, local Durban shaper, there probably is something that comes with that. I remember Tash Mentasti actually telling me a couple of years ago she has different boards for different places she surfs. So in Cape Town, she has a different shaper to who she uses in Durban. And Smith Shapes, I think, definitely knows what gear is needed surfing his local. Here we see Luke slapping on a wave. Just kind of coming in stuck there.
Oh, you used the word.
Sorry?
You used the word that shall not be used.
Oh, it's because I've been told not to use it.
All right. So going for the big power, unfortunately, the lip just kind of knocked him off his line and not really happening. But he is in the lead. Luke Slappin with a 5.5 and 1.7. Luke Leprant here in South Coast 4.1 and a 3.7. So not far off the pace, but needing a score. 7 minutes to go. He is running out of time. These variable conditions. And we talk about how brutal surf contests can be. And I mean, the first 2 days, we saw some of the highlights footage at the start of this heat. Absolutely firing conditions, like head high, offshore, just running. You make it all the way through that, and now you've got to compete in these conditions. It's just, you have to sort of be very adaptable at this level.
Totally, and I think for these guys, they've got to be nailing that locally if their hearts and goals are on the Challenger Series and wanting to compete internationally, because you definitely see a mix of some pretty average waves on that tour, but having an event here in Durban is a massive win for the South African community. There's such good prize money up for grabs for all these surfers, and yeah, I think everyone is stoked to have another event in Durban. Here's a replay from Luke.
Yeah, going down on that turn, and I have to agree, having an event in Durban is a great win for surfing in South Africa and Africa. Of course, we did have Moroccan surfers in this event. And I must say, looking ahead at the schedule, very excited. I would be super amped to surf a QS at Vic Bay. We had that Vic Bay QS a couple of years ago, and the waves absolutely fired. Such a fun wave, really lends itself towards competitive surfing, and to surf Vic with just one other guy in the water. What a dream!
What a dream! I feel like to surf Vic Bay with only 2 people out is the dream. And that wave is such a good point break. What a special town and community, and Yeah, it's very close, very similar to a J-Bay wave. Same as Durban, this bowl here, I mean, there's always waves in town. It's always protected by the wind, but it's been a lot more crowded with the growth in surfing in South Africa and Durban. So I think to get a heat out here, and especially the last 2 days with how good the waves have been, is a massive win.
Well, looking at a quick replay here for your surf in red, Luke Slipen had a think on it and decided he wasn't going. Working it down the line, he had to put a lot of effort in. Just the fins popping out the back on that one. So pressure now building on Luc Lepront. 4.5 minutes to go. He is needing a score pretty desperately. Luke Slipen holding on to the lead with a 5.5 and a 5.17. Maybe the more experienced surfer just holding on. I think we had a wave from blue. Let's keep an eye out on the replay. So Luke Slipen, while Lepront was busy on the left, got busy on this right-hander. Oh, lovely little roundhouse hack. Dropping the fins, gets the second. Wow. And I got to say, Em, I think Lepront's about to find himself in a deeper hole.
And unfortunately, I think I agree that first turn of Luke's was unreal. We'll get a replay of it now. You can just see the approach he goes into that turn. He saw that there's one opportunity with speed, and the way he whips around so well, you can see his whole board just twists out, and then he still manages to finish it. Yeah, that was a really, really good wave from Luke, and you can see he is stoked with that too.
Of course, Luke also riding the Smith shapes, so much like Sarah Scott and the Lepronts. So a lot of these guys are on Graham's boards. Like I said, the boards are made just up the road from this wave. So all the local knowledge imbued into the foam and fiber. But like you said, I loved that first turn. Really aggressive. And I liked how he just dropped the back of the board all the way around.
Yeah.
So really putting the exclamation point on it.
Yeah, and in a small space, you managed to whip that whole board completely around. And now he's up and riding again.
So Luke Slipen now with a 6.5 and a 5.5. So opening up a gap, heat total of 12, where Luke Lepront with a 7.8. So Luke is going to need somewhere in the 7s if he wants to get out of that situation. And again, the wave just not giving him anything to work with.
Yeah, on these
Less
waves.
than 2 minutes to go too.
Yeah, these waves, there's not much opportunity for getting an excellent score, but the harder you try, the harder it gets to even try to get that score. You can't really force it. And you can see Luke is so hungry to get that score, but just unfortunately almost pushing too hard on what the wave's allowing.
Yeah, and surfing is difficult. I mean, even in a free surf, sometimes things start going against you, and you have a few falls, a couple of bad waves, and it can just really put you in a bad mental space where it sort of self-propagates and nothing gets better. I mean, I must be honest, if I'm in a free surf and that does happen, I tend to want to actually get out the water, maybe have a bit of a break and then reset and go back out. But you can't do that when you're in a heat.
No, definitely, yeah. And I think that's where the mental game, comes in with surfing. There's such mental strength you need. It's not like other sports where you've got a field that never changes. You can perfect it on land, and then when you go in for your heat, you feel like you know exactly what to expect. But the ocean is so unpredictable. Even in a heat, it can change. And I think, like you say, your mindset plays such a or has such an influence on your performance. Like I find surfing so hard because you can't be overamped or underamped. You got to like find that perfect little balance.
So we saw a wave there from Blue. The countdown's happening though. Luc Lepront is not going to get a ride. So it is Luke Slappen going through to the finals of the QS 1000 in Durban. And the Cape Townian will be very happy with that, wanting to keep his ticket for the Challenger Series next year. Coming up next, semi-final number 2, it's the Battle of Muizenberg, Cape Town. Paul Sampson up against Durban, born and bred Luke Thompson, but does call Cape Town home now. And we look forward to another explosive semi-final. We'll go to an ad break. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the eThekwini Surf Pro, presented by the City of Durban and eThekwini Municipality, the beautiful KZN coastline here in South Africa. And we go into semi-final number 2 from Muizenberg. It's the story of the year for pro surfing in South Africa. Paul Sampson, young man from Muizenberg in Cape Town, started off the year with a win at the Cape Town Pro at Long Beach. And he's on a real tear this year. He went to the first ever African Surf Champs event in Liberia, surfing against fellow surfers from a plethora of other African countries, and got a second behind one of the Senegalese guys. And now looking to solidify another berth for the Challenger Series next year. He has got a wild card for the remainder of the Challenger Series. And he's looking to get there. I know he's got a fundraising campaign going. He's looking for support. So if you can support Paul, please do. He is up against one of the phenoms of South African surfing, Emma, Luke Thompson.
Yeah, both these guys I found have such inspirational stories. You know, Paul obviously beating all odds and just bringing hope and, yeah, just changing the narrative of what his story was, you know, growing up. And Luke has also just really defied all odds when it comes to surfing and reached limits and heights that, you know, most people wouldn't have thought he could, and he has. And just a incredible competitor in and out the water. A great representation for surfing in South Africa. Both these guys are, I think they're both boys that you would be proud to know if they were waving our flag somewhere in the world.
For sure. I'm very excited to see them competing in this semi-final. Luke Thompson, of course, would like nothing more than to go up against his best friend in the final, and Luke Slappen. It's funny that how you can be best friends on land, but when you get in a heat together, it's no holds barred. In fact, you sometimes compete even harder against your friend. And here's Paul Sampson starting things off. Nice little whip and goes straight to the fin bust. It is crazy how he just effortlessly gets that out in such a small, tight space. Like I said, this kid is used to onshore small Muizenberg, so this wave actually may be playing into his strengths.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, the way he approaches a section with, you know, he's so light on his board and his weight distribution is so good, but he's actually a tall guy. And so it takes a lot of skill to get to the air like he does. And I think surfing a lot of slop and growing up on a wave that's not incredibly powerful has definitely actually helped him. Came around the foam on that turn, and I mean, he managed to fit that into a very short space of wave, and still ready, looking for more, hunting down more. Not a bad start for him.
Yeah, that was incredible. I can't believe how quickly just, like, I knew he was going to go for a turn, but then suddenly the tail was right up the back of the wave and into the river. It's super well surfed in these conditions from Paul Sampson. I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes. I know the Chudleys will be sitting in Cape Town holding thumbs and fingers and everything for Paul. And all the crew at the surf shop down there in Luxembourg and the surf school. I know works with Kaz Collier at his surf school. So I'm sure most of the Luxembourg community are watching the webcast right now. Big shout out to them and supporting Paul.
I think watching the people you love or supporting surf is definitely more stressful and harder than being in the heat yourself. A lot of experience with my sisters.
Yeah, I'm sure Dee and Luke's sisters right now also chewing their fingernails.
Yeah.
Big shout out to them and Stevie Rowland. So it's sounding like a 5.5 coming through for Paul. I mean, the first turn was a little whitewater climb, but that second turn was where the money was and where the score came from. And we now wait for the opener for Luke Thompson. Looking forward to what Luke could do. Of course, he's spent his whole childhood out here surfing these conditions. And definitely no stranger to the lineup. He has got a 4.0 on the board. So he has had a wave. And Paul with the 5. So it's a tight heat right now, Emma. 1 point between these two.
Super tight heat. And yeah, I mean, Luke, like you say, I think a couple of years ago, if you came down to the beach, you would never not see Luke in the water. And then Paul's approach, he keeps super busy in the lineup, but can also bring the impossible or unexpected to the wave. So it's going to be interesting to see which way it goes. Luke definitely knows this lineup and wave very well. But we have seen a change in the peaks and shift in the peaks as the time has gone on.
So we'll wait for the replay now at the last of red. Or second wave. And there we go. Ooh, hook off the top. Drifted over the whitewater and out of there. So a little back up to his first ride. But not going to be a massive score, just coming in at a 167. So we want to get rid of that and work towards another good ride. Right now, priority is with your surfer in blue, Luke Thompson. Look out for the pink hoochie. And here he goes, big paddle.
Yes.
He's a big kid, Luke. Got a lot of power. You see him wrap it around into the white water. Goes up into the lip. Nice timing there. Hoping for something more, but that wave fades out.
But he's looking on it and polished. And like you said, the timing was there, but that wave kind of just faded out. And we've seen that in most heats. Not guaranteed a wave that runs all the way onto the bank.
Yeah, I think, like you said, the timing was really good. Read the wave super well. And obviously the big difference between Luke and Paul here really is that Luke's a big unit of a kid and he's got a lot of power, whereas Paul a little bit more technical and flary. So it's going to be a good battle, this. Luke, though, he's no slouch when it comes to aerials. I've seen him do some of the bigger aerials I've seen in recent years. So they're pretty evenly matched. Maybe Paul just with a bit of an advantage in the weight category, because in these conditions, being light and small is quite an advantage. You see him taking off, quick little turn over the section, another one. You just see him looking down the line. Paul is just like, where is my ramp? I want a ramp, give it to me.
It's like, as he gets up, it's like his hands have barely left the rails and he's already pumping and getting as much speed as possible to just get to the air. You can see now on the replay how quickly he just starts generating speed, which is I think why he was also able to get up on and do that little check turn there, but his eyes were on the air.
So we move forward into the heat. So last of red was a 183, so last of blue a 427. So Luke Thompson goes into the lead with 2 4s. He's got a 427 and a 4. Paul with a 5 and a 183. He only needs a 327 though, so it's really not much separating these surfers in this heat. 15 minutes on the clock though, so we've lost 10 minutes already. And Emma, I feel like the first surfer out of these two just to do something really dynamic and a little bit sort of extra special is going to be the surfer that's going to put their hand sort of on the chokehold of the heat.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think whoever breaks into that better scoring range will do that. But then both these guys, I've seen them turn a heat around in the last like 2 seconds. As we see Paul again, no shortage of energy. That was a great cutback.
Yeah, beautiful cutback, and thought he was looking for the air again, but then he did go to the rail. And now looking for the little inside connect, just effortlessly across those little sections. And there it is, but unfortunately going down this time. And see Paul is riding the Channel Islands there. So that board looks pretty good under his feet though. He's getting through the sections really easily.
Definitely. And the way he makes himself so light, it's quite unbelievable.
That was the previous shot from Paul. And the conditions now really are into that sort of onshore cycle, the northeaster blowing, and the waves really on top of each other. So it becomes a lot more difficult to find the scoring rides. And 13 minutes on the clock. Paul place a 2.5, needs a 327. And M, this was the last of red.
Yes. Great little check turn. Try to fit in another, but weren't many moments for him to truly get that board on the rail, or as he would like, in the air.
Yeah, that was actually the previous wave. We did have a wave after that we did the big cutback. So now priority with Luke Thompson. You see the pink hoochie out the back there.
Waiting patiently, which will pay off if he's wanting to get rid of a 4.
I can hear a lot of whistling in the background, which is generally speaking the coach is going mad. That's probably Quinton Jones.
There's a set coming.
See Luke looking around, trying to figure out where everyone's shouting and screaming and whistling and trying to put him in the lineup. And I have to say, looking at these conditions now, and the shortboarders, you know, it's not easy for them, but it's going to be really interesting to see how the longboarders attack this lineup, because it's become quite difficult for, especially for a 9-0.
Yeah, I think it's gonna. I mean, we saw the you know, Taryn, Crystal, Sam, and Stephen all getting to the nose pretty easily, but I think when you throw such a chop in the mix, it really does interfere with that. But we'll probably end up seeing a bit more, you know, progression in the longboarding, maybe slightly less walking. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, especially you can see that those rips also got a bit worse too. The guys are paddling quite a bit to try and get onto the peak.
So 11 minutes to go in semi-final. Tell me, here goes Paul, just a quick in and out for him. He's under priority, so he'll have no problem just catching waves and seeing if they pan out.
Yeah, I think in conditions like this, sometimes keeping busy can pay off to try get into, rhythm again.
And here we go, Luke Thompson. He's been waiting for this wave. Bam, gets a nice little hook off the top, finds another section, gets turn number 2 into the cutback, and just works the rail again. He's hoping for at least one more section there, but still got 2 pretty solid turns in before the wave died on him.
Yeah, I think that was a great wave. He waited quite a while for it, and I do think it was a good wave for him. The first two, that turn was great, and the second turn he did well on too. But like you said, there wasn't much else on offer for the rest of the wave. But it was a bigger wave.
Yeah, I think most of the points are going to come from the first turn there for Luke. The second turn, a little bit of a push, but low score of a 4.0, so might well replace that. Paul having a look at this one, not much happening for him there, so he'll hop out. And Luke Thompson now back into priority as well. So, if you look at sort of QS surfing, obviously Luke actually has the more experience out of these two. He's been on the Challenger Series already, and is very experienced, even though he's only about 20 years old, 19 years old. But it's going to be interesting to see how Paul adapts to these man-on-man heats. He's got a lot of experience in 4-man heats. He's surfed loads of comps through the juniors and locally in South Africa, but a bit of a different situation when you're surfing man-on-man.
Yeah, I think, like you're saying, there is definitely a different strategy and approach to the man-on-man heats to the 4-man heats. You can see Paul's definitely going for the approach of keeping super busy, not holding on to priority for very long at all, which I think works slightly better in like a 4-man heat. But in these man-on-man heats, it's a hard one to know the approach to go, because sometimes keeping busy pays off. But I think waiting for those better waves and not leaving the priority open so much is sometimes a safer, better call.
Yeah, for sure. And you see him working it down the line now. He had a nice little turn on the outside, but he spent that whole wave basically building up momentum, and it didn't get the finisher. So whereas we look at that previous wave of Luke Thompson's getting a 6.0, primarily off that first turn. And Emma, you can talk us through this one. You see just that little sort of fin waft really on the outside.
Yeah, I think that turn on the outside was, to me, probably the most exciting part of the wave. He unfortunately didn't land the end there, and it was also a smaller wave if you compare it to Luke's 6-point ride.
Yeah, so at the moment, Luke's game plan of sitting at the back waiting for the right wave is paying off. Got a 6.0 on that previous ride with the 4.27, sees him up in the lead. And he's also made the requirement for Paul now a lot higher. He's got a 5.0. He actually needs to get a higher wave score to get into the lead. And last I've read of 2.3, so didn't really do enough to increase. And my feeling is Paul needs to maybe just get a little bit more patient and try to find a better quality wave to challenge for the lead.
Yeah, I think there's something about, you get two different types of competitors often when the pressure hits. One gets busier, one gets like almost slower. And I know when I start to get nervous, I start scratching for way more waves and bad wave selection, and a lot of my strategy kind of goes out the window because you start to get panicked, or you feel the pressure knowing you need, in Paul's case, not a massive score.
Yeah, so talking about surfers with calm and nerves of steel, we'll go down to the beach for an interview with the winner of semi-final number 1. It's one of the calmest kids you'll ever meet, Luke Slipen.
All right, I'm standing here with the previous heat winner from the first men's semi-final, Luke Schleipen. Talk us through, did you go in with a game plan, and what was your idea through that heat?
Yeah, for sure. The conditions have kind of gone really onshore. There's a lot of little balls everywhere. I wasn't too focused on trying to hold prio down in the beginning, because I think it's something that you want to get busy and build a rhythm. So yeah, that was kind of my game plan, get a lot of waves and just find that rhythm.
Nice, man. And this is now you're into the finals. How are you feeling? You're prepared? Are you ready? First final for you for the year, correct?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's some fun waves, and I'm just amped to surf and hopefully find another rhythm and yeah, do my best in the final. Yeah, I think this is my first final. I can't remember if the last event was this year or not. Yeah.
Well, look, man, Luke Schleipen, our previous heat winner, the first one to be for the eThekwini men's QS finalist. We'll catch you later in the finals. All the best. Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, we're back. Straight in the replay. Big tail high from Paul. Well, that's live action, not even a replay. So as we come back to the live action, Paul Sampson doing what we know he does best, which is launch big aerials.
That's for sure.
So we got a little turn on the outside, back to the whitewater, pushes another rail, but the whole time I can kind of just see him focusing on down. And here it goes, big, bam, straight around. Just makes it look easy.
I know. That was a well surfed wave. You got that turn on the outside and those two good cutbacks. But I think if that's the score for the last wave, it's just under.
Yeah, 5.63. He already had the 5.0. So he is still in second place. Luke Thompson in the lead marginally with a 6 and a 5.67. And Paul's going to need a 6.04 now. So he's got a 5.63, needs a 6.04. So Emma, what does he need to do? He's got 3.5 minutes. How does Paul now get that score?
Oh, so I mean, we know that his strength is definitely those airs. We saw in this morning, he on that one wave he went for the approach of do an air first. Obviously high risk, but would probably pay off. But I do think right now he needs to wait for one of those very few and far between, but better, bigger sets like Luke's been able to get. And maybe, and I think not, I mean, obviously you need the air to get the score, but often the judges don't like if they see you so focused on the end that you're missing opportunities getting there.
Well, we talk about the different approaches. Luke Thompson, 4 waves ridden, a 4, a 4.27, then a 6 and a 5.67. Paul with 8 waves, so almost like twice as many waves surfed, and just hasn't found the same quality that Luke has. And Luke also sitting with 2 minutes on the clock with priority. And he's going to stick to Paul like glue now.
Yeah. Got 2 very strong competitors in the seat for sure.
Yeah, so now Luke is going to go to full QS mode, which is trying not to let the other guy get a quality wave. He lets him go on this one though, so now Paul gets a little hook in the pocket. This wave actually does step up, throws the fins around. Not the most critical wave so far though, very flat face, but he's done super well on it, pulling out those Musenberg skills. He's waiting for the big close and unfortunately doesn't get it. So looking at the requirement of a 6.04, I can't say I'm seeing that score on that ride, Emma. So just over a minute to go now. Paul with a score to come. I don't think it's going to be the 6.04. So he needs to get back out into the lineup and find another wave.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the score he was looking for. We'll see a replay of it now. Keeping busy from the back. unfortunately, just this wave not offering that big, powerful wall that Luke was able to get on his better scoring wave.
Yeah, if you look at that comparative, like the 6 for Luke was 3 big, powerful turns.
Yeah.
And they're not really, the wave just didn't give it to him. He had a good crack at what the wave was able to offer. You see Luke steaming across the beach now. Couple of seconds to go.
Yeah. These.
So what is going to happen in the dying seconds here? Luke is going to use his priority on this one. Oof. So used up the priority and lost it, but I don't think time is on Paul's side here. And that looks like the end of the heat. So Paul Sampson, another great result for the youngster from Cape Town, makes the semi-finals, showing that he is not a flash in the pan. He is most certainly one of the top competitive surfers in the country right now. But it is going to be Luke Thompson going on to the finals against his best friend, Luke Slipen. It's going to be interesting to see how that goes when we get to finals time. Next up, we're going to ladies' finals in the longboards. And very excited to see what these two ladies are going to bring to the party, Emma.
These two have definitely surfed a lot of heats against each other.
All right, up and riding. This is Crystal Hewlett. Oh, and you can just see the bump on the face there. This is not going to be easy for the longboarders in these conditions.
Yeah, tricky conditions, but both these girls have tons of experience surfing terrible and tricky conditions all over the world. And yeah, you can see, I mean, when Crystal took off on this wave, it actually looked like it had a clean little face, but she must have hit a bump there and, grabbing hold of that board as quickly as possible. Might have a leashless heat.
Well, and she's up and riding again, so this time finds a little bit of space to walk the board. Now the wave pops up on the inside, gets a nice little cut back, and in these conditions, I've got to say, that's looking like a pretty good score for Crystal.
Yeah, that looked like a great wave from Crystal, and like we said in her heat this morning, the way she walks on a longboard is honestly incredible, and yeah, just effortless, never rushes a move. And we'll see a replay of that wave now. You can see that wave definitely has a couple bumps. She manages to walk and change direction. She did well to keep in that bowl there on the inside and cut back. I think that's not a bad wave to start your heat.
Well, and Taryn King also with a wave, but just a short ride. So we're into the finals at the eThekwini Surf Pro, live from Durban. And we're going to go to a quick ad break. We'll be back with the rest of this ladies longboard semi-final after this. All right, that is Taryn up and riding, your surfer in red. As we come back from the action now, watching Crystal Hewlett in blue glides into this one. and glide straight off the back. So very, very difficult conditions for longboarding now with this onshore wind blowing in. It's going to really put these longboard finals to the test. Let's see who is going to come out on top. So here we go. This was the wave for Taryn King out of Cape Town, which her hubby Tom is watching with bated breath. Just a very short ride, and the wave for Crystal as well just didn't really pan out. So Emma, looking at these conditions, you have to say, if you were going to choose conditions for a longboard final, this is not really the ideal conditions, but both these ladies are very experienced surfers, and I'm sure they'll make the most of it.
Yeah, I think this would be not the ideal conditions to pick for a longboard heat, but I think with both surfers having our can quite confidently say hundreds of heats under their belt in shortboarding, longboarding, supping. They definitely know how to adapt to whatever the conditions are. And Crystal on another wave, knowing this wave very well too. And also just, I mean, this longboard final is a massive event for longboarding in South Africa. So I think both girls are just pumped to also be out here battling it out in a woman-on-woman final.
Yeah, and Taryn King manages to find the inside connection here on this one. We saw another strong ride from Crystal as well. So the body language says it there from Darren. These are not the best of conditions. Let's watch the replays. Emma, what did you get out of these?
Yeah, so we've obviously got a replay from both Taryn and Crystal. Both the girls, you know, doing their best to walk and stay in the pocket of these waves, but you can see those bumps, and the way the wave fades out is definitely causing slight frustration for both of them. That was a replay from Crystal, and then we're obviously still short a replay from Taryn.
So scores coming in. Crystal Hewlett sitting with a 5.0 and a 2.23 is out in front. She's got priority as well. Red with a 3 and a 1.67. So Taryn King only needs a 4.24, but I say only needs a 4.24 today is actually not the easiest requirements. So it's going to be highly doubtful that we see sort of rides going into the excellent range in these conditions.
Yeah. I think, you know, obviously, Kai, you've done quite a bit of longboarding yourself. On a day like today, where obviously the goal is to always walk to the nose and hang 10 as smoothly as possible, what kind of approach would you take, you know, surfing a final in conditions like these? Would you still try get on the nose as much as possible, or change your focus slightly?
I think you've got to change the focus a little bit and surf to the wave, because you can't force the nose ride in these conditions. It's so difficult. If you get that like opportunity where you get a bit of face time and there's a bit of time to do it, you know, try to get a quick 5 out for the criteria. But you really got to do what you can to get the scores in when you can get them. So where we saw the semi-finals still in relatively clean conditions with nice walls, now those walls have gone. So you're not always going to be able to get the nose right. And if you've got to go to turns, that's what you've got to do.
Yeah, definitely. I think both Crystal and Taryn I've seen do some pretty solid turns on their longboards. So we'll probably see a bit of that from both of them. Looks like they're having a little bit of a chat with each other.
I think also, you know, you might not be able to have a lot of time on the note. If you at least show the judges that you are walking, that will count towards a better score in these conditions.
Yeah.
Down to just over 16 minutes to go. This is ladies' final at the eThekwini Surf Pro in the longboards. Taryn King in the red, Crystal Hewlett in the blue. It is Crystal Hewlett out in the lead, but it's by no means an open and shut win here. Taryn only needing a 4-point ride to get into the lead. So Crystal needs to find another good ride. She does have priority. And she's looking very interested here. Let's see what the St. Francis local has got for us. Oh, big, heavy takeoff there. Did really well to make it into that one. So yeah, looking at a little bit of a walk, gets the cutback. Wants to find the little inside section. Well done there. Sure, it was a very difficult section there. Now walks around, gets the walk. Quick tap to the 5, walks it back and goes down. But she did well just to get to the nose and off the nose there. I think not a bad effort.
Yeah, Crystal's done really well to, you know, with the conditions presented, she's done her best to pick up little peaks as she finds, not wait too long, and then just make the most of those waves. You can see she's changed her strategy slightly. She's showing, like you mentioned earlier, opportunity to start walking, even if it means not getting all the way to the nose, and just focusing on staying in the pocket of the wave, and seems to be paying off. She's finished most of her waves. So also a great takeoff. Not easy with so much board in front of you, and hitting a chop could have been a face plant, but she did well to get through that. You can see Crystal just knows how to read a wave. She doesn't find it difficult to bring all that board back into the foam if she needs to, or change her strategy slightly if the wave's kind of fading out or shutting down.
It must be said, the other thing about these conditions is paddling a 9-foot board through this chop and bump, and the waves really on top of each other and closeouts. So not the easiest playing field now for the longboarders.
Yeah. Just getting that board over a wave is a mission. So
Emma, a 4.5 for the last of Crystal Hewlett. That opens up a bit of a gap now. Taryn King's going to need a 6.5 to take the lead. And I mean, if we look at Crystal's top wave of a 5.0, another 0.5, 1.5 on top of that. Taryn's got her back against the wall in these conditions. Here goes Crystal. Nice takeoff. She's going to look at this little left. I like how she is really just making use of the full board. Oh, gets just a little caught in a bump there as she comes out of it though. So keeping busy, catching waves on a priority.
Definitely, and I think she's in a position now where she has 2 good, pretty average scores, whereas Taryn, I think you can know quite confidently she's trying to drop both the scores she currently has. There's a replay for Crystal. This wave, I don't think it's going to go in her top 2, but she's keeping busy and it's paying off.
So now Taryn with priority on the outside, your surfer in red. Just under 12 minutes to go in this final. It can be very easy in this situation now, Emma, as you well know from all your years of competing. You kind of need 2 scores. You've got still a bit of time on the clock, but now you've got priority. It's very easy to get sucked into that space where you actually waste time and end up waiting for that wave that never comes.
Definitely. And I think the longer you wait without it coming, the more flustered you get, and And I think there's a level of pressure. Even if mentally you're keeping yourself calm and strong, your body starts to kind of tense up and start feeling that pressure. And like we've said a few times today, the moment you are tensed up when you're surfing or even trying too hard, your performance definitely shows that. Or the other extreme of waiting too long with priority, you have the risk of maybe getting a great wave, but not enough time to get another one. And Taryn definitely needs 2 scores.
Wow, you like hitting us up with physiology, biology, and physics all in one conversation there.
Yeah, that's me.
Hormones, chemicals,
Yes,
there's all sorts of things
ask
going
me at
on in
all.
our bodies when we compete. So it is too
Yes.
true. And it's amazing how when that pressure and anxiety starts building, how it does affect your performance.
Yeah, definitely.
So
There's
10 minutes
there's
on the
a-
clock, that pressure is starting to build now.
Definitely. Yeah, there's a saying that people say your body keeps score. So I think all the athletes, you spend a lot of time keeping your mind strong and not being flustered, but you need to also kind of be aware of the effect it might be taking on your body. And surfing, especially longboarding, you want to be in a very relaxed state. I mean, Crystal and Taryn both have great relaxed styles when they're surfing, and I think that's what makes them such great longboarders. There's Crystal again. Oh,
Wow,
back
did
up
well
again.
there.
She did well to
Ooh,
get back on the board there. I think that wind's a little stronger than kind of no, because we're sitting in the comfort of our lounge.
when you look at the replay, she really wanted to get up onto the nose, but the sections kept sort of blocking her. Nice turn there, and she did very well to hold onto it and recover there. But as she went for the nose, the wave, and that's where we were talking earlier, like that wave, I feel like maybe she should have just stuck with the turns and gone for the closeout maneuver rather. If she'd been on the tail, she'd been able to sort of maybe get over that white water.
Yeah.
But was looking like really focused on getting to the nose, and it didn't really give her that opportunity. But she is out in front. She's got a 5 and a 4.5. She's holding down the lead and certainly keeping the pressure on Taryn.
Yeah, definitely. And like we said earlier, I think the time starts kind of ticking, and you lose opportunity to get 2 waves. And wow, quite a beautiful view of Taryn and the Costco shipping.
Yeah, well, Durban, one of the busiest ports in Africa, of course. Anytime you surf in Durban or all the way up to Belita and the Bluff down south and the Manzimtoti, you see plenty of ships on the horizon. Of course, KZN is a hub for shipping and commerce. You have Durban Harbour, then further up closer to me, you have Richards Bay, which is a big commercial port and mining port as well. So KZN is a busy ocean. So we see a nice little ride coming in from Crystal here. Got the 5, now redirects on the left, finding some nice flow through the S-turns there. Not able to hold on at the end there, but there's a possibility she might actually improve on that 4.5.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. She obviously the conditions we have are tricky, but she looked very polished and controlled. We'll see a replay of that now. The classic Durban starts off as a left and redirects to the right. and
she did get the toes to the nose there too.
Yeah, it's a great redirect. Yeah.
So not a bad ride there, as we see Taryn finishing off strong on her wave. That was a nice closeout re-entry on the longboard. Looking forward to seeing the replay of that one, eh?
Yeah, that was a great closeout turn. I'm kind of trying to eye out whether Taryn's got a leash on. I know Crystal doesn't, and you can see after every wave she's grabbing her board. But Taryn definitely went into that closeout turn with confidence that her board, yeah, you can see she's got a leash on, stay with her. But she started well in the back there, and then still ended strong with that turn, which like you were saying earlier, Kai, I think it's a good approach to hit the lip where you can, because walking is slightly hard. Although we see Crystal there walking to the nose gracefully and smoothly.
Yeah, that was a great nose ride as she really held it there. But I think what we've got to look at there is the wave from Taryn. Quite a big wave, one of the bigger waves we've seen in this final. She did get a bit of walking done, but also just a couple of powerful turns. So I'm looking forward to that score as we see the replay here.
Oh, that was a nice smooth nose ride for Crystal. Definitely a smaller wave, but she got to the nose there.
Yeah, 2.
And she.
So maybe we could see the ride of red again, because quite a different approach to the wave. And I'm quite keen to see this again. So Taryn took off from the outside, nice cut back into the section. Now the wave started standing up. She went to the nose there, had a little redirect. And you see her waiting for this wave. And then it really stood up and she had to attack the lip. And that was a big section for her to hit on the longboard. So 2 very different approaches between the last 2 waves. I see Taryn King rewarded though with a 6.83. So she has gone into the lead with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think the judges really rewarded that. You know, we've seen both Taryn and Crystal approach or attempt the walking, even though not all the waves allowed the hang 10. But Taryn just finishing strong, I think, definitely helped her get that score that she's been able to get now, which is the highest score of the heat.
Yeah, I think the word there is commitment. Like she really did. It's one of the big criteria points for the judges in all surfing. And here is Taryn. So now suddenly she's come alive, hoping for this one to connect, but it's not going to happen. But Crystal Hewlett, we saw her do that multiple nose rides, and she got a 10 in there. She definitely got both feet to the nose, and she got rewarded with a 5.4, which puts her back into the heat. So we've got a real ding-dong battle going down now.
We do, and it's definitely not over. I mean, Taryn's definitely going to be looking to replace that 3-point ride. And here we see a replay of her last wave, which
it wasn't the score, so we didn't need to see it. But here it comes. So Em, did she get the score she needed? Yeah.
I don't think she did. And shame, you can see that wave, you know, took her from the back. It looked like it was going to be a good one, but it hit a bit of that almost hole in the middle where it looks like there was 2 waves on one, and it made it quite hard for her to get down there. And then obviously not connect all the way through to the inside, which I think for variety, that's what she needs. Here's Crystal again.
Oh, she did so well through the bumps there, got up to the nose. Wow, it's another chop. That was like a rib breaker right there.
Crystal might have a couple bruises after this, but she does so well to walk through those chops.
She is by no means out of this, but time is ticking away here. I had a little look at that one on the outside now. But the wave not giving her the quality she wanted. She has got priority though, and I see her steaming across the lineup now towards Crystal. Emma, now 1 minute 30 on the clock. Pressure's on Taryn.
Pressure is on Taryn. It's a tricky one because she has the highest wave of the heat, but to find a backup in these conditions is pretty hard. You can see Crystal's been keeping super busy, but building on scores throughout the heat. And now Taryn choosing to use her priority, and Crystal needing to.
Well, Crystal did well there. I don't think she impeded Taryn's ride at all.
No.
So I don't think we're looking at an interference there, and I'm sure that Taryn wouldn't want that to be the reason she won either. They do need to cross paths, so I think Crystal's okay there. Taryn did have priority, but you talk us through the replay.
Yeah, I mean, Crystal obviously stood up further out and was already standing when Taryn chose to stand up. But I think in no way was she in Crystal's way or didn't cause the wave to break in front of her. They definitely had some space between them. So I'm not sure there'll be any issues there. But not much time left, and both of them actually already back.
Yeah, so just under 20 seconds, 15 seconds now. We'll wait for those scores, but I don't think it'll change the situation, which means pretty much that we are crowning a new champ for longboarding in Durban. And that is going to be Crystal Hewlett from St. Francis. And one wonders now if her partner, Stevie Sawyer, is going to pull off the win and we'll have the royal couple of Durban.
Yes. Here goes Kristen again. Or if he's going to
One
come
more
give
bruise.
a well done.
So we have the end of the ladies' final. You see Stevie claiming it in the background there as Crystal takes the win. We'll go to an ad break and be back with the men's longboarding final. Stephen Sawyer and Sam Christensen up next. But first, commercial break. So welcome back to the beach in Durban, and there is your ladies longboarding champion, Crystal Hewlett. You can see Guy and Oliver Packen putting her on the shoulders. They're going to carry her up the beach. And rightly so, great performance from Crystal Emma.
Amazing. Very well deserved. She's been on fire all day, actually. It's her second heat today.
So well deserved. She really has surfed well. See Alfonso Peters there, Guy Campbell, all the crew stoked for her. And of course, I'm sure she's going to pack her board away and quickly put her eyes on the water because now she wants to see if her man can take out the men's final.
This is going to be a very exciting final for all of us watching.
Well, already a bit of excitement for Sam Christensen because after the semi-finals win, finding out that he has qualified for the WSL Longboard Tour, and well deserved. Sam's been putting his hard yards in for a couple of years now. Definitely one of the top longboarders out of South Africa in quite some time. A lot of skill, great surfer, and he deserves it. And I know that Stevie Sawyer will also be very excited to have another South African on the World Tour with him. And here is Sam up and riding, already a cutback. You see him just S-turning down the line, looking for the reform now. Oh, nice and smooth, straight to the nose. Oh. Another 5 through the section. Wow, and just gets caught by that wave dropping out. He tried to catch the fin there. Oh. Wouldn't want him to cut his hand. And, of course, no leash for Sam, so he's going to have to run after his board quickly. But, geez, how impressive was that nose riding through the inside section?
I know, and through the dreaded bumps we've been speaking about all day, he made it look pretty smooth. He did well to kind of just stick with it. I think that's been the secret for the guys today, is just sticking until you find that moment like he does now, where he's got to the nose, toes were completely over. And luckily his board not too far away from him, not too much of a run or swim.
All right, so now 21 minutes on the clock. And we'll wait for the scores to come in for Sam. It was a little wave while we were watching the highlights of that last wave from Sam, and it was for Stephen Sawyer taking off on the left. A little bit of a cutback. He waits for the reform, goes to the nose, lovely little clean ride, and then just hit a bump and went down. And that is unfortunate, because it's starting to look like the beginnings of a good ride, Emma.
Unfortunately, luckily he managed to grab his board quite quickly. But I think this heat's going to be a couple ways where they may be perfectly on the nose and hit a bump, or maybe perfectly on the nose and able to ride through it. We'll probably see a bit of it all.
So we'll be right back to men's longboard final action, but we are going to go down to the beach for a quick interview.
All right, I'm standing here with the previous heat winner from the first men's semi-final, Luke Schleipen. Talk us through, did you go in with a game plan, and what was your idea through that heat?
Yeah, for sure. The conditions have kind of gone really onshore. There's a lot of little bowls everywhere. I wasn't too focused on trying to hold prio down in the beginning, because I think it's something that you want to get busy and build a rhythm. So yeah, that was kind of my game plan, get a lot of waves and just find that rhythm.
Nice, man. And this is now, you're into the finals. How are you feeling? You're prepared? Are you ready? First final for you for the year, correct?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's some fun waves, and I'm just amped to surf and hopefully find another rhythm and do my best in the final. I think this is my first final. I can't remember if the last event was this year or not. Yeah.
Well, lekker, man. Luke Schleipen, our previous heat winner, the first one to be for the eThekwini men's QS finalist. We'll catch you later in the finals. All the best. Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, so Luke Schleipen is in the finals already. We'll wait for that. That'll be our last heat of the day. And I think there was a ride for Stephen Sawyer in the break, so we'll wait for the replay on Surfer in Red. And this was Stevie.
Oh.
Wow, Emma.
That was, geez, again. Right onto the nose and from the back. I love the way he cuts back into the foam. You know, he gets so low. And then wouldn't be Stephen without trying to find the left. And finishes
Crikey.
it.
What a ride.
That was a great ride.
So I've got to say, I mean, I don't know where he found that wave. If we look at the last couple of heats, we have spoken about it. Stephen almost has like a mystical connection with the ocean. Wow. I mean, I thought Sam had done so well on his previous ride, came in at a 4.0. I've got to say, I think Stephen Sawyer is looking at a big score there. There were some really good nose rides, combination of nose rides. Went right, went left, a couple of big turns. And in these conditions, the judges give him an 8.0.
Yeah, wow, that was well rewarded. You know, we know how tricky, bumpy waves like this with a bit of wind can be, and he made it look like he was surfing a smooth wave. Also very impressed with how quickly he got back out there.
Just so emoted out there. So I saw a big paddle from Sam. Let's see now if Surfer and Blue is going to get this one. Big paddle, here we go. Sam Christensen up and riding. Founds a nice high little 5 there. Goes to the rail, beautiful little cut back. Drop knee. Not an easy turn to do either, like dropping the knee into the turn like that. Gets on the 5, handles the bump, somehow makes it across that section, goes switch. And we have got a big battle on our hands here. Sam's not going to lie down for Stephen.
No, definitely not. But that was a very well surfed wave. Of course, added a bit of flair. I feel like both Sam and Stephen are kings at that. See how he cross-stepped back into the foam there. He started with a walk, and then he's still able to keep walking through that bump, through that end section, and switch to finish.
Wow, incredible. And I really need to stress how difficult these conditions are for logging. It is like you would never choose to go log in this in a free surf. So it's a phenomenal performance from both these guys right now to make such high performance logging in these conditions. We also had a wave there from Surf and Red from Steven, so he backed up the 8.0. I'm hoping we'll get the replay on that one. And we wait for scores to come in for blue. So this was the end of Sam's wave. See Sam just steaming back into the lineup.
Both Sam and Steve paddle so fast. That's why they get so many waves in the free surf.
I'm watching him paddle again. Here goes Sam Christensen. Lovely little cross step and switches direction, but the wave dies on him. But very technical longboarding there. Love the little cross step and then into the carve redirect, showing off his skill set. Of course, both of these guys have now qualified for the Longboard World Tour. Very happy for Sam. He has worked very hard to get there, to go join Steezy out on the World Longboard Tour.
And they're getting a taste of it now. Surfing a final together. They've surfed many heats together.
And I got to say, it's quite interesting to me that both of the guys in this final have shaped their own boards as well. It's really phenomenal. Here we go. Sam up and riding, pulls off the back, so not liking what he saw on that one. And Red up and riding now. So Steezy gets on the nose, goes off the back. So in the meantime, Emma, an 8-point ride for Sam Christensen. So here's the situation. Both surfers with an 8.0. It is Sam with a backup of a 4.0 though. And here he goes, takes off. Finding a nice bit of open face, gets to the nose, hits the bumps, goes down. So that's not going to replace the 4.0. Stephen looking to replace a 2.07. He only needs a 4.0 to get into first though. So this is now a tight battle between these two.
Tight battle indeed. And as we see, I mean, the way Stephen gets onto the nose through these chops and hops is pretty phenomenal. I'm not sure if this wave I don't think is going to even go in his top two. But, you know, we saw in his semi-final, just when he thought he had capped the heat, he managed to drop a 9-point ride.
Yeah, so getting a 3.67 for Steezy and not enough. He needed a 4.01. So right now it is Sam in the lead and he's on another wave. That one, a bigger wave, but a lot of white water. He's going to wait to see if it does hit the bowl section and give him something to work with. Now changes direction again. See a beautiful cross stepping out onto the board, but not going to give him enough face to get to the nose. There's the hang 5. Wow, and that just bottomed out. He did very well to ride out of that.
Yeah, I feel like there wasn't much time to fit in what he did, and you know, every time we look on the screen, either he or Steven's on a wave. We'll see a replay of Sam's last wave. He did well to get through all this white water. Would have been great if he could have started on the outer face, but I love how he walked on the inside there. It was so clean and perfect. And then still another little walk before the wave shuts down.
That's a good effort coming in from Sam. I'm not sure if that was going to improve his situation, but we'll wait for the scores to come in. Just over 11 minutes to go in this QS1000 longboard final. Of course, it was Crystal Hewlett taking the ladies. We've got 2 more heats to go as we go to the ladies and men's shortboard, but we're going to go to a quick ad break. We'll be back just after this. So welcome back. It is the men's final longboard. Stephen Sawyer up against Sam Christensen, and right now it is Sam Christensen out in front. These two have both qualified for the World Longboard Tour. And, both had phenomenal performances in the semi-finals. And it has to be said, in these conditions right now, Emma, the level of longboarding from these two gentlemen is just really, really good.
Yeah, the level these boys are showing us is definitely confirming why they are and have qualified for the World Longboard Tour. And I think, it's not often you get the exact same score as the competitor in your heat. So both of them sitting with an 8-point ride is definitely helping push the limits. And I'm pretty excited to see what they're going to start pulling out as this heat kind of winds down, and they're sitting so close in score.
Yeah, and it's always a bit of an outrageous one because you have 5 judges, top score, bottom score dropped, and the average is taken. So for both of them to average out at 8 doesn't happen all the time. But
No,
both waves were really, really good. Well surfed, long waves, multiple nose rides. And now it's going to come down to which one of these two can find the backup, which one of these two can find that wave that's also going to give them that excellent score riding potential.
Yeah, definitely. Because I think with the level that both these guys surf at, whoever wins this heat is probably going to have 2 excellent scores or close to excellent scores, even in conditions like this.
Well, both have certainly stepped up the performance level already. I mean, both have got an 8-point ride in the score line. So you look at the conditions, you don't really see 8s out there, especially for longboarding.
Yeah.
But these two have both put them down.
And
so Stephen Sawyer, you see him waving his arms there. That's him asking the beach commentators for the update. And the update is he needs a 5.84 to move to first. We see backup score to the 8 for Sam, a 5.83. And here goes Sam Christensen, drifts into this one. Nice looking wall, gets a long hang 5, holding it, walks it back into the cutback. A lot of power in that turn as well from Sam. Now looks around, decides to redirect, holding that cross step. Look at that style from Sam.
Sure.
Nice turn on the backhand and rides out of it. And Stephen could be in trouble here. Sam is definitely looking at a good score on that one. That was one of the longer nose rides of the day.
It was, and Sam even ended with a big smile, and I think that was. I'm pretty sure it's going to replace his backup score, but we'll see on the replay now and get a better look at it from the start. But that hang 5 in the beginning of the wave, and for so long, I mean, look at that. And the way he brings it back, Sam has such a nice style. And I love how he holds that cross step on his backhand and then adds in a little closeout turn. He looks like he's having fun.
I think Sam's always having fun, and he's always got a big smile on his style. One of the happier kids I've had the pleasure of working with over the years. So here's the story. 833 comes in for that ride, which means that Stephen Sawyer now is going to need an 834 to take back the lead and the win. So Sam Christensen saying, not only am I here to compete, not only am I now qualified for the World Longboard Tour, I'm going for the win, and I want to beat South African world champion Stephen Sawyer.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going through his head. And, you know, obviously Stephen is a ex-world title surfer. He's got a world title himself. So to be, you know, surfing a local event against Stephen and coming out on the win, I think is a massive, massive claim and achievement. But like we've said before, it's definitely not over until the last few minutes, and we know what Stephen can pull out the bag. He's, I think, had a 9 in every heat, but Sam is definitely showing us why he has just qualified for the World Longboard Tour, and it's just so deserved.
Yeah, definitely deserved. And I mean, these two have known each other a long time. They're good friends. And I'm sure Stephen would be stoked for Sam if he does win. But, you know, as mellow and happy-go-lucky as both these gentlemen are, they are highly competitive humans as well. And they do like competing. As we see Sam straight back up into action. And he's finding these runners down the bank from Stephen. Another wave that gave him some opportunity to get to the nose. Now he S-turns along, looking for a little bit more on this wave. He's looking to close the door completely, but that wave's not going to give him the potential for scoring. So he'll hop out of there. But certainly not resting on his laurels here. 4.5 minutes to go. What did you think of this one, Emma?
Yeah, we see, I mean, I love the beginning of that wave and the way he held on to the nose there. He's definitely picking up. I mean, these are the bigger waves in the set, but I think there's something about when you've got two excellent scores, the pressure kind of gets off you, and you maybe not as picky, but you trying to also show what you can still do and what you have left in your repertoire. But unfortunately, this wave I think didn't provide as much opportunity.
So now Stephen Sawyer out the back. He's needing an 834. Just under 4 minutes to go, and Steve's been here before. He's got so much experience, and at the top level, here we go. Straight up into the 5. Cuts it back. Just sticking with this wave, going back to the heart where the power is. Now he's going right. Lovely backhand turn. Now he's going left again. So 2 directional changes already. A little stall there, goes over the top. A nice little hit over the white water. Was it an 834 though, Emma?
Oh, I don't think so. But obviously we'll see what the judges say, and we can have another look at that. I mean, his surfing is there, and he's doing everything he needs to do on that wave, but the wave definitely didn't offer much clean face like we saw Sam's waves did when he got to the nose. Maybe not as much control. But he did finish it, but I think he's going to want to get back out and try get a better wave.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to keep working on that one. Here's Sam on another big set wave. Came around the section there. And I think Sam's experience here at the bowl is just coming through. He's really picking those ones that reconnect and join up the dots. So you see him surfing right into the channel under the North Beach Pier there.
Yeah, we saw the same with Crystal, you know, just keeping busy, both of them sitting slightly wider, and it definitely seems to be paying off. I think because the waves are pretty tricky and bumpy, it's not guaranteed that the sets are always the best ones, but he is keeping busy.
Yeah, keeping very busy. He was keeping busy on the paddle out the channel there too. Wow.
Yeah. sitting on the nose. Oh my word.
We didn't see that live, but that was a cracker start. And worked it all the way through to the inside. Another quick tap to the toe and to the nose there. So Sam Christensen just showing his local knowledge here, finding the waves that work. As we see Stephen Sawyer up in action. Nice little redirect. And he's going to pull out of that one, not liking what he sees. So 1 minute to go. Stephen Sawyer's got an 8-point ride. I mean, he has got an 8 in these difficult conditions, but now needing to improve on that score as Sam has just really put the pressure on. And now it's a game of time because Stephen's got his back to the wall and time is running out fast.
And Sam's actually sitting with priority. And I'm not sure if the longboarding approach is as intense as the shortboarding, but he might go end up sitting on Stephen.
I see our ladies shortboard finalists in the lineup as well. They're going straight into that final for the QS 1000. 2 more heats to go for today. The ladies and men's shortboard finals. 15 seconds. Sam had a sniff at that one. Stevie's up. Needs a big score. Beautiful nose ride. Steps it back. Now on the redirect, back to the nose. Finds another little bowl. Oh, lovely hang 10. So much style. Wow. Another big cutback.
Oh.
I feel like he just needs a little bit more. Will this wave maybe hit a little reform on the inside? Give him something else. And it might just do it. No way. And unfortunately, just closing out. This is going to be a tough one for the judges, Emma.
Yeah, that's going to be tough because he definitely had a moment there on the nose. So it's going to be a long wait on the beach.
So Sam now has to chew his fingernails while paddling in because we are waiting for it. Talk us through this wave then.
I mean, there, for me, that was one of the moments. But I think he actually gets to the nose again. I think closer to the inside. And, yeah, he just stands there. I think he surfed that wave so well. I feel like it just would have been great if it had reformed, as he hit this part here. But it wasn't as much on offer for him. But he makes it look so effortless.
He just needed one more, kind of. But he certainly surfed that wave to its absolute full potential.
Definitely.
I don't feel like there was anything else Stevie could have done on that one. Not used to seeing him with short hair either.
Yeah, exactly. And at one stage he had quite a beard too.
Oh, look at that. So let's see, will it be the king and queen of Durban? Crystal, of course, winning the ladies.
Taking the wins together.
We're waiting for the score. He needed an 8.13 to go to first. It looks like it's an 8.0. Agonizingly close for Steezy. But 0.13 off the score that he needed. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it's going to be just short, unfortunately. So it came in at an 8.53, and it was just a little bit short. So 0.13 in it. And Sam has not only qualified for the WSL World Longboard Tour, but he's also won the eThekwini Surf Pro from his friend. And look how stoked Steezy is for him. These two are good friends. They've surfed together and against each other for so long. And lovely to see the joy from Stevie there as Sam wins at his home break of the new pier.
Wow. What a moment. And what a massive day for Sam, qualifying for the World Longboard Tour, winning the event, getting carried up the beach.
Sure, I was going to be careful. They nearly dropped him there. So these are great scenes from the beach in Durban. Sam Christensen, your eThekwini Surf Pro longboard champion, and so stoked for this young man. He's put a lot of work in. and he fully deserves it. A great performance up against Stephen Sawyer in the final. Got to tip our hat to Stephen as well. He also just surfed outrageously good today, especially in these difficult conditions. But it was the local Sam Christensen taking the win. And Emma, I think there's going to be a party in Durban tonight.
I think you're right. Definitely
Well,
right.
we'll just seen our winner from the men's. We'll catch up with him a little bit later. But in the meantime, let's go hear from our ladies longboard champion, Crystal Hewlett.
All right, I'm standing here with the eThekwini LQS Women Champion. Tell me what's going through your mind right now, Crystal.
Oh, just so much stoke, so much happiness, and I'm just super grateful for the presence of the people in the community down here. I think WSL and Surfing South Africa and just all the people here made it the best event, and I'm just super grateful to be a part of it, and to have taken out the win was number one.
No, look, it was a tough conditions for that final. A lot of onshore, a lot of moving water. Tell me, what was going through your mind in that final?
Oh, just keeping busy. I was trying to look for some sets, and I was trying to keep patient, but lots of white water running around, and just trying to find some sections, but a lot of wobble, but super grateful. Just kept consistent and calm, and just try to find what could get the work done. So yeah.
And then the biggest thing, you're now qualified for the Women's Championship Longboard Tour. What does that mean to you?
And it's such an honor. I'm super stoked. I mean, yeah, just these women are amazing, and I'm super grateful to be competing against them, and we're all growing together as one community, and longboarding, women's surfing is just growing. So I'm super honored to be representing, and yeah, I'm just super grateful. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you to you as well for pulling through, and what a final it's been, what a contest it's been. Again, a massive congratulations. Crystal Hewlett over here, our women's eThekwini Longboard QS 1000 champion. Congratulations.
Thank you. Stoked.
And we're back. Crystal Hewlett, all smiles there. Obviously also learning that she is now qualified for the WSL World Longboard Tour. And Emma, I have to say, looking at her performance today, she is going to be a weapon out on the World Tour.
Definitely. And I think there's, Crystal's always been an incredible surfer, shortboarding and longboarding, but you can see there's been such a growth and even just improvement in all the technical sides of her longboard surfing. So I really feel like that win was just so well deserved. She surfed so incredibly well in also tricky conditions. She had good heats leading up to it. And now we're into the shortboarding.
Yeah, it is LePront opening up things, but nothing happening on that one. It is the classic battle in our ladies' final. Goofy versus Natural Foot. And in the red low, LePront from the south coast of Natal up against Komaki, Cape Town, Sarah Scott. And this was the opening ride, Emma.
Yeah, so just one little sort of cutback, but not much else on to offer. I think Sarah also got a wave while Louise is on that one, which we'll probably get a replay for. But Battle of the Goofy and Natural Foot.
Getting a little bit of a carve back to the whitewaters here. S turning like crazy there to get through to the inside section. And that wave just not giving her much to work with. So looking at the two longboard finals, there were waves up there. I mean, specifically Stephen and Sam showing that there are length of ride possibilities out there. But we've also maybe got to remind ourselves that as difficult as it was for the longboards, are on longboards and can negotiate those soft sections a bit easier than the shortboards.
Yeah, and I think get onto the waves slightly easier. As you see Louise, she managed to get a wave out the back, which is pretty helpful in conditions like this, if you're able to connect it, which so far she is. Great turn there. And that was a good wave for Louise, especially so early in the heat.
Yeah, getting to work on that one. Definitely got the tail board up into the lip line more than once. So good combinations, good power surfing, and going to be interesting to see what the judges come in with that one. Here's the replay. The first turn, not the biggest, but she did well to keep with the wave and work to the inside section. Now she starts going to work. Nice little drive off the top. And now works it off the bottom and bang, up into the lip. So I don't think it's going to be a huge score, Emma, but certainly in today's conditions, that could be a keeper.
Yeah, I think definitely can be a keeper. And, in conditions like this, we said this morning with the smaller waves, being on your backhand has an advantage, but we also saw in the semifinals, Sarah on her forehand, just having that slight bit of innovation and power on, her snaps. But we saw Louise scoring a 6.50, which is a pretty great score to have in the bank on conditions like this, and a bit of pressure on Sarah.
Yeah, that's a good opener for the young goofy footer from the South Coast. 6.5, wow. So the judges rewarding that surfing in the difficult conditions, and she'll be very happy with the 6.5. That could well be a wave that counts towards winning this final.
Definitely.
And both of these girls just super competitive. I mean, they've been competing since a very young age. I used to commentate all the junior series here in South Africa. I've seen Sarah come on the scene. I think it was under 12, and Louise is definitely competing from like about 10 years old. So they might be young, but they've got years of competitive experience behind them.
Definitely. And I think both these girls, they obviously started competing very young, but they've both got older brothers that competed too. And I think there's a part in that definitely pushes your competitive surfing, your performance surfing. And you'll never, unless they're not in the same place, you will very seldom see these girls in a heat without their brothers on the beach supporting them, often surfing the event too.
Well, being so close to home on the South Coast, I'm sure the whole LeBron clan is making noise on the beach.
Yeah, definitely. They spend a lot of time in town, coaching, surfing all the conditions. So I think they've definitely got a good support crew on the beach here.
I've seen the LeBrons also spend a lot of time down in your part of the world, my old hometown, Seal Point.
Yes, a lot of time that side too. In fact, wherever there's a wave, I feel like I'll spot them. Wherever it is in the country, they are there. And all three of them, but they are always a pleasure to share a lineup with. Really great, representatives of surfing.
So a momentous day here in Durban, and it's so nice that one of Durban's own, Sam Christensen, taking not only the win in the men's longboard, but also qualifying for the World Longboard Tour. To an interview with, I'm sure, supremely stoked Sam Christensen.
I'm standing here with the eThekwini LQS 1000 champion, Sam Christensen. Tell me about that final. What's going through your mind right now?
Yo, that was hardcore. Sound went out halfway through, couldn't hear anything. Kind of onshore waves everywhere, but it was a lot of fun. Nice to just have man-on-man heats, so no hustling. It was a lot of fun out there.
No, for sure, definitely. And I can see the nerves, I can see the excitement, I can see the happiness. The other biggest thing, you are the champion here today, but also you have qualified for the about that.
I'm excited about that. Got to have a couple things fall into place to make it happen, but hopefully this is the sign. So we'll see what happens.
Most definitely. I mean, you've had a long campaign. It's been a long time coming. I can imagine everybody here on the Durban beachfront has watched you win at your local, at your home break. Is there anything you want to say out to anybody right now? Any shout outs, anything at all?
Just to all my friends and family, the support has been pretty overwhelming. I mean, after my semi-final earlier, I could hardly even speak. There was just so many nerves and pretty much overcome with emotion. So just a mad shout out and thanks to everybody. It really means the world.
No, amazing. We're standing here with the eThekwini LQS 1000 men champion. This is Sam Christensen, won this event here today and has also qualified for the World Longboard Tour. Congratulations, Sam Christensen. Go enjoy your moment.
Thank you.
No
Stoked. Lekker.
You deserve it, bro.
So a very, very stoked Sam Christensen, and well deserved. He surfed really well today. And I'm looking forward to seeing him out there on the World Longboard Tour. There's Sarah Scott up and riding, putting that Smith Shapes swallowtail on the rail. And gets a nice bottom turn, goes off the top and just a little caught up on that maneuver, Emma, and not able to ride out of the closeout turn.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. That would have been a really great turn. I think she maybe went a little hard for how much that wave had to offer, and maybe a little late too. But she's racing out to kind of get priority again. Let's see a replay of Louise. Also a bit of a softer wave. Manages to get in a good carve. She is already sitting with that 6.5. Changing direction, and hopefully she can close, as she does close it off, but I'm not sure that's any better than a 6.5 ride.
Yeah, so we'll have to see where the score came in. We are down to just under 13 minutes in this ladies' final of the eThekwini Surf Pro, of course, presented by the city of Durban and eThekwini. And this was that wave of Sarah's carve, but the wave kind of just went flat on her. Couldn't decide what it wanted to do. I thought she was going to really lay into that thing, but just not able to ride out of it. So Lula Pront with a 5.33 and a 3.33. She's in the lead. And Sarah Scott with a 2.5 and a 1.83. She needs a 6.16 to go to the lead. So right now, there's the goofy footer, the younger surfer with the advantage, a 5.33 and a 3.33. And a 6.16 in these conditions for Sarah, she is going to need to get pretty dynamic, Emma.
She is, but Sarah definitely has I mean, as we saw even on that last wave that she just wasn't able to kind of ride out of. She has a dynamic approach to every wave she takes off on. And we saw in the semifinals just the way she was able to, get speed and almost get critical on waves that didn't really allow it. So if she can get hold of a wave that presents that opportunity, but it is hard. You can see now she's working very hard to get through to the inside, and it kind of just faded. I think Louise sitting at the advantage of having got a pretty good wave very early in the heat.
Yeah, and almost like rolling the dice now in these conditions. Like, took off on that one, was still a whitewater foamy, but hoping that there might be the reform that gave her something to work with. But unfortunately, that one didn't really pan out. And it is very variable out there. I mean, it's not a stable lineup. The waves are all over the show. Now looking at a little inside one.
Yeah, I think conditions like this, you don't want to be too patient. You don't want to sit too long. Louise has kept busy, and she's managed to find a left, which we all know she can put in a mean forehand turn, but that wave didn't allow too much opportunity.
Yeah, that one, unfortunately, if she'd managed to maybe find like another big second turn, it could have been a good one, but
yeah,
just the one turn.
I find
so down to 10 minutes.
Both these girls have such signature forehand hacks that it would be great to get an opportunity to see both of them, doing that, one on the left, one on the right, as we see a replay from Sarah.
Bit of a Hail Mary wave. had to work it all the way through the inside, and unfortunately just did not open up for her. So now priority is with blue on the outside. She needs a score. Here comes the paddle. Sarah trying to get into this one. She doesn't catch it though, so she's going to lose her priority. And it maybe, I see Lou didn't get it straight away, but she is on the outside, so she does go to priority now. And it is Sarah Scott needing a 6.66. So Lou did improve slightly on her last wave, getting a 3.83. And this was it, Emma.
The last of red. I mean, all of, Louise's waves that she has had, the waves have been tricky, but she goes in with such commitment that I definitely can see that the judges are rewarding that. There's not many opportunities out here to do that. We'll have another look at Louise's wave. A little bit of a whitewater takeoff. I mean, that was a great cutback back into the foam, nice flow, and in this last turn, I mean, she did the job. She needed another score. She needed to keep busy, and she's definitely out in the lead, having that first 5-point ride that she already has, and she wants to build.
Yeah, definitely turning the screws and showing a very mature approach for such a young competitor. And she certainly is putting the pressure on Sarah Scott, needing a 6.66 in these conditions. Sarah's still got time though. She could even foreseeably get 2 scores. So she's just going to try to find the waves. Here we go, Surfer in red, up and riding. This was the replay. Not much happened on this wave, so not really going to do much for her.
We didn't see as many lefts in the last heat, and definitely been a couple more lefts in this heat.
So now priority back with Sarah Scott on the outside. And looking for a 6.66 or looking for 2 sort of medium range scores to get that 9.17 requirement for the lead. And Em, if you were sitting in her shoes right now, what would the approach be?
Oh, I think it's a high score to get in conditions like this, but there is also a part of you that knows if you're able to get a bigger wave that has even maybe one moment where there's that critical part of the wave and you just commit to that full risk, and then maybe just finish it off slightly or start with a bit of a cutback before that, that's going to be rewarded. But with the way the heat's gone and how tricky it's been, like rolling the dice, like you mentioned earlier, I think there's a part of me that would want to try get 2 waves, even though there's not that much time left. I found that the priority hasn't really held back the surfers from getting scores. They often sitting quite far away from each other, and one going left, one going right. And we saw with Sam Christensen in that last heat, he was definitely picking up a lot of waves wider and in quite a short space of time. So yeah, it's a tricky one, but I think I would want to try get 2.
Yeah, and Sam was definitely sort of, like you say, hogging the dairy sort of side of the beach, where Steve was more in the middle. Here we go, paddle. Sarah Scott up and riding, and whoa, that one just fades on her. So of course the tide is in now, so a lot more water on the bank as well, and it seems to affect some of the waves. There's definitely a couple of bowls out there, but it's so tricky trying to find the right ones.
We'll
you can see looking at this one, it looked like a good wave.
It looked like a bomb, and then you can see how it just instantly hit that like hole. I think it's the tide too, just getting higher, like you mentioned. And there's like a fine line of the waves that kind of make it all the way through. You kind of take off, and it doesn't have a massive wall, but it's got a bit of that like taper look. That, and if you're able to stay in the foam, you can definitely get the double up. But it is tricky, and we've seen the girls take off on quite a lot of waves that fade out, or they go for a turn and just unable to ride it out.
We see a big set wave out the back. That's one of the bigger waves we've seen for a while. I don't think Sarah was in position to catch it though. So we go to the wide shot that shows you the lineup. This was a quick left from Lou. Kind of worked it, but really not much was happening on that wave. 3.5 minutes to go now, and Sarah Scott needing a score, 6.66 to be precise. Conditions are not easy out there for these ladies in the final. It is the youngster Louise Lapront out in front with a 5.33 and a 3.83. Sarah Scott with a 2.5 and a 1.83, needing a 6.66. Just 3 minutes now on the clock. Finding a high 6 out there now, Emma, is not going to be easy.
No, it's not. And I don't know, there's a part of me that thinks, is it worth maybe coming a bit closer in and trying to get those waves that really hit that bank? But like we saw, then a set can come and break pretty far out and kind of land on your head. So you feel like, well, you got to maybe stick to one plan. But like we said, there's really not much time left. But I think even an opportunity to get a good wave and replace the 1.83 is definitely going to be in the back of her mind, and show what she can do.
Yeah. Just over 2 minutes to go though, so she's going to have to find that wave pretty soon. It's also just really difficult to place yourself in the lineup out here with this wind blowing. Now the waves are so short period and on top of themselves that it's sometimes you float over one and suddenly wham, there's a wave. And are you in the right place? Should you go? Decision making needs to happen really fast.
Very fast. And there has been quite a lull now for the girls. The minutes are kind of ticking down. You can see Sarah's checking the beach, and they are sitting closer to each other now too. But Sarah is sitting with priority.
1.5 minutes to go. Is that priority a boon or a curse though?
Yeah.
She doesn't really have a choice though. If there's a wave that looks even remotely like it could give her some scoring potential, she needs to go.
Definitely.
All right, looks like we might have a little bit of action as we go into the last minute of the heat. Do we get a paddle? Let's see. Yes, Sarah Scott up and riding, takes off. Gave her a lip to work with, gets the hack off the top. One of the bigger turns of the heat. Now she has to hope for a little connection, and unfortunately decides not to wait with that one, Emma.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think that first turn was great. She had a lot of speed, and it was, the turn we saw her not landing earlier in the heat. I think the dream would be if she could have connected all the way to the inside, but it's not as easy as it looks. You can even see she's navigating some bumps there. She did well to make use of that little section that presented herself, but there wasn't much reform for her, I think.
Well, now time is against her. 5 seconds on the clock. I don't know if she's going to get another opportunity, and there is the timer running out. So even the score comes in, it's not enough. And it is going to be Louise Lapront, your champion in Durban for the eThekwini Surf Pro. And I'm sure the Grom is very, very stoked, Emma.
Massive result for Louise. And she's had such a good year. So I'm so stoked for her to continue that role. and of course, celebrating each other is always a great way to go into a win.
Yeah, and what a result for the youngster QS1000 win. She's still got a few more years in the juniors too, so it's mind-boggling that she's winning these QS Open Ladies events. I think she's got a very big career ahead of her, and for a while, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So one more heat to go today for the eThekwini Pro. My wife breathes a sigh of relief. Seeing as I'm webcasting from our lounge today. And looking forward to a great final here. It's the best buddies up against each other. Luke Slipe and Luke Thompson. Well done to Lou LePrant. We're going to go to an ad break and we'll be back with the men's final of eThekwini Surf Pro. Welcome back. I'm Carl Linder, joined by Emma Smith-Deal. We are here for the men's final of the QS1000 eThekwini Surf Pro, presented by the City of Durban and eThekwini Municipality. Sunny, sunshine coast of KZN. It's winter, but you wouldn't know it the way the warm water of the Indian Ocean and the lovely warm weather that is prevalent in this part of the world for the winter. Definitely the best place to be, Emma, in South Africa for winter.
Definitely the best place to be. And I think as we head into these colder winter days, by Durban standards, we get some pretty amazing waves. We saw the last few days, the waves have been absolutely incredible. Today, slightly trickier, but still some great waves on offer. We've seen good scores all day. And we see Luke slapping on a wave now, which we'll wait for the replay for.
Yeah, Luke's still working this one through to the inside and gets the little close-out maneuver. And you see two very different strategies now in this heat. Interestingly, the Cape Townian choosing, much like his heat earlier in the day, to sit a bit more on the inside and to work that dairy bowl. Whereas Luke Thompson, the local, sitting on the outside. And let's watch this replay, Emma.
Yeah, Luke does everything with such ease. Oh, I missed that. I mean, that was
got the air.
Great position in this slow conditions, and he finished. So, and had to pull off before he hit the pier.
Here's Luke Thompson. These two are besties, and they're going hammer and tongs at each other. Two nice calves in the pocket for Luke Thomas. You mind met the pink hoochie. Bottom turns, now going left. Lovely backhand hook and another one. So multiple maneuvers on this wave and finishing off. He's going to give it a little claim on that one, but I don't think he saw Luke's wave.
Yeah, I think both those
So,
boys, different approaches, but two great ways. You can see Luke went in strong.
so yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with this exchange because, like you said, quite different approaches. Solid, connected, multiple maneuvers for Luke Thompson, and Luke Slapen going a little bit more radical and new school. So I'm intrigued. It's going to set the tone.
Yeah, and I think what I always like about the final heats is you can see the surfers. You can, like, from the moment they stand on their first wave, they have a much more aggressive, harder approach. They start taking more risks, in all those other heats leading up to the final. The goal is to get in the final, and you can just see even Luke Thompson's wave he got now. He just went into it with such confidence and such almost aggression, which you can see he's here for business.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm sure Luke Thompson would love nothing more than to win a QS in his hometown. Here's his first ride, Emma.
Yeah, I see. Started strong from the back through those bumps, knowing exactly what could be ahead if he makes it through, which he has. Changes direction. I love the last two turns. For me, the last three turns were definitely the strongest part of the wave. And it's not often you see the shortboarders changing direction so effortlessly. And yeah, I like the look of that one.
One, I can tell you there is one group of people on the beach who are in quite the quandary on who to support here, and that is the team from Smith Shapes. Michaela and Graham and team will definitely be not knowing who to shout for because both these Lukes are on Smith Shapes.
It's a good problem to have, though. My team riders are all overachievers. Who do I support?
Well, it's crazy, really, because I say they're best friends, but the families are so close. I mean, from Luke's sisters and mom Dee to Steve Rowland, who's good friends with Luke Slapen's dad. Like, they're almost best friends. They live in each other's homes. They travel together. They all go away as families together. So super
Real
close.
brother.
And yeah, it's a proper brother heat right here.
Sure, and see, Luke got a 7.17 on his wave. Or Luke Thompson.
Obviously, the 5.5 to start. Luke Slapen with the 5.17 and a 4.17. So Luke Thomas has put the hammer down here. Luke Slapen's going to need a 7.5 if he wants to take the lead, and that's a big ask in these conditions. But I can tell you that Luke Slapen is got some big tricks in his deck of cards. He can definitely pull big aerials. He's got some very exciting surfing that he can go to. But in the meantime, here's the paddle from Luke Thompson and just a quick in and out.
Yeah, that's
Under
true.
the priority there.
Hard conditions to get a 7.5, but I think Luke's Slapen's 5-point ride was just a taste of what he can pull out the bag and what he can do. So I think if he can get a wave like Luke Thompson did, which offered a bit more, was a bit bigger, a bit more power, he can definitely snag the win back from Luke Thompson.
And bragging rights.
There's so many Lukes, I have to just add in the surname so we know who we're talking about.
Yeah, I think we'll just call them by their surnames from now on.
Yeah.
So you see the pink cap, that is Luke Thompson in the blue vest. Very interesting choice of color for the hoochie. And now Luke trying to open up a bit of a gap between him and Luke Slapen. He's under priority, so he wants to find his own peak. And here goes the paddle. Luke Thompson up and riding. Just to hop it through to this section, and he'll hop off the back. So he's under priority. He can pretty much take off on as many waves as he wants. It doesn't matter. He's not going to lose priority. So keeping busy, looking for opportunities out in the lineup, which is not a bad game plan.
No.
Again, you see the replay here. Not much going down. It's not going to change the situation. He's going to keep busy. Here he goes again. Now closer to the dairy bowl, and again, just going to hop off the back as that one disappears. Not a bad game plan to just have a look, have a sniff.
Yeah.
Because you never know what's going to pop up on the bank in front of you.
Definitely. And I think when aerials are in your repertoire, which they're not repertoire, it's not for me, but you can pick up a wave that just suddenly presents this perfect little launching pad, and in conditions like this, they're quite hard to sort of seek or pick up, but we've seen the guys get lucky just keeping busy and just those moments presenting themselves.
Well, certainly any aerials I've ever done were completely by mistake. So, but these two have got aerials in their back pockets. I've seen both of them do absolutely monstrous airs. I know Monster Energy had their video contest 2-3 years ago, and both Luke Slipen and Luke Thompson had solid entries with big alley-oops and big air rotations. And I suppose it must be interesting because these two pretty much surf together every day. So it almost feels like a free surf, but there's just the added pressure of a QS1000 title on the line. Mm-hmm. Lovely little backhand hook now onto the rail. Luke Thompson finding a wave with a little bit of possibility here. Another big rail carve. This gives him a closeout section to do something big on, and he can land it. There we go. Throws the tail. Lands there. He has to pet the kitty a little bit there on the exit, but definitely pulled it, and I think the judges are going to like that wave.
Definitely. We can actually excited to look at this replay. First the left, I think, rebounding like that just helps you get that extra bit of speed, and then you can see the rest of the wave. He times it so well. Those carves giving him a lot more speed than we realize. And then the air at the end. And as Kai says, pet the kitty and ride it up.
In this one, you'll give him the contest, Mike. It's okay. So score comes in very quickly for that wave. It's an 8.0. So, wow, Luke Slipen now needs a perfect 10. And I'm not quite sure in these conditions how you go about manufacturing a perfect 10.
Oh, yeah, I think so. But there's a lot of time. There's time to replace the 5 and the 4. But not, the waves aren't as consistent as I think the boys would like.
Yeah, you talk about that priority, like that wave was under priority. We said he's moving away from Luke, opening up some space, and he got a wave and dropped an 8.0. So that just really does put the pressure onto Luke Slipen, even though he's the surfer with priority. And here we go, Luke Slipen up and riding. Boom, goes for a big rotation over the section. That was a big, heavy section too. Wow. You can see the body language. Now, one maneuver wave, but it was one of the bigger waves we've seen, and it was a proper section. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the score is.
If only that wave had allowed more.
Yeah, 100%. But if I look back over the day, we've seen some high scores on one maneuver waves. And in these conditions, certainly you've got to give the surfer the benefit of the doubt on that one. So he took off. Let's watch this. So not a massive air. He didn't get a lot of air out of the wave, but it was a super heavy section.
Yeah.
So I think we're waiting for Luke Thompson to take off here. There we go. Goes down on the first turn, so that's a no scorer. All right, so 6.0 comes in for Luke Slipen. So he's now put the requirement down to a 917. A little bit better than a 10.0, eh?
Definitely, definitely better. Even just slightly.
Very interesting. 6 and a 517 for Luke Slipen, 8 and a 717 for Luke Thompson. Is blue with the priority. And we're down to 10 minutes. And now we watch for the paddle. So Luke Thompson didn't even have a look at this. Slipen's like, well, I'm under priority. I'm going to have a crack. Nice carve, wrapping it back to hop it through. But it does look like he's managed to get through to the inside section. A couple of little S turns. But he's going to need something big here. Boom, throws the reverse, rides out of it. Can he get something else here? Maybe. Oh, wow. Gets another little snap under the pier. So that's going to be an interesting score. Is it a 917? I'm not too sure about that, but he may well improve on the 6.0.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a great wave. We'll see the replay now, but Luke just has such an effortless approach. It's, you know, even the way he gets through this chop quite effortlessly too. And he's waiting for that moment, and then he does this air, and then it's not over. He carries on and still fits in another turn. Wow.
Yeah, that was pretty good surfing from him. You're right, the word is effortless. Sometimes I wonder if surfers like Luke Slipen, they make things look so effortless that almost is a bit of a handbrake for getting scores, because sometimes the judges don't appreciate actually how well they are surfing and how difficult what they're doing is, especially in these conditions. Okay, here goes Luke Thompson, quick in and out for him. So we're waiting on the score for Luke Slipen. My feeling is he's going to improve on the 6.0, but I don't think it's going to be. Oh, there you go. It's a 613. So now he needs a 904. So he's just chipping away at that requirement, chipping away.
Yeah.
Got to keep going. But now 904. What do you think he's going to have to do? And he's keeping busy. Look at this, up and riding again.
He's
it's going to have to be one of those big Hail Marys.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, like you said, these two spend so much time surfing together that, you know, I know when you know you surf with girls or guys you travel with and compete with, you definitely push each other in those free surf, and you make sure to always look back and see what the other person's doing. So I know both these guys know that whatever the score is needed, whenever one of them take off on a wave, you kind of know in the back of your head what they can do in a free surf. You just wonder, will they do it in the heat?
Well, that is where the pressure comes in, eh? And club members of the Omar Buri Club often travel around with Ian Thurtle, and always a lach with those people. They are a lot of fun to be with. Luke Slipen's dad, John Slipen, takes a lot of grief from these kids too when he goes on trips with them. He'll be having a chuckle at that, I'm sure, watching the webcast.
I'll leave the Omar
6.5 minutes on the clock. I said they need to get stickers made. So here we go, both surfers now. Luke Thompson is going to start applying the pressure. He's coming to sit on Luke Slipen with the priority. But I think worth noting that he didn't even have a look at that wave that Luke got the 613 on. He wasn't even interested. So again, showing that sometimes priority is a curse and not a blessing.
Yeah, I think you can definitely overthink having priority. You suddenly get a little bit more fussy too. It holds you back from maybe spotting a wave that has some potential and waiting a little long. But in Luke's case, he's got 2 great scores. So I think he can hold on to that priority.
Again, Luke Thompson deciding not to have a look at that one. Luke Slapen takes off. He's having to do the hop again, but if this wave doubles up, it could be a good one. And here we go. Luke Thompson in the background going left, carve with Luke Slapen. No, wave pops up, but it's not going to give him anything. So that one's not going to work out for him. We'll wait for the replay on blue. So here we go. Luke Thompson went through. And Luke Slapen taking off. He went left, but the wave kind of faded out on him. And didn't really give him too much to work with. Not much happening on that one. So paddle back out, try get the priority. And unfortunately for him, Luke Thompson also just with a short ride. So he has kept the priority and he'll come sit on his chom now. He'll be like, how's it, buddy? And it always, for me, is such a weird dynamic, especially when it's your friend, Emma.
Yeah.
That you've got to sit on them and make things difficult.
Yeah. I know. And also, you're used to surfing with them in the free surfing and chatting their ears off, but in the heat is not quite the chit chat time. See Luke Slapen again under priority.
Wow, so you got a nice little carve on the outside. Now finds another little bowl section. Unfortunately, that section and the bump just got him. For a second there, I thought he was going to get that launch pad to go large.
Oh, same. It's like a moment, a split second that it kind of just knocked him out of that that little path he was on to go for that air. He does so well to ground out the wave. He's not quite doing the whole hop approach, but adding some maneuvers in while working the wave and trying to get into that double up section. Just unfortunately that wave shut down a bit too early.
Yeah, so now just over the 5-minute mark in this final. Last heat of the day, the eThekwini Surf Pro. And the pressure is on Luke Slapen. Luke Thompson, pretty much born and bred at the new pier in Durban, where we are watching this event go down. Sure, all the guys on the beach are holding thumbs that he can win the first eThekwini Surf Pro since we've come back to Durban.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, if we look at the longboards, Sam Christensen flying the flag for the Durban locals. And let's see if his fellow Durbanite can pull off the repeat in the shortboard finals. But of course, he does live in Cape Town these days.
He does, but I'm sure a lot of his friends and surfers he spent a lot of time surfing with are still here. And I think there's definitely something about feeling that real local support. I often think of that run Luke Thompson had at Belido Pro, where he had the whole beach supporting him and all the South Africans and local Durbanites supporting him, and you could see him feeding off that. And I'm sure he's still got a crew of people on the beach here, even if he's relocated to Cape Town.
Well, nice little backhand hook there for Luke Slapen. Disappears off screen. Looks like he went down after that though. It's really turned into an onshore bowl fest. So looking at a bit of a set coming through the lineup, but both surfers not really in position for it. There's Luke Slipen in shot. Watching paddle, here goes Luke Slipen, finds a little bowl under Luke Thompson, cuts it back, and hops off. Nothing else happening on that one. 20 seconds on the clock. So unfortunately for Luke Slipen, it's not looking like he's going to get an opportunity to go to 9.04, especially in these conditions. So let's have a little quick look at that replay. Luke Thompson thought about it, wasn't really in a position to catch it. Would have been a few nervous seconds watching Slipen go on this one. He pulls off the back, and that is going to be time. And Emma, we have a champion in eThekwini. It is going to be homegrown boy Luke Thompson with the win in the QS1000 at the eThekwini Surf Pro.
Oh, amazing. I mean, obviously both these boys are so deserving, but Luke Thompson has put in many, many hours between these peers, and I know he has got his heart totally set on, getting on the Challenger Series, qualifying for the World Tour, and having a win like this is definitely a step in the right direction. So super stoked for him.
Yeah, great performance. Also a very good performance from Luke Slipen. He won't be too upset. His best friend just won the event. I'm sure they'll still celebrate this evening. The Choms with a double up in the final. And still a good result. So getting a second and building up some points for the 2025 Challenger Series. But here is your champion, Luke Thompson. Finds a little bowl. He's going to do a little air throwaway to celebrate. And he'll be super stoked. So while we wait for Luke to get to the beach, let's go to an interview with our ladies champion. It is the young Louise Lapront from Scotborough in Southern Natal.
Let's go. All right. The winner of the eThekwini Surf Pro Ladies Division, congratulations to Louise Lapront, taking 20,000 Rand and 1,000 points on the regional WQS series. Louise, you took the momentum that you built in El Salvador, and it seems you brought that straight here into this event at Durban.
Yeah, I've been on a go lately. I'm super stoked to win this event. It means so much coming from El Salvador, and yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions out there. It looked really, really tough. And when we were on the commentary, it looked like the ones that could connect all the way through was going to get you the win. And out of your 8 waves, 3 of your waves connected. Was that a strategy out there?
Well, it wasn't really a strategy. You just got to go for whatever wave comes and has a little bit of a lip to it and hope that it goes all the way to the jury.
Fantastic win. You're now top of the ratings, potentially qualifying for the 2025 Challenger Series at only 16. It's a fantastic result. Anyone you want to thank in terms of your support crew? I know you've got a very big support crew who come to you at these events.
Yeah, I want to thank my parents, my brother, sister, QJ for all the work he put in the last 3 days, and all my sponsors who helped me get everywhere. Yeah.
Well, congratulations, and we really look forward to seeing you at the next couple of events.
So here we go, back on the beach. There is your champion, Luke Thompson. Pink Hoochie off now, talking to mates Geordie Marie and Luke Slipen. And I'm sure super stoked with the win. I know Team Smith will be over the moon, as will his sponsor manager, Paul Canning from O'Neill. Talking about O'Neill, Emma, next up on the South African calendar will, of course, be the O'Neill Belito Pro Challenger Series event. And a good couple of South Africans will be in action there. And we're very excited to see the Challenger Series back in KZN.
Yeah, that event's a massive highlight for all of us South Africans. All of us supporting, some who are surfing. And like you say, it's pretty much just around the corner. About a week and a half, I think. No, maybe 2 weeks.
2 weeks, I think. And then, of course, in between that, we do have some activity in J-Bay. It's not the J-Bay Open, but there is a contest happening and some invite surfers from around the world. And, of course, we've also got some action coming up later today, a big South African heat on the CT in El Salvador with Jordy Smith and Maddie McGillivray up against each other in the quarterfinals. I know that event has kicked off its live webcast as well. And then a reminder that coming up later in the year, of course, we do have the Vic Bay QS1000. And then early next year, we'll have Cape Town and SA Open back. And just to give you a taste of earlier in the year, we're going to look at some highlights from the Cape Town Pro and the SA Open. So don't go nowhere. We will be back with the prize giving. So like I said, we will go to some highlights from the Cape Town Pro and the SA Open. We started the year with the Cape Town Pro, and these guys had some really good waves in Cape Town. Yes, Long Beach absolutely delivering. See some of the ladies in action. And you couldn't really ask for much more fun waves than this. See Luke Thompson, who just won the Durban event. There is Paul Sampson. He was the eventual winner in the men's and went on an absolute tear. Those are absolutely cooking in Cape Town for the Cape Town Pro. Wow, just absolutely firing conditions in Cape Town. Sarah Scott, the local girl, with the win in the ladies. Into the men's finals, Aidan Mason-Camp against Paul Sampson. Was Aidan a hardened competitor? Luke Thompson is also up there. Surfing on display from the men in the Cape Town event. There's this guy. There's some very progressive surfing. Look at that full Rio right there. Paul Sampson. Wow, that was so heavy. Crazy aerial there from Paul. Would be Paul in the end with his first ever QS victory. That was the Surf Pro. Happened earlier in the year. While we wait for the prize giving, let's take a look at what happened in Port Elizabeth, Berge, in the Eastern Cape for the SA Open of Surfing. It has to be said that actually PE is known, I can say this because I grew up there, the small wave spot most of the time, facing away from most of the predominant swells, but competitors this year at the SA Open were welcomed by some pretty good waves at the pipe. Able to get some good rides, both rights, lefts. Sarah Baum up in action now. She's actually at a training camped in Tahiti right now, because of course she'll be coming up in the Olympics representing South Africa. So Scott, of course, was in the finals now in Durban. Into the men, Aidan Masenkamp once again. Good surfing on display from him. As we said, the waves were absolutely firing for PE. Ball again, as usual, going to the air. Really was some good action on display in Port Elizabeth. That was a crazy turban. Chad Tway always putting his hand up when the wave's on and the contest is on. Couple of great performances here from the guys. Electric surfing at the pipe in PE. So the SAO surfing, opener surfing in PE, Pollock Beach. Spot on you all grew up there. And we will now go to the prize giving segment of this event. We've got our winners. Now we just have to award them for their performances. And you can see that northeast really blowing now. But we'll be ready for the prize giving shortly. So just stick with us here at the eThekwini Surf Pro. You see Luke Thompson on the interview with Mike Frew. I'm sure he's super stoked to win an event in his hometown. So we are around here. We've had the finals today, some great performances. Great to see local boys, Sam Christensen in the longboards and Luke Thompson in the shorts, taking the win for the Durban crew. It was Luna Pront from the south coast, just down the drag on the N2, taking out the ladies' shortboard win. It was Crystal Hewlett, who has spent a lot of time living in Durban in the last few years, taking the ladies' boards. Big shout out to the eThekwini municipality, City of Durban, for putting on this contest. Good to see competitive surfing back at the Pier Mile. So a big thank you to WSL Serving South Africa. See how happy that is. Super stoked with the win. Conditions have really deteriorated since this morning. We had such nice clean offshores, but just throughout the day degraded. But the surfers putting their hands up, still putting in some incredible performances. And super impressed. Specifically for me in the men's final. Wow, what a performance both from Stephen Sawyer and Sam Christensen. They really just put on a show in very subpar conditions, especially for longboarding. talked about conditions on day 1 and 2. It was absolutely firing. Let's go back and look at the highlights from those 2 days. that was highlights from day 1 and 2, absolutely firing waves between the peers in Durban for the eThekwini Surf Pro. Remember that we have a massive South African heat coming up in the quarterfinals at the CT event in El Salvador. Currently quarter number 2 in the lineup. It'll be quarterfinal number 4 with Geordie Smith and Maddie McGillivray. And looking forward to seeing how that goes. But in the meantime, we will join the prize for the eThekwini Pro. And we will meet our winners once again from the longboards and shortboards. From all of us here at the event, thank you for joining us on the webcast, from myself, Kyle Linder, and of course Emma Smith-Deal, who joined me. Thoroughly enjoyed being here. First time for us doing the webcast using technology. Big shout out to our team, as well as WSL, the City of Durban, and of course eThekwini Municipality. Forward to seeing you next South African calendar, which will be in J-Bay, and then of course Pro. Self calendar, have a great time and enjoy the prize giving.
extend my heartfelt gratitude to the event stakeholders, to Durban Tourism, to Mr. Malusi Kumalo and Nokolungo Gumede. Thank you so much for your support and from behind the scenes, everything that you did to make sure that this event was a success. To eThekwini Municipality, thank you so much, and I hope we can build a very important relationship for the future. To KwaZulu-Natal Surfing Association and Surfing South Africa, your unwavering support and partnership have been instrumental in making this event a success, so thank you. To our local organizing team, and especially to my right-hand man, to Mr. Lukman Bruce, our regional tour manager, I cannot thank you enough for all the time, for all the efforts and the long days behind the scenes. Thank you so much. You can be very proud of yourself. He's the man, eh? Yeah. Luke Brew, yes. So to our local organizing team, our dedicated members from the surf community, your daily support and enthusiasm has been the backbone of this event. But I do want to say a special thank you to Sisonke and Dumdum from Surfers Not Street Children, who has been the first person on the beach each day. He's been the first person on the beach each day to help set up the event, along with our incredible crew, Lucky, Sanele, and Nkosi, Giabonga gents. Those are the guys up there. Your hard work has made my life a lot easier, so thank you so much. I also want to acknowledge our experienced media team. Your work ethic and level of professionalism is like no other. So thank you for the hard work and dedication and effort. To our diverse panel of judges and officials, your professionalism and expertise have ensured that the competition ran smoothly and fairly. So thank you so much. To Greg Kitto from Universal Broadcast, thank you for investing in the event and offering a live stream on finals day. This component to the event is invaluable, and WSL Africa are very fortunate for your commitment. Thank you so much. To Anthony Kutsi from KwaZulu-Natal Surfing Association, thank you for your assistance behind the scenes. And to Surfing South Africa, our national federation, thank you for sanctioning and supporting this critical event. Your commitment to the sport is evident and deeply valued. In closing, before we get to the celebrations, I just want to thank everyone who's been a part of this journey. It hasn't been an easy one, but an event and a professional event is back in Durban, and we've been able to secure it for the next 3 years. So watch it grow. I know she doesn't like this, but I am going to throw Anne Wright up to say a few words, please. So Anne Wright is our Vice President of Surfing South Africa.
Thanks, Tash. Tash always steals my speech. Everything that she said, I'm about to say. Let me just get these on, sorry. Thank you. Okay, firstly, on behalf of Surfing South Africa, we want to thank WSL Africa's Regional Director, Tasha Mentasti, and WSL Africa's Tour Manager, Lukman Bruce. We really appreciate your hard work on bringing professional surfing back with a bang. And you have brought it back with a bang. No, they have. It's been amazing. It's helping SA's talent do well on their tours, get points on their respective tours, and make money, and that's what we need. Surfing South Africa, we nurture them when they're young, and we like to hand them over. So we're amazed. We thank you, Tash. Thanks to everybody. You're all amazing. I want to say a big thank you to Durban Municipality, Durban Tourism, as Vice President of Surfing South Africa and a local here on North Beach. I've lived here for 40 years. To see this back here is amazing. It's been 6 years, and it's about time. This is what we always had, and their support is making this Durban Surf City. Instead of Durban, it's Surf City. So thanks, everybody. Congratulations to all you guys. Safe travels back, and thanks a million. Lots of love. Thanks, Tash.
Thank you, Annie. She's getting better, eh? We've got to keep putting you in the hot seat. Okay, so now what we all here for? It was about the athletes. It was about the performances. And it's about the celebrations that we're going to have to start acknowledging our winners and runners-up. So we're going to get started with the LQS Women's Division. If we can have both finalists please come stand up. Do you want me there? They're going to stand there, yeah. Up there, please. Yeah. And I think you're going to have to stand that side. So this is the first LQS, a WSL Africa LQS event since 2018. It's been fantastic to see how longboard surfing has grown, the talent that there is within this discipline of the sport. And I want to say from both these ladies, they put on an exceptional performance. In second place, earning 800 valuable points and 8,000 Rand. It goes to Taryn King. And our 2024 eThekwini Surf Pro Longboard champion for the women's division, as well as earning herself the position to represent Africa on the World Longboard Tour, it is Crystal Hewlett.
Mama knows. She knows how to do that. That was quick. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting ready.
So, our champion for eThekwini Surf Pro, Crystal Hewlett. And I just have to say, the sportsmanship from Taryn King is like no other. So, congratulations, ladies. If we can please have our longboard men's finalists. If we can please have our finalists. And this is just a notice to all finalists, if you can just stay after the prize giving just for photos, please. So wow, how wonderful to just see the technical talent from the longboard men's division, especially these two gentlemen right here. It's been fantastic to witness. And so up on the stage right now, we have our finalists for the longboard division. In second place, with 800 points and earning 8,000 Rand, it goes to Stephen Sawyer. And our 2024 eThekwini Surf Pro LQS men's champion, and also our new representative for Africa on the World Longboard Tour alongside Stephen Sawyer, it is Sam Christensen. Woo! Sam, I'm sorry, I'm going to throw you in the deep end and ask for a few words. I'm going to ask for a few words, please.
Yo, speeches are gnarly. Tash, Lukman, and everyone involved, just a massive thank you. So rad what you guys have done. Like, first event in 6 years. So nice to have it at home. It was amazing. All my friends and family here. So stoked on that. Thank you. Stevie, this is my beach, bro.
And that is the truth, though. Sam Christensen, Durban local, New Pier local, and now 2024 eThekwini Surf Pro champion, Sam Christensen. So we're now going to call up our QS Women's Division finalists, please. Okay, so unfortunately, Sarah Scott, our runner-up for this division, has left, so we are just going to congratulate. She's taken the win at the first stop on the 24-25 QS season for Africa. She's just earned a bronze medal at the ISA World Junior Surfing Games, and she now is our 2024 eThekwini Surf Pro champion, Louise Leprance. We got to spray her. Go. Go, Luke. What? We almost took it. Congratulations, Lulu. Well done. Stop number 1 of the QS, done and dusted. 1,000 points and taking home 12,000 rand. My apologies. Yeah, taking home 20,000 rand. My apologies. Okay, boys, it's your turn. The 2 Lukes. We're going to introduce our QS men's finalists. So these 2 guys have not just formed a very strong friendship, but they also push each other in the surfing every day. They travel together. They win and lose together. In second place, it goes to, with 800 points, 12,000 rand prize money, Luke Schleipen. And taking the inaugural win at the 2024 eThekwini Surf Pro. This used to be his local. Maybe still is a little bit. But congratulations to our eThekwini Surf Pro winner, Luke Thompson. What a great start to the year. Currently on the Challenger Series. We're going to be seeing him in early July. But congratulations, everyone. I just want to say a very big thank you to everyone who made the effort to be here. Thank you to all the surfers from traveling far and wide. Safe travels home, and we look forward to seeing you at stop number 2 a little later this month. Thanks so much. And the winners, I love you all. The winners and runner-up, please can you come stand just to get some photos and do an interview. Thank you so much.